moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big boats, we talking big waves. Loving life, this the big boys way. Found a hobby, turned it into pay. And now we on, we could do this every day. So with your life like living unhappy, cause I can remember the days of being ashy. Together we turn it around, big places how it go down. And now we making big moves, emerge from the underground. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. There's a reason why we work hard, so we can ball even harder. Ooh, gotta thank God 'cause this winning is a slaughter. Ooh, this why we live larger. Ooh, don't bother us and you won't get bothered. Ooh, what it do when all your dreams come true? That's a big move. It's touchdown time, we get loose. Smashing through the field, we deep with 1,000 true. We always with the action, hesitation is slacking. Defense win championships with a passion. The Warriors reaction, conquer the battlefield. Forever we lasting, just to keep it real. We making big moves. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Sacrifice, sleepless nights, turn the darkest days to shining bright. They ask me how I'm holding up, I tell them strong. They tell me that I couldn't make it from a broken home. They said my chance was even slimmer since my folks was gone. And I'ma end up selling drugs if I ain't going broke. But they funny to me now, it's like they telling jokes. Because we're high in the sky and eating telescopes. And you still couldn't see us, it's like your vision blurry. That's how you miss everything, you're always in a hurry. And while we eating good, chewing on that chicken curry. After all them sleepless nights, we ain't gotta worry. It's like we finally living life, royalty, we worth it. And when it comes to the love, we're never showing mercy. And we won't ever lose. They say never say never, but this is what we choose. We be winning whenever. And when we feel the blues, we just know it is better. And we ain't trying to go back, or we be going forever. We taste the victory, yeah, we be eating the cheddar. And we won't take no more, yeah, we in it together. Even broke clocks be right like twice a day. So when you're working, you're right, we talking getting paid. We stay up in the zone, never slipping away. We solid strong, we made it out the cage. Boy, it feel good to feel free, release the rage. And then we start life up on a different page. We won't, we won't, we won't, we won't, we won't, we won't, we won't. from the underground. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. There's a reason why we work hard, so we can ball even harder. Ooh, gotta thank God 'cause this winning is a slaughter. Ooh, this why we live larger. Ooh, don't bother us and you won't get bothered. Ooh, what it do when all your dreams come true? That's a big move. It's touchdown time, we get loose. Smashing through the field, we deep with 1,000 troops. We always with the action, hesitation is slacking. Defense win championships with the passion. The Warriors reaction, conquer the battlefield. Forever we lasting, just to keep it real. We making big moves. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big sacrifice, sleepless nights, turning darkest days to shining bright. They ask me how I'm holding up, I tell them strong. They tell me that I couldn't make it from a broken home. They said my chance was even slimmer since my folks was gone. And I'ma end up selling drugs if I ain't going broke. But they funny to me now, it's like they telling jokes. Because behind the sky you need telescopes. And you still couldn't see it, so it's like your vision blurry. That's how you miss everything, you're always in a hurry. And while we eating good, chewing on that chicken curry. After all them sleepless nights, we ain't gotta worry. It's like we finally living life, royalty we worthy. And when it comes to the love, we're never showing mercy. And we gon' never lose. They say never, but this is what we choose. We be winning whenever. And when we feel the blues, we just know it is better. And we ain't tryna go back, or we be gone forever. We taste the victory, yeah, we be eating the cheddar. And we won't take no more, yeah, we in it together. Even broke clocks be right like twice a day. So when you're working, you're right, we talking getting paid. We stay up in the zone, never slipping away. We solid strong, we made it out the cage. Boy, it feel good to feel free, release the rage. And then we start life up on a different page. We won't, we won't, we won't take no more. We won't, we won't, we won't take no more.
Cause I don't know what you like anymore. Dangerous, you and me all alone. Why are we acting like animals? I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more touch. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. Why do you show your teeth when we meet? Have a taste, take a bite out of me. Animals in the night, we can fight. I just can't get enough when you're mine. I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more touch. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're Why are we acting like animals? Cause I don't know what you like anymore. Dangerous, you and me all alone. Why are we acting like animals? I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more touch. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. Why do you show your teeth when we meet? Have a taste, take a bite out of me. Animals in the night, we can fight. I just can't get enough when you're mine. I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more time. I see you standing right there. What you ain't?
4 टीमें 11 प्लेयर, कौन लेके जाएगा आज के पहले मुकाबले का विनर चिकन डिनर?
बिल्कुल टीम सोल वर्सेस गॉड लाइक जिस चीज की आप बात करें तो फाइट हमें देखने को मिल जाएगी। ओमेगा ने वहां पर डाउन किया क्लच गॉड को, 2 प्लेयर्स वहां पर सरवाइव जरूर से करेंगे। जी गॉड और जॉनथन, ये 2 प्लेयर्स के कंधों पर पूरी जिम्मेदारी। 4 टीमें 10 प्लेयर्स अभी भी शेष नजर आ रहे हैं। वही अगर हम बात करें ओमेगा की, वो थोड़ा पीछे की तरफ आएंगे जरूर से, वहां पर रिवाइवल के जो चांसेस अभी भी बन सकते हैं। पूरी तरीके से जो स्मोक का कवर है वो हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ, लेकिन ये ग्रेनेड जाएगा गॉडलिन की साइड से। जॉनथन डाउन और अब वी गॉड इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग जो ग्रेनेड की बौछार है वो हमें देखने को मिलती हुई। इट्स अ 1v4 बट जोन का जो प्रेशर है वो भी आएगा पीछे से। वहां पर जो रिवाइवल है वो एग्जीक्यूट करने की कोशिश। दिस ग्रेनेड इट कैन बी इट एंड यस इट इज इट। टीम सोल यहां पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए, बट गॉब्लिन आर यू फ्रीकिंग किडिंग मी? 12 जो सोलो फिनिशेस है वो उन्होंने निकाले हैं। टॉप 3 में 4 प्लेयर्स टीम सोल के। इट्स अ 1v1v4 अनस्टॉपेबल जो रॉकेट है टीम सोल का उड़ान भर चुका है।
वो यहाँ पे नहीं रुकते
अपने वाले, बट क्लच गॉड को यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। क्या वो फिनिश निकाल पाएंगे देखना पड़ेगा। और फाइनल कॉल उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। क्लच गॉड पूरी तरीके से खत्म कर दिए गए। दूसरे प्लेयर TOX वहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे मोस्ट प्रोबेबली। लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हुए जिन्हें एक और खिलाड़ी वहाँ पे मौजूद रहेगा। गॉड लाइक एक बार फिर से अपने रन पे चलते हुए टीओ को यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली फिनिश करने की कोशिश रहेगी। डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा दिया गया बट वहाँ पे नॉक नहीं कर पाए जी गॉड। उनकी भी HP बहुत ज्यादा कम। सामने प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे। डेथमेट का एक खिलाड़ी बहुत ज्यादा दूर, यहाँ पे उनको आना पड़ेगा। और पैराडॉक्स दूसरे साइड पे शांतनु को डाउन करते हुए हिटमैन उनको भी डाउन किया गया। गॉड लाइक नियो को खो सकते थे बट बचाएंगे, बट कहीं और से उनको डैमेज पड़ा। टीओ एक बहुत अच्छे टाइम पे यहाँ पे नीचे कूदते हुए पंक ज़रफ को उन्होंने डाउन किया और इसी के साथ एक और खिलाड़ी और तो उनको भी डाउन किया गया। बट जी गॉड एक बार फिर से रिवाइव के लिए जाते हुए, बट आप देखें नियो को उन्होंने पूरी तरीके से फिनिश कर दिया। बट TOX क्या बेहतरीन गेम प्ले अभी वो जस्ट दिखा के गए हैं।
जी हाँ, लाजवाब गेम प्ले दिखाया। जरूर कूदना मेरे ख्याल से एक मैजिकल मूव साबित हुआ उनके लिए। बट वहीं पे अगर यहाँ पे बात की जाए, जो पीछे हैरी आईजीएल आपको देखने को मिल जाते हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा क्रूशियल सिचुएशन में थे। अगर वो पहले आ जाते मेजी तो एक बहुत अच्छा मूव होता, बट उन्होंने डिसाइड किया कि वो नहीं आएंगे। एंड द बैन, द मैजिकल मिस्टिकल प्लान ऑफ जोनाथन इज हियर। ऑलरेडी 3 फिनिशेस उनके नाम देखने को मिल जाएंगे आपको।
दूसरी साइड पे बनी आपको यहाँ पे देखने को मिलेंगे। रेवेनेंट का एक प्लेयर डाउन है, वहाँ पे रिवाइव करने की कोशिश थी बट नहीं, कहीं और से उनको शॉट पड़ा या फिर नहीं देखना पड़ेगा। पैराडॉक्स है जिन्होंने वहाँ पे बनी को डाउन किया। लास्ट प्लेयर एरो सर्वाइव करेंगे अपनी टीम से। रेवेनेंट अपना एक प्लेयर खो चुके हैं, क्योया को उन्होंने खो दिया। एरो वहाँ पे आखिरी प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे। सर्कल करीब है बट देखना यह है कि क्या उन्होंने एरो को स्पॉट किया। जी हाँ, एरो को स्पॉट किया। यहाँ से टेक डाउन करने की कोशिश करेंगे। गॉड लाइक 2 प्लेयर खो चुके हैं बट उनके पीछे जिसको एक और स्क्वाड देखने को मिलने वाली RTR, उनका भी आगमन होता हुआ हमें दिखाई देगा। देखना यह है कि गॉड लाइक से वो फाइट लेंगे या फिर इंतजार करेंगे। ये जो सर्कल का शिफ्ट हुआ है स्पीरो बहुत ज्यादा खतरनाक, इनको और सीधा आगे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। एरो वहां पे मौजूद है। 1v1 का सिचुएशन हो सकता है, और फायर देना पड़ेगा बाकी सारे टीममेट्स को। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड वहां पे कुक करेंगे और जाता हुआ दिखाई देगा बट वहां पे डूडी उनको जी गॉड के द्वारा डाउन किया गया। देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या RTR वर्सेस गॉड लाइक ये फाइट कितनी देर तक चल सकती है। बट टॉप डॉग खत्म करेंगे एरो को। पहली टीम इस वक्त लास्ट लेजेंड की मैच से बाहर। बिल्कुल भी ध्यान नहीं दिया जा रहा है लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे और अक्षत उस चीज का फायदा उठा सकते हैं बट अभी भी उन्होंने शॉट दिया नहीं है। चलिए फाइनली वो शॉट देंगे, नॉक करेंगे, फिनिश किए जाएंगे। अब जो TF5 की स्क्वाड उनको पता चला नीचे कोई मौजूद है।
जी हाँ, नीचे पता चला है, मौजूदगी पता चली है और अटैक यहाँ पे करना पड़ेगा अक्षत को। यूएमपी में शिफ्ट करा, क्लोज रेंज के लिए वो जाने की कोशिश जरूर कर रहे हैं। नीड हाथ में है दोनों ही TF5 के प्लेयर्स के पास, बट टीम सोल के अक्षत अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हैं। ब्लाइंड के शॉट को स्पॉट कर सकते हैं, शॉट किया जाएगा, उनको भी नॉक करा जाता है, उनको भी फिनिश करा जाएगा। टीम सोल इज लुकिंग गुड। 8 फिनिशेस निकाल चुके हैं। एक और प्लेयर स्पॉट अभी तक नहीं करा है। ज़ैडी को स्पॉट करना बाकी है, स्पॉट करेंगे। टीम ब्लाइंड को कर दिया है एक 1v3 सोल के अक्षत के द्वारा, बट TF5 अभी भी वहां पे बरकरार है। टीम सोल टॉप 3 में आ जाएगा अक्षत के कंधों के ऊपर।
मैं बस ये देख रहा था कि अक्षत को कोई बता रहा था प्लेयर उधर है उधर उधर है, उनको दिख नहीं रहा था। फाइनली वो जो प्लेयर था वो उनको दिखा, वहां पे एलिमिनेट किया गया। बट सोल के पास एक और मौका रहेगा फिर चिकन निकालने का, बट एक और नॉक आता हुआ, एक और फिनिश यहाँ पे आता हुआ। 1v2 का सिचुएशन चलता हुआ। अक्षत क्या वो क्लच कर पाएंगे अपनी टीम के लिए, क्योंकि जो दूसरे खिलाड़ी है वो डाउन हो चुके हैं। रिपर गॉड वर्सेस अक्षत 1-1 का सिचुएशन चलता हुआ। यूएमपी का कमाल बट दिखा नहीं पाएंगे। रिपर गॉड आगे निकलते हुए अपनी टीम के लिए निकाला फिर चिकन डिनर। वो हौले हौले धीरे धीरे करीब आ चुके हैं। ये काफी बढ़िया चीज हमें देखने को मिलती है बट फ्लिक वाइट टीम को यहाँ पर डाउन किया जाएगा। ISO ही इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। जो जोन का प्रेशर है वो भी यहाँ पर आ रहा है। इमॉर्टल हील कर रहे हैं, पंक डाउन। टीम एनिग्मा हर दिशा से वो जो नॉक एंड फिनिश है वो निकालते हुए नजर आएंगे बट एगी उनको भी यहाँ पर डाउन किया जाएगा। जो पासा है वो पलट चुका है। टीम एनिग्मा थोड़ा बैकफुट पर, रेक्स उनके करीब, वो ग्रेनेड जाएगा जरूर से। क्या वो बाहर जा पाएंगे? जी नहीं, अभी भी वो रन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ओपन जाएंगे, स्पॉट किए जाएंगे, डाउन किए जाएंगे। टीम एनिग्मा इज आउट। टीम एक्सो अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए इट्स अ 2v1। ISO के पास वो मात्र एक फर्स्ट एड रहेगा। हाथ में आता हुआ चिकन डिनर परोस दिया टीम एक्सो के सामने। हर तरफ से जो फिनिशेस है वो निकाल रही है। पैराडॉक्स को वहां पर डाउन किया जाएगा। 3 खिलाड़ी अभी भी टीम रेवेनेंट के बचने वाले। वहीं पर उनके पास एक मौका है कि ट्रू रिपर्स को पूरी तरीके से एलिमिनेट करते। जो रिवर्स है उनकी पोजीशन भी यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से स्पॉट डिस्प्ले दिए जाएंगे बट अगेन वो जो कनेक्शन है वो आएगा नहीं। वहां पर जो उतना हार्ड पीक है वो हमें देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। टीम रेवेनेंट और ट्रू रिपर्स दोनों को ये फाइट जीतनी है बट टॉप डॉग डाउन होंगे। काफी ज्यादा देर तक वो जो ग्रेनेड है वो कुक करा। ट्रू रिपर्स हावी, रेवेनेंट एलिमिनेट होते हुए 10वें पायदान पे। एक 3 3v3 की फाइनल बैटल टीम एक्सो वर्सेस टीम एंटिटी। 5 फिनिशेस निकाले टीम एंटिटी ने। बात करें टीम एक्सो की, 7 उनके पाले में, लेकिन जोन का जो अब श्रिंक है वो हमें यहाँ पर स्टार्ट होगा। लेकिन आप देखिए एक प्लेयर को मिनी मैप में हम देख सकते हैं, वो एक प्लेयर बहुत ही बड़ी ऑफ गार्ड एंगल पे मौजूद है। इट माइट बी पॉसिबल कि जो मुश्किल है वो बढ़ाई जाए, लेकिन इसी के साथ एंटिटी के शैडो डाउन होंगे प्ले जोन से। मैं इसी चीज की बात कर रहा था, नूब बहुत बढ़िया पोजीशन पे वो मौजूद है, एक प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे लेकिन ज्यादा नहीं। टीम एक्सो बैक टू बैक वो जो विनर चिकन डिनर है वो लेकर के जाएंगे।
तो शानदार टीमों के बीच में एक बैटल, टीम सोल वर्सेस एंटिटी गेमिंग।
ग्रेनेड काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया था, वहां पे डैमेज पड़ा है उस ग्रेनेड से। हेक्टर एंड गॉब्लिन दोनों को डैमेज पड़ा। गॉब्लिन की बात करें, व्हीकल ब्लास्ट करेंगे, बट ऊपर से प्लेयर्स पहले मौजूद आए। नूब डाउन करेंगे गॉब्लिन को, बट ओमेगा उनका एक बढ़िया कवर फायर आता हुआ। नूब को भी डाउन किया गया, बट शैडो की बात करें, उन्होंने लेजर बॉय को डाउन किया, बट वहीं पे एंटिटी नूब उनको खत्म कर दिया। बट डार्कलॉर्ड का ये वाला ग्रेनेड बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन होने वाला, शायद वो प्लेयर नॉक होगा। हेक्टर वहां पे बच गए, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा उनको यहाँ पे पड़ा था। बट डार्कलॉर्ड क्या उनके पास एक और ग्रेनेड है या नहीं देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जोन का जो मार है वो भी उनको झेलना पड़ सकता है। गॉब्लिन उनको यहाँ पे रिवाइव कर देगा, आगे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे, कामयाब थोड़ी सी देखने को मिली जरूर। गॉब्लिन अपने आप को उन्होंने हील नहीं किया था, ओमेगा उनको भी डाउन किया जाएगा। हेक्टर उनके बहुत ज्यादा कम थे, ओमेगा डाउन हो चुके थे। डार्कलॉर्ड यहाँ पे डाउन किए गए। एंटिटी का एलिमिनेशन में बात कर ही रहा था, टॉप 6 में अभी तो वो हमें देखने को मिले थे, बट ये एलिमिनेशन उनके लिए हो सकता है कि बहुत ज्यादा भारी पड़े। एनिग्मा की बात करें, पिछले 2 मैचेस जिस तरीके से उन्होंने खेले, सैनहॉक से उन्होंने शुरुआत करी थी, एरांगल तक लेके आए थे, मिरामार में वो चीज वो आगे तक बढ़ा रहे हैं। चारों प्लेयर उनके सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, 4 फिनिश उनके पास आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। बट आरटीआर उनको विनर चिकन डिनर चाहिए था। शैडो वहां पे इतना ज्यादा ओपन में क्या कर रहे थे, अभी जैसे प्लेयर को उन्होंने नॉक किया था, सामने आरटीआर के प्लेयर ने ब्लाइंड के प्लेयर को नॉक किया था, और देखते देखते पूरी स्क्वाड ब्लाइंड की यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो गई। एनिग्मा का वो ग्रेनेड गया था, बट चोनू शायद उनको पता नहीं था, इवो का वो ग्रेनेड पहले से वहां पे आया था। चोनू को डाउन किया गया, हीरो सामने मौजूद रहेंगे। 3v4 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन चलता हुआ देखना पड़ेगा। एनिग्मा क्या वो विनर चिकन डिनर आप निकाल सकती है, जो पिछले 2 मैच में हो चुके थे। हीरोज उनको डैमेज पड़ा, पीछे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे, और भी प्लेयर वहां पे मौजूद है। एक और प्लेयर सामने मौजूद रहेंगे, उनको भी यहाँ पे डैमेज किया गया, अपने आप को हील करने की कोशिश करेंगे। हीरोज एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड को करते हुए क्या वो ठिकाने पे जाएगा, मुंह में वो ग्रेनेड फटेगा अभी के, बट वो छलांग लगाते हुए अपने आप को बचाएंगे। बट इसी के साथ उनको वापस से डैमेज पड़ता हुआ दोनों स्क्वाड इस सर्कल के अंदर। बट हीरोज उनके पास एक बढ़िया मौका रहेगा कि एनिग्मा के प्लेयर को वो डाउन कर पाए। एक और बढ़िया मौका, 2 प्लेयर को डाउन किया गया। की बात करें, वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे, क्या वो लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हुए? जी नहीं, एक और खिलाड़ी एनिग्मा के वहां पे सर्वाइव करते हुए। हीरोज की बात करें, उनको डाउन किया गया। चोनू पूरी तरीके से ब्लीड कर जाएंगे, बट एक ही अभी भी वहां पे मौजूद है, एक खिलाड़ी एनिग्मा का बहुत ज्यादा दूर अपनी टीम से।
जी हाँ, बस अभी भी यहाँ पे ग्रेनियक्स के पास एक पूरा मौका है, आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश वो कर सकते हैं। 2v2 की सिचुएशन यहाँ पे आपको देखने को मिल जाती है। इट्स अप डू और डाई, वो रेट्रिब्यूशन आरटीआर एक विनर चिकन डिनर की तरफ वो आगे बढ़ जरूर सकता है, बट ग्रेनियक्स वापस पीछे आएंगे। जोन को प्रायोरिटी देने की कोशिश है। इट्स नाउ 1v2, एनिग्मा की द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, एंड स्नाइपर इस कंडीशन में बिल्कुल आपका साथ नहीं देने वाली। एम्पर में शिफ्ट किया, शॉट देने की कोशिश, कोई फायदा नहीं। एक वो शानदार विनर चिकन डिनर लेके जाती हुई टीम रेट्रिब्यूशन आरटीआर।
जॉनसन यहाँ पे मौजूद है, बट हेक्टर एक बार फिर से डाउन किया जाएगा। शिनोगामी एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड उनके पास गया, बट फिलहाल के लिए वो डाउन नहीं हुए। बट डेयर की बात के खत्म, हेक्टर की बात के वो भी खत्म हुए। जॉनसन नियो यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। एमएक्स के 2 प्लेयर को यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। शिनोगामी वो भी डाउन हो चुके। लास्ट प्लेयर यहाँ पे करन बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, कजामा बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। वहाँ पे जॉनसन को डाउन किया गया, पूरी तरीके से फिनिश करने की कोशिश है, बट कामयाबी हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। 5 फिनिशेस टीम गॉड लाइक के पास, बट अभी भी सर्कल के बाहर वो आपको देखने को मिलने वाले। एक्सो क्या वो वहां पे मौजूद रहेगी? क्या उन्हें पता है कि अभी भी ब्रिज पे जो फाइट्स थी वो यहाँ पे चल रही थी? 5 फिनिशेस क्या इतने इनफ रहेंगे टीम गॉडलाइक के लिए? क्योंकि 17 सेकेंड, चौथा सर्कल, और इसके बाद जोन का डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा पड़ने वाला है।
The stage is set for the dreamers to shoot for the stars as we have witnessed supernovas explode and bow out of the competition fixes.
Yeah.
Let's just take a deep breath in and try and digest what has happened in the first 2 days of round 4.
You know what, I want to digest my biryani that I just had, because of course I knew that today is the actual group of death.
Yes, it certainly is, right? Not just we have big names, but also the underdogs that are coming in. They are pretty good as well.
Oh, they certainly are, especially, ladies and gentlemen. Again, a huge warm welcome to all of you watching the iQOO Battleground Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. Of course, it is going to be day number 3 of our round number 4, the penultimate day, Salty. We already have 12 teams joining us.
Yes.
The next 12 teams are going to be decided, well, today and tomorrow.
Exactly right. And it's not going to be easy. We know how difficult it has been. But of course, if you really have a device which is in my hands right now, your life gets so much easier, be it in terms of content creation as well as gaming. It just smooths and cruises all across the way. Let's have a look at the specs that is inside this hood. This little beauty packs a Snapdragon 875G processor, which can just go so well in your gaming, and also fixes an 80-watt flash charge.
And of course, on top of that, all you've got to do is head over to Amazon, as it is an Amazon special, and you have a chance to win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees. All you've got to do is participate in that one few little games that we do have. But more than that, I really love the kind of a mystery that they are building around the smartphone, right? Just 2 of those major specs launched, and slowly but surely they're gonna keep adding it up. I'm pretty sure this is an action-packed phone. It's got a massive juice. You've got 80 watts of flash charging, and of course, for all the esports enthusiasts, this is the phone that you need to grind your way to the victory.
Exactly right. But of course, for everybody out there watching from the comfort of your home, we are going to bring you the format right now. You know it pretty well, right? BMOC has been happening for quite a while. We started off with 512 underdog teams, then we had 256, of course, slashed off by 1/4, and we only had 64 underdog teams. And currently, we are in round 4, where 32 invited teams had come in, but only we know how many are actually going through.
Oh yeah, do we though? Do we though? It's still not out yet. But again, just the top 24 from here on are going to be making their way to the BMPS, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be spanned across 3 weeks of insane BGMI action, out of which the top 16 qualify for the grand finals. And what lies thereafter, I think it is some mystery that needs to be catered to, which we will of course know after a few days. It's going to be all out in the open. I still do not have any idea of that.
Exactly, but of course we'll have a look at the points distribution, right, which is very important. We've seen the kind of a trade-off where you don't really need all that much points to go towards the top 6, right? We've seen that barrier around that 40 to 50 mark. Initially we thought that it would be somewhere around the 60 mark, but it's not really all that much.
Oh, indeed it is. And the way this point distribution has been, we've seen it's been quite similar even since the BGIS. It hasn't really changed. And I've been kind of hoping that sooner or later, maybe towards the next BGIS, we get a few changes happening down there, because it sort of has been the same old storyline. But what's going to be completely different, of course, is going to be the schedule, which is the same right now, but the teams playing in, the kind of rotations that we're expecting, because I really want to get to that, but we will eventually. Same old 3 Erangels, we've got 2 Miramars and 1 Sanhok. An absolute game changer, as history has been a testament of it.
Exactly right. You remember last day when Team EXO, in spite of not really having the greatest of starts on the map of Erangel, they started their journey on the map of Miramar. You might say they racked up around those 10 points, and suddenly in the map of Sanhok, they just redeemed themselves. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. They are on top.
Oh, they certainly were on top up until the point, Soul just came out of nowhere in those final few games. But this has been the secret success mantra, right? Have 2 very good first games, and then you sort of get that freedom. And teams have been playing a lot around the center, for what I've noticed, right? Especially the BMOC circles that we've seen in round number 4 has been favoring the teams who are, looking at the heart of every single zone, taking it out. And few of those teams that kind of like to play around the edges, things haven't really been sunny for them. A lot of big names, especially like the ones of Kemin. You've got Orangutan, you've got Revenant. As a matter of fact, everyone trying that edgy style has apparently failed.
Exactly. Not just failed, they have crashed out as well. And of course, with the big names coming in today, there might be even more. Of course, speaking of the big names, we have names like Team X Spark for that matter. You've got previous winners of BGIS, Skylight Gaming coming into the mix as well, who had a decent roster shift, right? Both these two teams had major changes. Destro not being in the lineup. You've got 420 OP coming in for Team X Spark as well. So how do you think these changes are going to affect their performance? And do you think going forward might be a hindrance to qualify for BMPS?
You know, I really like Skylight's gaming roster currently, right? With the addition of Vexy, they've got that extra firepower that they needed, which Destro was sort of offering. But when it comes down to Team X Spark, you know, they were the ones who went through major roster changes. We had Viru and Gale setting their ways to Godlike. I do not know what lies for them in the foreseeable future. But of course, you know, with the entry of Gyro God, we've got Fearless coming in, 420 also as a player. And lately, you know, they've kind of, it has been a mixed boat for them, right? They've had really good tournaments in the third-party events that we've seen so far. There've been a few good moments, few bad days, but nothing really compares to how important this day is going to be, because a lot of speculation around how X-Spark is going to be playing, and it is imperative for X-Spark to have a really good start today.
Exactly right. The amount of fan following that is backing them, the kind of expectation that the people have around that #2 that they brought in at the international stage in other titles. Of course, a lot of people expect them to kind of recreate that similar success. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this iQOO BMOC is not just about it's not about the big guns, you know. The younger challengers are also coming in, and we have seen that in day 2, of course. Those unexpected moments in the final end of the day itself, those last 2 maps were brilliant. Today also we have a great set of underdogs coming in. You've got Walkouts, you've got UP50, you've got WSF as well. So which teams are you looking forward to actually?
Well, I actually personally am looking forward to how UP50 are going to play WSF. They were their table toppers in round number 3.
Oh, yes.
So they are also the ones to look out for. Even Team Bravery, and you cannot forget Kratic, you know, the late bloomers as well.
Yes. Absolutely. And even then, right, we've noticed this particular pattern where even after those 5 games, you still have that small window, that small chance. The earlier positions, right, the top 3 positions or even the top 4 positions kind of get solidified after the 4th game or the 5th game. But those last 2 remained very dicey. And that is where the action really heats up, right? That is where a lot of those bigger names, you know, might just bow out, Fixes.
I get where you're kind of trying to have this conversation diverging towards, of course, a little bit of this targeting that a lot of teams did indulge themselves in. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a look at all the teams that are going to be partaking today in the first game and the remainder of the 5s to come as we take a look at the matchups. One look at all the teams participating. So, of course, big names, even from the underdogs. We do have teams like WSF, UP50, Walkouts, even Team Currency, as a matter of fact. You know, one of those teams back-to-back 2 chicken dinners earlier on. Even we've got Asla, who've sort of been struggling, but somehow did manage to scrape their way in. Kratic Esports, one of those teams that did not really perform well throughout the 4 games, but suddenly towards the 5th and 6th, they raised their bars up. Glacier, well, have somewhere been in the middle of things. Team Bravery, another team that I'm really looking forward to. You've got players like Killin. But when it comes to the invited teams, right, I think I'm really looking forward to what Insane and what teams like 7C, 8-Bit also have to offer, along with Orange Rock.
Exactly right. Now, a lot of those invited teams we did not really expect to put up a show. For that matter, Team Blind, the way they kind of turned up in the last game, there was that rivalry sort of building up between Godlike and Blind and who's going to make it. A lot of those stories were coming up. Everything was coming up, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, speaking of stories, our friends over at iQOO, they have a pretty nice story lined up for you guys, which is coming right about now. iQOO Neo 6, of course, an Amazon special where all of you guys watching at home can also participate because there's amazing giveaways happening worth rupees 2 lakhs. But of course, coming back to the day itself, right?
Yeah.
The first game is about to begin, and we've seen, right, on both those occasions, day number 1, day number 2, teams that have started dominating right from the start carry that momentum till the final game, be it Global Esports, be it Seoul. What do you think? Who is going to make it today?
I think it has to be pretty similar to that, right? From the first game, I'm really expecting our teams to start it off on a little slower pace because, again, you've got to understand how the circle has been panning out because the first day, it was more about this Western circle. On the second day, we had those Eastern circles and we had those Southern circles. So ideally, I do not know what sort of a circle are we going to expect today. Of course, we've had that new update, some changes here and there with a few guns. And then, of course, we do have that Livik map. If you haven't really checked it out, might as well, some massive fixing being done over there and it looks more beautiful than ever. But then again, bringing the conversation back into the mix, like I have said, the teams that have been focusing on the central strategy have been the ones who prevailed supreme. And it's very, very important for the teams to have a really good first games. Now, this has given them that little cushion, that little comfortable seat. You get that driver's seat and then you can dictate the pace of your remainder few games. And then even if you're having a few hiccups around Sanhok, then also, you can still work that through like teams like Seoul did. But again, there have been teams like EXO who sort of did not have the best possible start and eventually recovered, and same could be said for Enigma as well. But today is going to be completely different because the sort of underdogs that we have, Salty, with us, some really, really experienced players, even in the past, in the previous titles, we've seen players of walkouts coming in. You've got UP50, and then from the new names, you've got teams like Bravery, you've got teams like WSF. I think
even
WSF
for that matter.
Even Team Currency for that matter. So, all these big guns need to watch out for them because you never know, someone can give them a run for their money.
Exactly, right. Again, speaking of the strategy instead, like the entire update situation that has come in, might there be some difference in the algorithm where the circle kind of builds a little different? The entirety of iQOO BMOC, we have seen those similar patterns of the circle itself, where 1 week we get a particular set of circles, the other week we get a different set of circles. I'm expecting some sort of difference coming in, maybe some curveballs or hardships make the lives difficult for these players, because that's what we want at the end of the day. We as neutral viewers, people watching at home, they want masala.
Oh yes, I certainly do. I already had my fair share of masala, but right now I'm going to give it for the viewers. It's not every day you get to eat Hyderabadi biryani.
Oh yes.
So I have it every single day. Of course, I'm here for a month. I'm going to ensure that I fulfill my year's quota of that. But again, coming back to the conversation that we were sort of having, the first game we did talk about them, few teams. There have also been surprises, Salty, especially from the invited ones. Now, whenever you talk about the big names, of course, you've got Team X Park today, you've got Skylights, you've got Orange Rock, 8-Bit, Marcus Gaming. But it sort of comes down to the fact that even in the first 2 days that what we witnessed, Hydro Officials, one of those teams that we really did not think would make it. They did, right? They had a really good first game, and then eventually to the final game managed to get that chicken dinner. As a matter of fact, if you talk about day number 2, you've got teams like Team Blind, who we really thought were good, but qualifying good, they've proven their mettle. So today, who's that one team going to be? Because every single day we are sort of having teams that tend to succumb under the pressure, not able to handle it, sort of tend to overthink, go for those wide splits, and well, they haven't really worked out.
Exactly, right. Wide splits haven't worked out. Trying to endure all that pressure, because you only get 6 games to prove your chance, right? You only get 6 games to make your way, book your ticket to the BMPS. Of course, with Blind coming into the mix, there are other teams. There are a lot of teams today who have got a great history, a great heritage that backs them. Of course, the players are new, the rosters are different, but the kind of feeling the players, the kind of energy that the players will be feeling inside, representing those big names, I feel that it is going to spice up the day even more, especially because we are looking at teams like 8-Bit, teams like Marcus Gaming. Of course, the players aren't really whom you would call star players, but the roster is actually pretty good, and they might be proving the big names just make their life even more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best part, right? Teams like INS, talk about them. We did not expect a lot out of them, but eventually they sort of, that was their USP, right? Playing under no pressure. You have no hopes from them, no expectations, and suddenly, they go all guns blazing and absolute absolutely annihilate the lobby, take some big heads out of the entire tournament. And that might happen. Could happen with 8-Bit, could happen with Marcus Gaming. So they have that benefit of doubt. You know, they are the ones here to prove they've got nothing to lose, right? Given a last chance this time, because you never know if the next time around you're getting the invites or not. But of course, teams like Marcus Gaming, they've gone through a massive roster change, about which we're going to talk about it. But it's time, I guess. I think the voice in my head says that the stage is already set.
Yes, the stage certainly is set, and Erangel is being dolled up, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the battlegrounds. The players are also getting inside their aircraft. The boarding procedure takes some time, but of course the announcer is going to announce a flight being taken off in just a few seconds. But coming back to the conversation fixes, I really want to talk about this team, that is 7 Seas, right? BGIS finalists, right? They have a little change in their playing for today, with Prince not being in the lineup. But of course, what are your thoughts? Like, how is this team sort of moved from BGIS and now to iQOO BMOC, and how do you think they are going to perform today?
You know, they've had a few additions, right? They got in Savitar, one of the young guns, right? Hot Blood's got a lot of potential, but a little fickle, I believe. You know, he's been a part of multiple rosters, but he's still always shown that potential, right? So it's just a matter of fact, it's time that we wait for him to kind of absolutely just break out of his shell and show to the world what he has to offer. But apart from that, of course, I'm going to be missing Prince. There has to be some solid reason as to why they do not have him in the playing for today. There are already, you know, a few players who kind of fill his role out there. So, of course, for 7C, it's going to be few early games. You know, they're going to be chartering around if this playing for works out. But another team, of course, is going to be insane, right? The way they've been playing lately, even in a third-party land that we saw them, they absolutely performed out of their minds, especially Sanyam and Iadi are the two players that I'm really looking out for. But if you have to talk about the underdogs, there are certain few names who might step in and show the world what they're made of. As ladies and gentlemen, we charter into the maps of Erangel, the first game of the evening. The flight path headed all the way from the George Paul cities towards Miltapau. Now, this is one of those flight paths that, you know, teams are going to absolutely love and, you know, enjoy, because we have a few collisions might be happening around, let's say, the Pochinki area, the Novorepnoy area, and the Western George Paul cities.
Exactly right. Also, for the teams trying to go towards military base, might just be clashes, as most of the players, they've taken it to the skies. They are gliding currently, as we can see, a lot of parachutes in the air. It's just about where does it end.
Right now, I mean, I'm kind of excited to see where the zone actually forms and if there are going to be any drop clashes, right? Team X-Park, lately they've announced that they're going to be changing their drop location. I think they're going to be heading towards Yasnaya Polyana. It's going to be really interesting as to how they really work it out, because considering the fact that you've got that Water City absolutely trafficked with the multiple teams, heading off to Yasnaya certainly can be a good decision, but the timings is what I'm really looking forward to. How quickly they rotate inside the circle. Do they even have the zone in the first phase? And indeed they do, as it's going to be a northern hybrid circle, ladies and gentlemen. And I really love how Kratic have positioned themselves a 2-2 split.
Exactly right. Look at WSF just enjoying so much territory, as the Pochinki area is completely laden with teams, and more so the southern edge of the circle. There are just so many teams just absolutely kicking themselves for all the space that have left being uncontested inside the circle itself.
Alright, so I've got to see as to how UP50 performs, because they're kind of heading away towards that Milta region, maybe want to go towards the Novorepnoy spot. But you've got a little bit of an eastern skirmish also kind of building up over there. Maybe we might see that fight happen. But for teams like WSF, it is one of those games that they really need to heavily capitalize on. As ladies and gentlemen, it is a Pochinki war zone, as we've got Team Marcus Gaming dropping right beside Team Bravery.
Yeah, we certainly do have, right? Most of the teams would be busy doing their grocery shopping and picking up the essentials. But of course, initially you don't really expect that battle to brew up, right? We've seen a lot of teams live very peacefully inside of Pochinki. They kind of share the territory for themselves, each looting their own territory and then just going out their separate ways. It's like sharing a room with your roommate and then just, you know, college is over. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye, friends.
I mean, a few of them still have their exams going on. And yeah, of course, college semester exams. I mean, I can remember my college days. You've got papers just before that, come in, play a little bit of BGMI, and even
yes.
after, right? We used to do that. And all right, I mean, I'm thankful that esports in India is a prospect career right now. Otherwise, I do not know where I would have been. But certainly Team Insane, one of those players, I think I really consider them as the dark horses of the evening, right? A lot of people might think, yeah, it's just Team Insane. But I know they've got what it takes to maybe make it to the top 6 today.
They certainly have, right? They've performed in other tournaments, other third-party tournaments, and it's just about proving themselves in one official tournament right now, and the stage is set for them, right? I started off saying that the stage is set for the Dreamers to shoot for the stars, and it seems like they are very capable of shooting for the stars. It's just about the right timing, figuring out the right strategies in the rotation. And speaking of rotation itself, we've seen a lot of rotation being cut off. Like, teams haven't really peacefully managed to figure out their final destinations, and that might just be a case today as well.
Yeah, of course. At least for Team X-Park, it's kind of sorted. But for Team Currency, we've seen a little bit of a change in their drop. Glacier, they're kind of heading on early on out there. But the playing four of X-Park, one of the fan-favorite teams, you've got some big names. Scout OP, Muffy, then you've got 420, and then Ultron. Ultron was one of those players that I've been seeing from quite a long time. Carries a lot of potential, but we haven't really seen him at the most aggressive side of him, especially since the moment he's come under X-Park, what we used to kind of see him in Enigma Galaxy. But we're hoping he kind of steps out, and there you have Mavi already, getting aggressive over there. And he wants every game to go the way he would want, right? One of the most accomplished IGLs that the Indian gaming community has so far witnessed, and today is going to be an important day for him. What's going to be really important is that they have that first game going into their favor, because what I really think, if the first game does not work out to Team X-Park's name, or they don't have a good one, that is where they kind of go falling down. So of course that is something that I'm really excited and looking forward to.
The circle is in their favor as well. Like, even speaking of Team Orange Rock right now, even they are well inside the circle. It all kind of comes down to which hemisphere does it end in. Like, it's sort of gamble right now, whether you want to stay in the mainland, whether you really believe you get the hunch that it's going to come down southwards towards the Rozok area, or maybe try your luck towards Severny or somewhere near shooting range. And that is where the early rotationals come into play, because those northern hemispheres, they don't really have a lot of compounds for these players to hide themselves. It's all about those early hunch. And just like you mentioned, Mavi, I believe he'll be looking for those early rotations and giving his team that ideal platform to play out of.
Oh yeah, it's going to be important, right? But with Orange Rock, we've seen some massive changes in their roster. We've got Jelly in as the IGL. He's been one of those players. I think I consider him one of my top 5 IGLs in the country right now, especially how he performs those Miramar games. We've got Team Walkouts also, Miramar Genius, and it's going to be a frag fest here in the desserts. But we're going to talk about that a little bit later, as we have one of the underdogs right in front of us, Team Bravery, right? One of those players, Gillen and Festu. These are the two players I really want to watch out, because so far they've been amazing, right? But from here onwards, to go against the old dogs and try and prove what you're made of, they have to take it a notch above.
Exactly, but of course there is already a battle blowing up as Walkouts. They are currently under fire. Beard Baba and his Baki has sort of been blown up, and you can already see the smokes coming out. Not really sure if Beard Baba has some sort of reinforcements he needs to call for that Uber. This vehicle itself is going to blow up any second soon.
It's a Uber Black. You've got a Lamborghini coming in for you, and there you go. There you go. No, nothing really hurting him. Almost, got taken down. Few more bullets, could have been knocked over there, and then WSF could have really tried and capitalized on that situation. For WSF, it has been pretty straightforward, right? Drop off at Severny, and go a little down south, hold on to these adjacent compounds, and then wait for the next circle to form. But this is again one of those teams that we were talking about. Now Prince is not playing. You've got Aladdin, one of the best supports in the game. Spray got Sarang, really experienced veterans of the game, coming back in. 7C, another team that I would consider them somewhere around how Team Insane has been ranked up for me. And this is again one of those teams that can really impress us in this evening.
They certainly can, right? And they've got the past experience as well. They've been successful in official tournament, and so far, so forth. It's all about getting those right rotations in. And as far as the map feed is concerned, I can definitely see that 7C won't really find any such obstruction. Speaking of obstruction itself, it seems like Kratek's Bean is right in front of Team Bravery right now, getting all those reconnaissance missions done, getting those informations. But of course, what did he do out of it is a real question.
Yeah, I mean, Team Bravery, the position that they're holding onto, it's looking really promising. But for Team Kratek, especially, the way they started off, it was a 2-2 split. But I believe a little bit of carelessness from their side. Of course, should have done their homework. They should have known that Team Bravery is going to take this spot. Now, Bean is way too out in the open. But look at Addy.
Yeah, I love his position.
Split he's opted for. But I do not know if this is really going to work out, especially in round number 4. Had this been BMPS, I would have said it's a genius move. But the moment Bean gets caught off, what is Adi going to do? Even if he takes a few players down, eventually Team Bravery is going to get themselves back up.
Exactly, right? The splits have been just so damn unpredictable. We've seen Team Orangutan try their splits as well. We've seen some other teams also play for those 2-2 splits. But of course, those come under situations where you already solidify your position. In the first game where you're yet to make a mark, that split might just cost you, especially the numbers advantage that just forms out of the other team, that is Team Bravery, right? They can instantly try and capitalize on the solo player that lies in the open fields. But of course, most of the teams are starting to make their move towards the Northern Hemisphere, as we just witnessed in 8-bit, just slacking off a little bit, even Asla for that fact. I just wonder if they will be able to make it through Yasnaya at the later stages of the circle itself.
It's going to be really important to see which side they really choose onto, right? We've got teams like Reckoning, we've got Marcus, and we've got Skylights Gaming all taking that western route. But for now, I believe Adi has been pincered down. Look at Killin's position. Now he's got nowhere to run and hide. He's going to take it inside the waters. And this is exactly, Salty, what I was talking about when I said, you know, these sort of rotations will not work in a lobby like this.
Exactly, especially the unpredictability of the lobby itself. Of course, Team Bravery also has to be very cautious, because trying to put up Killin in this position might attract attention from other regions as well, as most of the teams will be looking to go about the rotation from this region. Of course, Bean has been caught off guard. FaZe OP takes those shots in, but Team Bravery tries to get that early advantage. Nothing so far as of yet, as they still have control over this compound.
Oh, I really like this bold move from Bean side, right? Having taken cover over those rocks, understanding that FaZe has his attention diverted elsewhere, and this is where he can start pushing in. Now, if he gets a knock over here, then this is where Addy and his remainder of his team can really press in, because now Team Bravery, they're out in the open. I really do not understand the meaning of making such a move, because look at Killin, right? Is it his buggy, and Bean is now going to open it up. Addy has maybe even a 3 times could have worked out, but FaZe to OP really capitalizing on that situation, manages to get that beautiful knock. Now the backlines are cleared, right? Now all they're going to do is focus on the 3 players right in front of them, which is going to be in the form of Panic, Addy and Heem, and you know how devastating a Panic can get at certain times.
He certainly can, right, at the vantage point that he holds. Of course, for Team Bravery as well, Killin holds those lines of sight. He can also chime in from a long distance, but of course for him, it's very, very important, because he has been knocked out, and there's literally no potential where he might just get rest, as Kratek is still on the pressure. Of course, they've lost the lead, but that does not hinder them from even pushing forward.
Yeah, now they're getting that little bit of a room to play around the shorelines, but Heem on really low HP opting not to go for a revival. Look at Skylights Gaming also lurking right at the backlines as Addy. He has given away his position. It's just before Fest gets out for the spray, but eventually has his head, or rather the helmet, cracked off.
He certainly have, as Panic pushes forward. A jump shot comes in, and Fest is going to fall as the rest of the players. They've already made a move to get Killin back up, and Kratek, they sort of open things up. A fair trade-off, I must say. Losing a player such early on is definitely going to cost them, but at least they get their compound, which might boost their confidence moving in. But they can't hold it for long, as the circle has already moved up.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Team Bravery, considering the situation that they were holding, and from how they are right now, it's looking pretty bad. But for UP50, it's looking even worse, losing out on KSR, one of the most important players of their roster, and this is what really happens when you kind of tend to drop off a little bit far from the zone, try and get in. You've got a lot of teams on the peripheries looking out for you, and 7C Esports, this is a dream start for them. 1 finish to their name, and we've got to see where the next circle shift is going to be.
Oh my god!
This is preposterous, Salty. A northern circle, almost 60% of the zone submerged in water.
it is, but look at the western side of the map feed right there, right? It's very important for us to notice that both 7C and 8-bit have opted for a similar rotation route where they are going to collide in any second soon. Even UP50 for that matter, 3 teams in a similar adjacent locations. Now, this is not usual 8-bit team 8-bit for that fact. They came from the southern island, got the entirety of the eastern highway and made themselves that position inside the top corner of the map itself. I just wonder where are they going to try and make their way inside the circle, because it is already sort of occupied by UP50.
You know, a lot of teams are going to try and take those shorelines. You've got a little bit of dips to play around with, and elsewhere we've got Team Currency, you know, heading into Severny pretty early on, getting that spot over there, holding around the edges of that little city. As Marcus Gaming, like I was, you know, speculating that few teams are going to try to take the shorelines, and eventually they were kind of unaware of Team Currency's presence over here, have to pay that hefty price. With Ghosty being eliminated pretty early on, there's no chance that they're going to get that revive. But talking about the other teams also joining the fray, it's going to be Team Glacier. One of those teams that I had really high expectations from heading into round number 2 to round number 3. But it was not a merry evening that day. But you never know. They might have woken up at the right side of the beds today and could bag a first game chicken dinner.
They definitely can, right? It's just about making those right offerings to the BGMI gods, which certainly I do before every single day of broadcast. I'm not really sure about you, Fixes. You said you want to learn from me, but look at this. We've come into the party. It's Team Reckoning right now. Everybody's starting to huddle around Severny because the circle is such. Nobody expected this. Why do you really want to fight along the shorelines? Beaches are made for having fun, but elsewhere, it's fire and pandemonium. Is UP50. They made a wild move with their vehicles over there. Just drifting around the players of, I believe, walkouts.
Oh yeah, and it's not just a walkout, it's a lot more other teams as Kratik now find themselves catching the players of Orange Rock off guard, and Jelly getting taken down. That's not good news, of course. Their IGL, their heads being cut off. Now this is where he's got that ample vision right now. He can speculate all his 3 players, can give them that you know, good call-outs that they need to get inside the zone, and that's his primary objective, which certainly hasn't really been accomplished for them. But for Team Kratik, right, it's been action right from the get-go.
Yeah.
Right, first fight against Team Bravery, considering the situation that they were under, still managed to come out with 2 finishes, and then eventually getting one of the better out of the players of OR. Now 7C has also joined into the fray. What they're really unaware of is maybe about the positions of Team Kratik.
They certainly have, right? They were taking pot shots against them. So I'm pretty sure 7Cs know exactly where Team Kratik is. It's all about the rotation policies, right? Team 7Cs would want to avoid that initial battle against them and maybe try and take it and delay it for the final iterations of the circle itself. Have a look at the map feed, though. You've got Asla also, but what is this circle shift? Oh my God, the updates!
Oh, I really like the position held by Team WSF, but right now we've got 2 big guns battling it out against each other as Red is already taken down. It comes down to Madman Juicy as Mac, he's going to try and cook a grenade. If he can get one more knock secured, this is where Team Insane can opt for that push, but dropping the grenade into the wrong location, rather wanted to go for the washrooms, but could not find the better as, again, Team 8-bit is out for some retaliation fires, and they haven't pretty much succeeded. Could start off with this one, but no.
It's all needs in the air, isn't the finish feed as well. 7Cs, one of them actually goes down. Team 8-bit for them, it's very important to kind of get back in the groove. Savitar is down right now, and Sanhok has been wiped off. Team Kratik is kind of showing signs of brilliance, but of course, from elsewhere, it's Spray God who has kind of got themselves another recovery battered. Aladdin as well as Spray God need to tag team with each other to try and break down Team Kratik.
Of course they have to, but you know, the topography does not really help them, considering Kratik has that little bit of a high ground advantage. Spray got this one grenade being tossed over, has to be the most important grenade out here. And there you go, does manage to get that finish up, but needs to secure that knock onto its team, who's going to be rattling all those bullets out onto its Aladdin, hence securing a knock, but he eventually is going to fall. But Spray God has to shift his attention towards Addy, and his position now has been compromised with Spray God, the last lonesome survivor. It's a 1v1 situation as Addy, he's going to make that move, taking those fires all on across the players of Spray God over here from 7C. Needs a final blow as Kratik Esport having taken down the entire squad of 7C, but now are just survived with 1 player.
A big bow out, 7C's BGIS finalist. They are down, ladies and gentlemen, as we witness some action in the shorelines yet again. Lamborghinis are sinking into the ocean as it's Titanic yet again. Orange Rock, they are just taking those nades up in the air and just trying and destroying 8-bit for them. This is colossal, and I don't really understand why the entire beach line has become a fight zone.
Oh yeah, I mean, somewhere down the line for 8-bit, they were kind of like a fish in a barrel, right? Especially once you've taken to the waters, every single player, they had no means of, firing back. All they had to do was just wait for meeting the makers, and now Team Xbox still somehow has kept all 4 of their players alive, this time taking the fight on towards the players of UP50. However, one good thing I really like is they're not overextending, because they know they've got team walkouts right in the backlines with Insane. This information is going to be absolutely quintessential, because if Xbox are unaware of it, they might be in a heap of trouble.
Exactly. 420 OP lining up those explosives right there, taking down, I believe it was Aditya from UP50. The first player, of course, down, but just like you mentioned, they're not overcommitting at this point. But Scout OP from a distance, he gets shot down quietly on HP. Even 420 OP is biting the dust. Sanyam from a distance, Team Insane really wants to join the party.
This is where Team Xbox should have realized that we're way out in the open. 420 especially, a little bit of an overextension had to be punished, and Mavi must be fuming. Right now, Ultron, however, trying to provide some cover fire. It's going to be Mavi who opens it up against Sayam from Insane. As Mavi, he's going to be looking for a few more finishes to his game. Want to get the better out of Mac. Does he get the sprays connected? No, not yet. Indeed, he has right now. As Jazzy, he's going to be making a run for getting inside the circle. As Team Xbox finally have a few finishes on board, with UP50 stealing one of them.
Exactly right. Team Xbox sort of stabilized themselves, and they are back in the competition courtesy to the smokes that have flopped off the line of sight. So far, though, elsewhere, Aru, of course, gets taken down from Team Orange Rock. His Team Marcus Gaming is on the move. For Team UP50, though, for them, it's really important to make a move really quick. Get those vehicles up and running, because they're way outside the circle. And look at the cluster that has happened inside the minimap itself, right? At least 5 teams are in the vicinity, and you might not survive, especially in such an open field.
Oh, it's going to be so difficult. But even Orange Rock, look at Aru taken down, and now I believe they're survived by just their Marcus Gaming. They're going to be unleashing all that spray onto the other 2 players of Orange Rock who want to blow up that vehicle, as Palm Killer also providing that quintessential cover fire from the right side. But look at UP50's Aditya going in for a splash as Rage got from behind, unleashing all those bullets, but nothing really connecting.
Everybody wants to swim. Everybody wants to get a dip inside the water. Of course, UP50 for them, it's very important to at least take down Orange Rock in the process, as players are out in the open. I have no... Oh my god, the players are completely out in the open, and now he has no forms of retaliation as he gets knocked out. This is so...
It's so hard to describe what's really happening, right? He had all the ample chance and time in the world. Could have done better if had he lobbed a grenade over, as Aditya still crawling, battered, bleeding in blood. While Team Currency, now they've got another target in front of them. It's going to be in the form of the 2 last surviving players of Insane. Jazzy and Iadi as not out. This time he's going to go after the players of Orange Rock as they finally bow out of this game. But the trouble over there is still not yet over. I'm starting to get a little concerned about Currency, because considering the number of teams that are piling up, it is going to be a bloodfest over here.
It certainly is going to be, right? These are the last few compounds that are left inside the circle, and their prices are certainly going to go high up. Of course, their first form of resistance will be Team Insane. Team Currency, though, the attention is divided, not just between Reckoning as well as Team Insane, also Glacier in the mix, as Team Skylight Gaming also want to make their move right now. Of course, Max Forever will be revived as Somraj starts making a move with the vehicle. All of these compounds need to be vacated as soon as possible, as the circle is going to shift anytime soon.
Oh, indeed it is. As Skylight still have 4 of their players alive, this time going up against Glacier, one of those teams that prioritizes heavily on their positioning, on their position point. But look at Puka is not going to give up on that frag grenade, as remainder 2 of those players kind of pushed in tandem with each other and get the better out of one, as Daddy is on real low HP. But can he make some Daddy moves? That's the big question. His head still not spotted, but it's going to be enough for Pukar to lob that grenade and get that knock.
He really wanted to get hold of that nade. He just did not really stop catching it. But of course, Smokes really helps Skylight Gaming for now. But Oh my god, Kamla Boy elsewhere actually gets taken down. Nobody were aware that Max Forever was on top. His team's Skylight Gaming. They lose a very important player in the process, and now they need to clear out the upstairs. It's not going to be easy, especially when the circle is basically hugging them. Needs being cooked up. Max Forever taking a lot of damage. For Team Glacier as well, it's not the end of the world. They can still make their way out.
Oh, they definitely
How?
can. That's the big question. How? Grenade being lobbed over. Daddy still screaming, yelling for help. Might be providing some positional information for his teammates to work around with. But Max Forever, I've been loving what he was doing up until now as Vexy gets that knock. And this is how Skylights Gaming, they're going to be marching inside the circle, but with Reckoning right beside them. It's not going to be an easy move, but this is the perfect time to enter in because Reckoning, they have their tension on all that commotion building up over here. It's going to be walkouts who are going to be tried to be burnt into shreds as Yuva and Abrar, both these two lonesome players surviving, now being pushed by not just one but two squads.
Exactly right, Team Currency though. Even they are sort of on the charge right now. 4 finishes already, as all I hear is a cacophony of bullets as they want to end this orchestra right in front right now. They've got the hold of the circle. They've got some compounds to work with as well. Reckoning on the other side. Tufan on the rooftop, still trying to hold back, but has no idea that Nexus is right beside him. Poor boy just goes down, fights the dust without even having a fight.
You know, I'm not going to blame him considering how much of a ruckus has been created throughout these entire edges of the cities as he knows how Fulkar has positioned himself. He's going to start tossing up that cooking and tossing up that grenade. It is going to land in perfection, I believe. He's not going to mess that one up.
Oh!
Indeed, he does not. As Somraj, he's got a task right in front of him. He needs to get that revive done, but with the 6 circle trying to close in, it's going to be so difficult. But Vexy, he's of course going to be lobbing that grenade, but is it in the right direction, Salty?
I guess it is. Reckoning, of course, looking very strong. The intent on their eyes. They have got the heart of the circle as well, but of course, losing those players might just be a bit of a problem. Looking like King Henry V, who is going for his French throne itself. Invasions prepared. Team Reckoning, will they get the big coveted chicken? Is the question that we have all in our hearts.
Or maybe he could have that Louis XIV fate where he just gets kicked off from that throne. A revolution in hands, and indeed iQOO BMOC has been a revolution of all these teams trying to earn their name, ladies and gentlemen, as Walkout somehow have their players alive, still have no smokes to work around with, but now Vexy's positioning is going to be quintessential. When does he step out of his cover? Does indeed, though, at the right point, gets another knock, but it's going to be Adi who secures all those finishes. As Skylight Gaming also buy out, and as a matter of fact, now Walkouts find that golden ticket to try and get a few finishes to their name.
It's all about patience, Vexy's Reckoning. They stepped out of the cover and trying to deliver that final blow. Of course, Walkout still having those 3 players up and running as all of these players decide to calm things down for now. Of course, WSF still having those 4 players up and running. The only team to retain all of their 4 players dropped in at Severny is still at Severny, have the mercy of the circle. And look at what UP50 are doing.
Aditya, I really like what he's doing, right? And nobody has attention at him. He's got that perfect time to try and get himself inside the circle because it's going to be a urban warfare circle. We've got so many compounds here. Everybody just waiting for all those grenades to just bamboozle out.
Yeah.
And now for Team Currency, beautiful game for them. An early rotation towards Severny, still holding strong as Reckoning and Walkouts might lock horns at any single given point of time.
Exactly right. Addy still looking for that invasion right now. Reckoning on the move, but Mr. Spray, of course, delaying it. So far, so forth. It's knocks happening left and right through the smoke itself. It's not even visible, but these players have those 6 senses up and running. Reckoning on the receiving end of most of those shots as Walkouts are leading the charge. Of course, Yuva Obi trying to make a difference. Drop shots left and right as Hook makes a final call. It is Walkouts and they survive. Abrar, of course, needs to be revived, but this is where WSF can chime in. Not really a fan of Team Currency and their split, but they can certainly make it work.
Yeah, indeed. I think a top 4 finish could be really something that they wanted at this point, but could look even for something better. As WSF, they're going to be pushing in, getting those finishes to their names as now the numbers of Team Currency keep on dwindling as WSF. They've gotten all heated up, and there you go, sorting out the players of Team Walkout to just steps out of his cover.
Beautiful.
Gets those finishes as WSF is going to annihilate walkouts out of this game, as WSF right now have their attentions elsewhere, Team Currency, and still get the better out of them. And it is going to be a 1v4 situation for UP50 Esports, who are under severe trouble right from the get-go. But somehow they've managed to make it to the top 2.
They certainly have, right? 5 finish points is nothing to scoff at. I love the way Aditya just completely alienated himself from all the action that was happening. But look at WSF just marching across, marching to victory. All their players up and alive, 10 finishes. And who expected that the first match of the day would be an absolute domination from the underdogs?
I love this. Building cover around that vehicle over there, but could not get much. But still, that one finish to his name is going to be enough. But it is indeed a winner chicken dinner for WSF. One of those teams that dropped off at Siverny, had no trouble whatsoever in getting the back over there. They knew those nooks and crannies to work around with, and they did perfectly that. But it got so chaotic towards those end, around those church fights, around that restaurant. And it all came down to WSF and UP50's lonesome survivor, Adi, who was just, slithering his way inside the zone. And imagine, man, considering early on they had a fight against, I believe, the players of 7Cs, reckoning so many teams, Orange Rock. Even there was a situation where 2 of their players got taken down by X-Spark. And right after, X-Spark kind of being a little complacent about their surroundings, got hammered by the squad of Insane over there. But still they somehow recovered, but eventually to be taken down by UP50 over there. A little bit of a revenge. And what a wholesome game it has been, especially with how the circle began.
Exactly, right? The circle, of course, there are certainly a lot of talking points. The first of them will be the circle itself. Okay, fine, it formed on Siverny. We've seen a lot of that, right? But the second shift, what was that? 60% of it on water?
Yeah.
Is it what we are starting to prepare ourselves for?
Of course, with every new update, you sort of see all these kind of circles forming out. And if that is what we're in for, hell yeah, I had a hearty lunch. So, of course, we've got that energy going in, because the teams are going to need a lot of that, especially to kind of try and figure this one out. Because the moment that third circle just formed, when we knew that 60% of it was submerged in the water, we sort of knew for what was waiting for us up ahead. And that is exactly what happened. Few of the teams that capitalized, few of the teams that played around the center, eventually turned out to be the victors. As, ladies and gentlemen, we head into the highlights of this game. But this is where I really felt I could have expected more of Team Bravery. And this is where they kind of crumble down to the pressure, man.
They certainly did, right? And we talked about it, the gamble, the big gamble that Killian took to try and go towards the other hemisphere across the stream to create that vantage point. They got hammered down. But of course, Team Kinetic moved on from that fight, did deliver some massive blows, especially to Orange Rock over there. But there has to be another talking point, Fixes, and that is those teams opting for those shoreline battles. Like, a lot of them took the plunge under the water. Of course, you understand what they're trying for. Maybe they are preparing for the water circle early on. But it's very risky, right? At the end of the day, it was only the teams who had the compounds for themselves who reigned supreme.
See, the moment you head into the shorelines or inside the water, right, that's the point you sort of give up, right? That's the point where you sort of focus a lot on positioning points rather going for the finishes. And the first team that had the better of it, it sort of was waiting for all the others to come in and get the better out of them, right? And that is what happened. Marcus Gaming made a really early rotation over there. However, they were getting hammered down from the players of Team Currency, who had that little edgy northern compound of Siverny. But still, despite that fact, they managed to get a few finishes to their name, as Orange Rock also joined in. 8-bit out of nowhere, every single player just made a run for it, and they were caught out in the open. Nowhere to run and hide inside the waters. Those grenades are going to come in. But it was a wholesome game. This is something that I really need to get our viewers' attention to. Look at 420 OP's position, how open he was lying, and there was no cover for him from the backline. This is something that X-Spark should have anticipated. You've got a little bit of an altitude to work around your eastern side. Might as well have one of their players to look out for on that direction.
Exactly right. And this is what happens with these unpredictable lobbies. I'm pretty sure X-Spark and the lobbies that they play in might not have their rotation paths cut in just like that. That insane dead over there. But of course, in these lobbies, you have to be especially very careful, especially when you try and take those fights in the open. But eventually, it all kind of turned down to land. And I'm pretty happy that the circle did not end in the waterways itself. But thankfully, all of these teams who tried to make their way in, they really had a fair chance. Of course, I'm talking about Team Skylights and Reckoning, who really tried to make a move, but eventually just got extinguished by the teams who held the compounds like Team WSF and Currency, especially the underdogs out there.
Oh yeah, it was a dream start for them. Especially, I was talking about the sort of a momentum build-up that you need to have from the first game. And for WSF, they were the best team in the lobby. They made all the right decisions. They knew when to attack, when to defend.
Dropping in.
Exactly, and they dropped off at Severny. We saw them going a little down south. And then when they realized the circle is going up north, they managed to get their positions back, which is quite difficult. And yet they did that. And even for Reckoning, it was a really good show up until the point, you know, they had that little fight against walkouts. They were all injured. And that is when WSF just comes out of nowhere and picks up on whatever is remaining and clears that entire city teams. And then they have their attention on that one last little snake over there. But right now, again, getting back to where we were. This is one of those very important fights. Now, Walkouts had the perfect position to play around the little restaurant over there. And now, Reckoning having the little high ground advantage, spotting out Pukar while he was trying to take the cover around the fences. Vexy put up a valiant effort, but again, I like this push coming in from Reckoning, you know, pushing in tandem. One player gets knocked out, it's going to be imperative that you get the trade-off, which they did. Got the better out of the champions of BGIS.
They certainly did, right? But of course, this fight, Reckoning versus Walkouts, actually drew out pretty long. Every single player trying out all those skills that they had under their sleeves itself. Drop shots, crouch toggle, you name it, they tried it all, and it was all about hitting those final shots. Team Currency, though, like their split, the 2-1 split, which they had, right, 3 players up and alive inside the final circle, even they had a fair chance of probably putting up a fight against WSF, but they decided to split up in 2 different compounds itself and completely got sandwiched and overwhelmed by numbers. Not really sure why they opted for that split over there, but of course it didn't really work out.
You know, the only reasoning I think could be behind this is that they wanted to have the circle to themselves. Like, let's imagine if the circle kind of went a little bit towards the western side of Severny, they still had 1 player possession. He could have provided cover fire. So they had a little bit of a contingency plan running for them, which eventually I believe still worked out, because a top 3 finish nonetheless is nothing too shabby, especially for an underdog team, especially when you've got teams like Skylights, X-Park, everyone bowing out of the game pretty early on.
Exactly, right? And that is a talking point. Those will be the headlines of the first game itself, because no real invited team actually made their way inside the podium of the first game, which is completely insane. I'm really excited about how the rest of the day is sort of going to pan out, as the momentum is very important for these underdog teams right now. There will be a lot of pressure. All these teams coming in, they might just be able to take them down. But of course, you will not be able to take down this device, which is in my hand, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this promo.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए but Goblin, are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Well, a big thanks to iQOO as well as Loco for obviously sponsoring this event. Without them, of course, this big event wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
But for you guys, you can get this device as well as win so much goodies on Amazon itself. iQOO Neo 6 is an Amazon special and they have a lot of games for you. Just go out there, type iQOO Neo 6, participate in the small games like spin a wheel, etc. If you're lucky, you might just win a lot of goodies.
Yeah, if you're lucky. That is the catch over there.
Come back to
Salty
the word
certainly
if.
wasn't. I'm not really allowed, but it's all right. It's all right. I mean, I'm still gonna sneak one of those phones in. But right now, it's time to take a look at the point standing, Salty, because it's gonna get so interesting. Because for the first time, we have these underdog teams really stealing the show.
We certainly do have it, right?
Yeah.
And let's have a look at it. WSF at the tippity top, 26 points. Love it. UP50 walkouts, team currency up until the fourth position. No entry of invited teams at all.
Oh yeah, I mean the closest, the nearest one would be Reckoning and Skylights. Had Skylight not secured those 4 finishes over there, things could have been completely different. They went up against Team Bravery, I believe, and they got the better, I think against Team Glacier, and they got the better out of them. But for teams like Orange Rock, the ones that were playing around the shorelines, they held on for so long, but not enough to get those juicy position points going in. Those 6 finishes, however, did help them. But for Critic Esport, it was an eventful start, right? Especially those early, fights that they took against Team Bravery over there, and 2 of those players getting taken down. And then as they eventually moved in, got the better out of the few players of Team Insane, I believe,
7C.
and 7C, as a matter of fact, got that clutch also going in the line. And this is where Insane, Marcus Gaming, 8-Bit, Xbox, 7C. Well, this should have been the other way around, but we love what we are seeing right now.
Guys, you're sure the second page is not the first page? But ladies and gentlemen, it is true. But let's have a look at the iQOO MVP of the day. This is going to be Karan from WSF. What a game this lad has had. Finishes with 558 points of damage. Right from the beginning till the end, WSF had this game under control and never did they look shaky.
Oh yeah, and especially this one player, right, has been always the player to look out for when it comes down to WSF. Has been consistent to through round number 2, round number 3, and even Bachwa, as a matter of the fact, those 2 players have really stepped up. But Abrar from Walkouts has always been consistent in the order he's been playing. Vexy, a really good hold in that last little push from Reckoning side, did whatever he could have done. But Addy has been the daddy for Team Critic, especially those 4 finishes that came up to their team, and was certainly played a major role behind Critic raking up those 7 points.
Oh, for sure has been the daddy. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll transition into the match summary. And I'm expecting a lot of the nade fests happening. Yes, it is. 139 grenades used. The longest finish distance being 283 by daddy, of course. Sorry, Addy. You might just call him Daddy.
Thing, right?
And we'll call him Daddy just for our sake. Just
we do have another daddy though,
we have a lot of daddies, one being me, of course, but 8 grenade finishes.
Alright, I mean, he does not know that little bit of a backlight story, but right now, a Scott Spotlight of Team Walkouts will be coming in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. It was such an eventful game for them, especially the way they were holding on, and we could clearly see they were playing for the center lines, right? Every single time they wanted to secure the better part of the circle, and managed to get the 7 finishes, 1,000 plus points of damage, survival time being really good. But a team that I absolutely loved was UP50 Esports. Now we've got a little bit of a comparison being drawn against Orange Rock. Now both these teams kind of try to play around the peripheries, right? One from the eastern side, one from the northern side, but UP50 did have the last laugh.
They certainly did, right? And have a look at the average survival time. It certainly shows 20 minutes and 11 seconds, but I'm pretty sure Aditya survived way longer, which gave them that second spot and those quintessential placement points. And now that we have sort of established the fact that there is no invited team inside the top 3, the 4-team standings, will this be a day fixes where the underdog teams, the challengers, triumph the pros finally?
isn't this what we all wanted, right?
Yeah,
For
I
new names to
am
come up.
already
And I was really nervous, right? Especially everyone was, claiming day number 2 to be the group of death.
Oh,
But
yes.
this actually is the group of death, because it's not just about few teams over here. It's about everybody. And I'm going to tell you this loud, out and clear, because it's going to happen even in the remainder of the games. Now, the invited teams are definitely going to step in. Something like what, out of Skylights, what I'm expecting is a little bit of a resurgence like EXO did yesterday. They're looking for a good game over there. Now, Miramar is going to be coming up. It's going to be walkouts. It's going to be teams like OR to really look out for.
Exactly, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at the matchup as Fixis is going to have a break for himself and Arca is going to join me. Of course, the teams who are going to be competing remain the same. It's again walkouts, UP50 and WSF in that order. In the top 3 itself, you've got Team Currency as well. And it's such a coincidence, Arca, that the teams who are right at the top of our matchup are also on our standings as well.
Absolutely. I'm not shocked actually today looking at the points table, because I was expecting this, right? When you look at the previous stats of the previous round, it was WSF having 41 finishes and 44 placement points. Then we had UP50 coming with 35 and 33. Team Currency with 35-32. I mean, just imagine, it's all in the 30s. And let's not forget walkouts, 31-46. I mean, they are all concentrating on getting those early rotations. At the same time, the basics is something which helped them out at this point of time. Be in the hard cover in the final circle no matter what happens.
Exactly.
That's the most important thing. I do understand the experienced teams have a little bit of a survival, instance when it comes to surviving in the open.
Yep.
But when you're too overconfident about it and there is a, kind of a hard cover within the circle, they're going to come in and cash, right?
They certainly will, right? And that is exactly what happened today, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, before we head on to the next game itself, we'll have a small word from our sponsors, iQOO Neo 6, and the promo is going to come right at you. It is written bold and clear, ladies and gentlemen. iQOO Neo 6, it's coming soon. It's not launched yet, but it is going to be an Amazon special. So watch out for this device, because this is a killer device, Arca. It has got that Snapdragon 875G, as well as 80 watts of flash charge, like 50% in 12 minutes, 100% in 32 minutes.
One good game, that is all you need.
One good game.
Yeah, your friend,
Just
basically.
ask your friend to play maybe a team deathmatch and you are 50% well inside, well equipped for 2 more matches to go. But of course, coming back to the day, Arca, we've seen a lot of these big teams fail. We've seen teams like Xpark, Marcus Gaming, 8-Bit really not having the best of days. I'm going to come to you first with Team Xpark, right? We've seen the first game when they kind of face a debacle, it gets pretty hard for them to kind of recover from their losses. As, of course, they have humongous personalities in the esports industry in their lineup. Do you think that is going to come in their way of probably making a comeback in the later stages?
I think they're playing fire within themselves,
Oh, yes.
It's like the whole team is like, it's filled with warriors, and each of these warriors want to strike whenever possible. And because of that divided attention of not kind of supporting one another, I wouldn't say they were not supporting. They were watching out for each other's back, right? When we all thought that, Insane had actually struck them at the right time, there was Mavi behind the rock giving the right kind of cover fire. But again, if you're allowing your IGL to give that so much of support and he's not able to think about, going into the next circle, or he's knocked down and he's not thinking twice about it, it's going to be hard for you. So it's better not to get knocked when you know that the circle is going to be coming closer to you or the blue zone is hitting you, but rather prioritize the zone first, respect it, and you're going to be rewarded.
Exactly, right? For Team Xbox, that will be the mantra. Of course, they had a rough start, but other teams who had rough start as well. Let's talk about Reckoning and Team Skylights, right? Two huge names, Skylights for that matter. They are champions of BGIS, and now sort of crashing out. They were barely in the 7th or the 8th position, not having that respectable start, much like Global Esports or Seoul did in the first 2 days of round 4. Do you think, is it important for them that the next game that they play, they come back with a bang?
They need to rectify their errors, right? The first game when Skylights Gaming, they're taking too much time in one fight, and which was an unnecessary one.
Yeah.
And at the same time, they're holding a vulnerable spot right behind the compound near the church. Grenades are being tossed in. They know it very well that the grenades have been tossed in, but still they're holding to that position.
Exactly.
And that is when Reckoning, they're like, we're going to be just, burning our resources. Rather, we'll just go for a push. And I love the way Reckoning pushed. One person went in all in. The other person was not wanting to push too much. He was holding an off angle pretty much close to him. And he was like, he knew that, they're going to lurk them out of that compound and then take them out. And that's the best part about Skylights Gaming. Now, Reckoning Esports on the other side, they met their match. It was walkouts inside waiting for them. I love the way Abrar gave all the damage and came out. And you were with the experience holding back, You did everything possible. As you said, he duck toggle came in, he was flat on his belly, drop shot came in, and then when everything was not working out, he went for a peek and finished it out. And that is what experience does, and that is the best part about, the side of walkouts. They don't allow the seniors to go in and be the slaughter coats. They allow, the youngsters to try to, give out their firepower and see what best damage they can do, and the experienced person comes from behind and finishes the job. And that is the kind of mindset you need to have, according to me, when you're facing some experienced teams like this.
Exactly right. And walkouts did brilliantly. We've seen this throughout iQOO BMOC, that they always have their frontliners, and their frontliners are very, very successful in taking those battles. But it's those experienced players and their calm and collective mindset that finds those players inside the circle. And just like we talked about, me and Fixes, we were having the conversation that finding those hard covers inside the circle, making those early rotations, and figuring out that spot, where that spot is, and holding it is going to be the real key. You try and hold the shorelines, you come in late, it's not really going to work, because nobody could survive as we transition into the deserts, ladies and gentlemen. The Erangel map is done and dusted, but this is where a lot of the big names really have a statement to make, Arka. I really want to come back to you very quickly and give me quick names. Who do you think is really going to make a mark on Miramar?
I think it's going to be Team Xbox. They have the Wounded Lions, and at this point of time, they want to prove themselves, right? As you saw, the mid-range battles for them was working like a charm. So Miramar is all about mid-range battles. No matter how close you are, you're still far away. They need to concentrate on those throwables. They didn't have an opportunity to use those throwables. So somewhere I feel that they can capitalize on it only if they rely on a little bit on the throwables, and allowing Scout to do his magic.
Exactly.
So I'm looking forward to see that. But one good input which I want to put in the previous match was Team 8-Bit and Team OR, right? So both of them prioritize on going to the shorelines earlier itself. And there was a time, where it was an element of doubt which was capitalizing, that you go get into the water and nobody's going to look into the water and, see whether people are swimming inside. Now, that is not the case. You need to, start updating yourself, right? So the first thing what teams will do, come near the shorelines, check whether people are there inside the water, and then they try to look behind and see if somebody is rushing in. But still, OR, amongst the smokes, they were able to capitalize, put down two squads in front of them, rake up those finish points, and then got taken down, due to which they could survive for a longer time.
They certainly did, right? But of course, coming back to the Scout point, Scout, of course, is a great player when it comes to mid-range battle. Probably the best in the country. His sprays are quintessential, and that might just be an asset for Team Xbox. But also one team that you have to keep in mind is going to be Team Walkouts, because you have to remember these Southern Circuit teams. They're just so good when it comes to the map of Miramar itself. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Big Bird once again takes it up to the skies as the winners of first game, the iQOO MVP Karan is on your screen, and you can already see the smiles and the joys as the flight path starts off from La Cobreria towards Impala.
This is what happens when you have one good game, which we keep speaking about. It's going to boost your confidence so much that even you're ready to even take down the biggest mountains in front of you. But yeah, this kind of a flight path is going to allow everybody to go to their specific drop locations. As we all know, nobody tends to go towards the side of Ladrillera. Nobody tends to go too much towards the side of Prison or Chumasera. So we can consider the northeastern side of the map as the major drop locations, and it's split that into two halves. Now, Campo is one of those places where I would love to see teams go in. Let's not forget how GOGs in the previous round, they used to go to Campos and come late into the circle, capitalize on the center of the circle after the fourth one, and take those placement points for themselves. So I'm looking forward to see for some experienced team to do this, but early skirmishes is where we're going to look at right now.
Exactly right. There doesn't seem to be a lot of collision as of yet, apart from the fact that I can see two teams, Marcus Gaming and I believe, I'm not really sure. Yes, it might just be Reckoning lately towards El Pozo. So there are two teams, of course, traveling in that direction. You've got that bunch of teams who has lost Leonis in the circles. Oh my god, the update, ladies and gentlemen. It has completely made the circle drunk as it is under the influence, completely on the eastern side right now. Erangel being completely on the northern side, whereas Miramar just being on the other side, being the eastern circle that we have right in front of us. But of course, we have some battle brewing up. 7C Sarang delivering that early blow, the early explosions. Not really doing any damage, but it was sort of a defensive measure to discourage all the players from coming towards him, isn't it?
I mean, at this point of time, I would say you'd rather not doing when you're having a bad day already. And at this point of time, look at the group they're forming. They're like, this is an unwanted fight. Let's not take it no matter how big the team is on the other side. And eventually they tend to fall back. And that is what I love the most about the underdog teams. They are, thinking twice before taking a fight, and which is giving them an opportunity at this point of time. Sarang is starting them too much. The experience coming into play. He knew that somehow we could do a little bit of a damage against the opponents who are trying to escape at this point of time. Team Currency with all four, three of them over here, and one person really far away. That's going to be the scout for the team. Not the scout, but
yeah, the scout role.
Yeah, the scout role for the team who's just trying to go forward as well. And at one point of time, I'm able to see this one new thing coming in after the update has come. You get glitched and stay in one specific place, and that's become a little bit of a pain for me as well. Previously when we were playing, you saw, right? I was just stuck in one place. No matter grenades couldn't make me move away, apart from the very vehicle which comes a bit more closer, and you have to get in and then come out. So such small things in the game could matter a lot. Just imagine in the final circle, he goes in and he wants to jump on and he gets stuck. That's the least you want, right?
Exactly, right? And that has always been the part of the game itself, right? When new updates come in, there are glitches, there are bugs, of course, which get fixed in the final iterations itself. But I'm just thinking, had Sarang a 4-time scope over there, or maybe even a 3-time scope over there, he could have done so much damage.
Yeah, obviously. He was laying flat on his belly, and he would have had a better control on his recoil. But at the same time, one thing which I have to give for the makers of BGMI over here is going to be this. The way they pick up the speed in fixing those bugs. They have this beautiful, algorithm with them that as soon as they find bugs, they fix it with a snap of a finger. Now I'm looking forward to see such fixes coming in, which obviously is going to come by the end of, a day or two. But as of now, let's look at what's happening as we are able to see Skylights Gaming at this point of time. One of those birds who need to spread their wings around the map, make sure that they have control over a large area, because they're capable of playing in a very, different formation, a linear formation to be specific, and that is where they dominate.
Exactly, and it kind of depends on what approach do they take. They've got Hashen that they'll put Thrawn themselves. Apart from that, no real team nearby, and it's just the case, right? With Miramar, you always find teams quite far apart from each other. But I'm really looking forward to this circle, right? Courtesy to the circle, these teams might just be forced to take a very unorthodox rotation, which might just be interrupted or intercepted by a lot of the teams coming in through. But so far, so forth, right? You've got to give it to the boys of WSF as well. The way they kind of dominated the entirety of it. This time as well, they've got the parts of El Hazar, and their circle prediction might just be on another level right now. If this circle moves towards a north, let's say towards El Hazar, and even if until the 5th circle they don't really have to move, I'm going to give it to the boys and say that they are the next predictors of the circle itself.
Absolutely. There's a lot of teams and the underdogs are doing that as well, right? WSF, GOG, Then you have the side
GOG
of
as well.
even the currency team. Currency are also pretty much good in cashing out themselves in the correct zone previously, in the previous rounds to be specific. Now I don't understand where they are at this point of time. Probably they're taking a rotation towards right to the center of the map. Yeah, you see them at the side of Graveyard and Menas, right? Again, they're at the center itself. Now, the experienced teams are something which we need to look at.
Yeah.
None of them, or most of them, are not inside the circle itself. And that shows the kind of differences. As soon as the tournament started, we all got to know that the underdogs learned in a very hard way that, you know, it's important for you. I think it's the same glitch we were speaking about. Yes,
yes,
finally gets
it is.
inside.
Oh,
He finally
yes.
gets inside, and now he gets out, and now it becomes fine.
I love this already, and I'm pretty sure Scout must be fuming over there. He's like, what's happening? Just help me. But of course, they are prepared for it. They've figured out the way to kind of battle against it. But so far, so for Team Spark, right? They've got everything. They've got their Lambos, they've got their star players as well. And I'm pretty sure Scout must be warming himself up because you mentioned it's all about those mid-range battles and the mid-range sprays. And I'm just waiting to see his brilliance with the M4 and the red dot on the hilly regions, on the ridges as well. But Team Xbox, they are inside the circle. They don't really have to make all those fancy maneuvers. But so far, they're yet to figure out a real destination for themselves, right? They're still on the move. They're still floating around the map itself, figuring out where they can set up their fortress. Right at the center of it, right? They are quite at the center of the circle. You've got 8-bit very close to you. You've got Team Creating pretty close as well. It's all about avoiding those early collisions and probably make it in the 5th or the 6th circle.
Absolutely. Now we have seen one formation coming in from the side of Xbox, trying to hold the high ground and play a split gameplay, right? 2 players will be in one corner, 2 players will be on the other, relaying information to one another and making sure that, you know, if somebody comes in a bit more close to them, I would rather call it a box formation or a diamond formation, and they tend to look out in all 4 directions, and that's the best part about them when it comes to the map of Miramar. I just hope that, you know, they stick on to that strategy and rather not moving here and there, which they've started to do. But as of now, to the complete southern side of the map, we saw OR. You know, that is one of those teams in the map of Miramar who tend to come late into the circle and come from a corner where nobody expects them to come in from. And they can capitalize on that, which is pretty much possible in this game as well.
I also like a change, right? A fair bit of change coming in from 8-bit as well. We had a look at the map feed right about now where we saw 8-bit was also pretty close to the center of the circle, to near Team X-Park as well. You remember the map of Erangel where 8-bit made that very last minute dash inside the circle where they had to plunge inside the water itself, right? They immediately changed the tactics. I'm not sure if this is specific to Miramar or not, but if they kind of make it an overall plan to try and get themselves the center of the circle, let them invite all the attention, let them invite all the gunfight, because they have got players who can kind of endure that and try and put up an offense to it. Playing those last minute dashes and trying to plunge inside the circle at the last minute puts you in some enormous amount of trouble, which just makes your life so much more difficult. And why do you want to do that?
I would say it's just that, you know, placing your bets in the earlier itself and trying to make sure that you get those finish points if possible. As of now, it's time for us to look at the minimap and see how many teams are actually in the blue zone, right? So in the team list, we can see Currency, Glacier, Insane, and Reckoning. 4 of these spots are still out in the blue zone, trying to make it to the circle. But the best part is this: nobody is guarding the circle. Nobody is trying to, you know, hold them off. So they'll have some safe places to come inside. But the next zone, shifting towards the side of Al-Azhar, and your statement comes out true. The WSF at this point of time are the best teams when it comes to predicting the zone and holding the high ground as well. Look at that. They just have a mountain right above them, which they can just go and hold off. Now, X-Park, this is going to be the gun which they will be looking out for just in case they go for it. Sometimes I've seen that, you know, few people not tend to choose the AUG, but in a mid-range battle, I would say that you need it at the and you'll be able to put it down. Yeah, and that's going to be Scout who's going to choose this, do the same. You know, he's going to be spraying as quickly as possible and as much as possible. Second outs probably? No, it's not going to be second outs.
Of course, right? He's got the vehicle for himself, the high grounds as well, and it all kind of comes down to make these weapons to full use, getting those level 3 helmet and vest as well. The vehicles kind of tumble down. This is the problem that comes with driving in such ridges. But of course, having said that, WSF in the circle prediction, this is where they start spotting players from Team Xbox. Now, this happens in a very high altitude. Both of them are on the tippy top of, just like you mentioned, mountains, hills, whatever you want to call it, cliffs, etc. It's all about taking those first shots and try and rattle the opposition, make them kind of destroy the defensive formation as Tango goes down.
At this point of time, there's been a difference. Oh! Kratic on the other side are having a conflict within themselves at this point of time. A grenade backfires. I wouldn't call it a conflict as of now, but still a grenade backfires, and it's important for them to pick up and make sure, you know, they don't do such errors, as the circle is going to be becoming a little more smaller, giving an opportunity for the others to capitalize if that's the case. Kratic at this point of time, one of those strong teams, even in the previous round, right? They were performing really well until they got taken down. It's Addy and Panic together.
Yeah, I don't think it's a grenade backfire. They're still trying to figure out how to battle the glitch.
Exactly.
Now,
this is the third team.
This is the third team, right? There are two instances. Scout actually could figure out the solution just by entering the vehicle. But you remember, it's a critical situation where even a grenade or a vehicle just can't help you, right? And all you've got to do is probably restart your client, and only then you'll be able to overcome that problem. We had it yesterday as well.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? And it's important for you to use the same vehicle, just in case you go in for a grenade without using the vehicle. That again is going to backfire you.
Yeah.
So it took us a lot of time to figure out, as I was the one who was stuck and I was doing every possible math, you know, to make sure that I come out of that situation. But at this point of time, yeah, it was not a conflict within themselves. It was a conflict to release one of them, you know, one of their teammates. At this point of time, Team Bravery, you know, one of those squads which I really love the way they played previously. It was all about finish points for them, right? 30 and 28. A pretty good balance coming in from their side. But let's see what happens next.
Exactly. But so far, of course, you've got majority of the teams trying to make their way in as shots are starting to get taken up. Savitar, of course, on his knees. His team 7Cs don't really know how to react to this, as a vehicle has been exploded. Spray God, Aladdin and Sarang in completely 3 different territories, as Siam is just gonna ram into the building, Arca.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this is where the experienced teams again lock horns, and that is how the underdogs are able to survive a much more better. Look at the spray coming in from the side of Sarang. He exactly knows the location with that off angle. Spray God is going to put a grenade, do a much of damage, a much needed damage, giving an opening for himself to go finish them off. A Molly comes in at the right corner. Now a rotation coming in from him towards the left side of the map, and a grenade being cooked will be the perfect finish, as that is what he's going to be looking forward for.
Both these two teams have to be very careful. They are 1400 approximately meters outside the circle itself. Have to wrap this up pretty quick. Either avoid this fight altogether and maybe go on individual rotations, or finish it up as quickly as possible, as Savitar is still yet to be revived. And you can see, right, 7Cs, in spite of that earlier offense, they're still kind of struggling. Savitar once again goes down, and this time Sarang as well, as both their 2 players who were on the high ground, they've been taken down. The reconnaissance and the vantage point has been completely abominated, as Team Insane is on the push right now. Siam does not spot the players. What? And he finally figures out a 360 to work with. A 180-degree flick over there, as this man is just left to finish out 1 more player.
Oh my goodness, 7Cs just dug their own grave at this point of time. They had to capitalize when they got that knock, but did not choose to do so. And from far away, one person with the right vintage point, and he was able to strike when the iron was hot, and that's the best part of them all. You need to stick together. 2 players far away from your teammate when you're taking a fight is not something good. WSF on the other side is going to be caught red-handed with the side of Team OR, as grenades are going to be perfectly pitched in. It's going to be Molly at this point of time. They're going to just eliminate the chances of him being in several directions, and once they know that they have done a little bit of a damage, that is when they're going to push and capitalize. If this fight goes on for a little more longer, I think OR could be in trouble, as Jelly does the right kind of throwable throw, and then eventually a push comes in from the side of Aditya. They do understand nobody's going to come in for a cover fire. They're going to finish this, pick it up as quickly as possible, and try to move away, or rather, get those resources which they're burnt.
Exactly right. Of course, Invader wouldn't be saved over there, as Team Orange Rock to get the first knock for themselves. Team OR Esports immediately falling back. They understand the gravity of the situation. It's completely out in the open. The sort of mistakes that a lot of teams made in the first map of Erangel itself, they're not trying to do it right now. Not trying to repeat it. Just have your hold, just have your high grounds and your hard covers to work with. And maybe in the final circle, you just might be able to go berserk. But have a look at this with Jelly. I love what he's doing, right? He's destroying the tires of the vehicles itself, the buggies, taking out their escape strategy so they can't really maneuver smoothly across the circle. But so far, so forth, it's still rather peaceful on the map of Miramar itself. We still have around 58 players surviving, I guess so.
I mean, I have to say this, right? It's important for all the teams to understand this. Now, prioritizing the zone is going to be something important. And look at what Reckoning are doing at this point of time, trying to capitalize on teams which are looking pretty much weak when it comes to the zone itself. It's going to be a double-edged sword for the squads who are making it inside, as Bablu has done the right kind of damage. Now, he's going to allow the zone to put that person down. And Abrar on the other side is also trying to get into the fray, making sure that he also gets some initials for themselves. But Arslan, they're going to be, saved by the bullet, but right now they're passing through the jaws of death, and that's going to be Team X-Park. In case they come into the picture, I know how much of finishes they can rake up.
They absolutely can rake up a lot, right? But for Team X-Park, it's about ditching the compound right now. The only compound that is in the vicinity needs to be vacated at this point and maybe move a little forward. Reckoning Esports, so of course they are holding a nice vantage point, might just be able to gatekeep the likes of Arsla Esports coming into the fray as well. Zero trying to travel. Team 8-Bit still on the move is Bablu. Kind of completely explodes Sean Whitey's vehicle itself. A lot of vehicles being blown up. His Goku OP also falls down, gets buried 6 feet under.
I mean, we can already see that 7C is out of the equation. 8-Bit have been cut off by 2. Yeah. And we have to see how many of them will be able to be alive as Arsla Tiger gets taken down. It's going to be Reckoning yet again. They were in the crosshairs, right? Arsla was in the crosshairs of Reckoning. Yeah. They just held on to the same team, went and capitalized on it, and that's something which I like. Kratic on the other side are on the receiving end. They're going to put up smoke very close to one another, and which is something I do not want to see, as shots coming in from the side of Marcus Gaming with that mini. Might get that knock, as one person is going to be saved by the bullet itself.
But I love what Team Marcus Gaming is doing right now. Look at this split. Look at the mini-map, right? 4 players in 4 completely different directions. Now, they are controlling the shorelines, right? Moving inside the circle isn't really going to be a big problem if they don't face opposition from the likes of the others, like Reckoning and others. But have a look at this, though. Scout OP is on the run. His AUG is really singing the songs of death as LeBron is going to bite the dust. Reckoning, on the other hand, they don't really have anywhere to go and nowhere to hide, especially as Team X-Spark really decide to ram in, as Mavi is leading the charge with his crew right behind him, Arka.
Absolutely, and this is what I said. When you give this man the right kind of gun, he could be unstoppable. Nice. And that's what is coming in. 420 on the other side is also joining the fray. This time, this complete fire is playing in together. They've turned into a flamethrower themselves, and they're trying to make sure that they collect as many finish points as possible as they're making it inside the circle from the perfect corner. And I know that, Skylights, and there's going to be a lot of teams trying to challenge down at this point of time, but they need to be scared as the confidence is building up in the boot camp of X-Park.
It certainly is building up, right? And I love the fact that Skylights could actually take one away from Team X-Spot. Might just be able to extinguish the confidence that was building up. But so far, I love what Team X-Spot is doing. They're playing the edge of the circle. Yuan just barely surviving. Look at his HP, barely breathing over there, but might just be able to stabilize before the next fight on the next Molotov comes in. So far, not out in the early stages, in a very front lines against Team Bravery. All that he has got to do is hold them back and maybe put some defensive utility as UP50 from the backlines. It's all happening out in the open, Arca, and it's not very easy to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Bravery getting slaughtered. And at this point of time, UP50 from one corner, and it's going to be the side of TC from the other corner, making sure that they make them pay for holding almost the center of the circle when it's unnecessary without any kind of hard cover. There were some high grounds in front of them. All the dunes are the most suicidal place for you to stay, and this is the proof for it. UP50 on the other side, they've lost Aditya. They have a little bit of a revival to do. I think they'll be able to do it just in case they become a little more daring and try to push in towards that place. UR is going to be enjoying the center of the circle. They've got some hard cover as well, but a height disadvantage is something they have to be looking out for.
Exactly, but look at Team Currency's position. Not only can they chime in with the finishes of I believe Team Bravery, but also they can cause a lot of problems for UP50 as well. Brilliant gatekeeping from these lads of Currency as Knockout is going after KSR as he barely survives. The spray, of course, missing with the UMP. We don't really expect it to connect in that situation, but look at this. Bravery, I'm not really sure if they're healthy. Even Knockout from a distance is inviting a lot of shots, but I believe the kind of vantage point that Team Currency have, they will be surviving. But look at what it says, 2-1! I'm pretty sure his guy is playing with fire, playing with thunder at that point. Beautiful recovery as Team Insane look to make their mark inside the circle.
Absolutely, the late rotations coming in from the side of experienced teams into the corners where they find least teams expected, to be holding it off as Team X-Park at this point of time trying to prioritize the zone. They're going to be looking at teams and rather not taking the fight, and that's the best part which I'm liking about them. They need to make sure that they do not taunt anybody as they make it inside the circle, but rather on the other side we saw WSF, UP50, they were trying to taunt some teams as they were making in, due to which they had to lose one player or more as they were making it inside.
They certainly do, right? As I love the fact what Walkouts did. They are waiting patient inside the circle where WSF is facing all the heat right now. Of course, they've lost Invader pretty early on, but the rest of the three players, how can they make them move inside the circle? You've got 8-bit coming in on your left hand side. You've got the other teams on your right hand side as well. Karan is still taking spot shots left and right. Trading Esports, of course, has been eliminated elsewhere by Team Marcus Gaming, who, of course, is yet to inside the circle.
Yep. And I don't understand how things are going to turn out for the side of WSF as they pulled up more strings than possible. This sound is going to be heard in every look in corner. It's going to be Ultron on the other side. Look at the distance between the players, and this is where, Team X-Park starts to fall. How can Mavi just rush in and save his teammate? They need a cover fire coming in from the side of Scout, but it's the smokes which is avoiding his view, and due to which, they might have to lose Ultron. Mavi does dare to come in from the right corner. At this point of time, is he the most vulnerable one? No, it's going to be Scout from far away, giving the right kind of cover fire, which we were speaking about. It's going to be a rush coming in from the side of Cyan, and Scout can actually look at this man. If he strikes this man at this point of time, there is an opportunity for Mavi to, take these players down. No, it's the last man standing, and that's going to be Cyan. One straight, one knock, or one finish coming in here. Team Insane is going to say goodbye.
They certainly will, right, as Adi is still looking for the revival. Smokes will certainly block up the lines of sight as Mavi has been battling against Skylight Gaming for some time. Adi, of course, again will be taking down his finish, will be confirmed over there. I love the fact that Scout and Mavi are playing in different directions, trying to overwhelm the likes of Siam over there, but it also kind of reduces and diminishes their trade potential so far, and this is exactly what I was fearing about. Orange Rock coming in from a distance actually took down Scout, and now what can Mavi potentially do, right? All by himself, he's got to travel 100 meters inside the circle. Two players from Team Insane, of course, does try to dish as much damage as potentially he can possibly. But of course, there are too many players and too many possibilities right in front of him.
Absolutely, a 1v2 might be possible by the hands of Mavi at this point of time. He's got Siam in his crosshairs. Look at the placement of the crosshairs. Perfect! As it's going to be aiming the head. Now he's going to be looking at the horizons, but somewhere far away. It's going to be WSF fighting it out, being a blessing in disguise for the side of Team Insane. Somewhere where Mavi was almost in the spotlight. It's all pulled away by the team which got the first winner chicken dinner. They've got 3 finishes, 3 men standing with 6 finishes in their name. They might do wonders if they continue to play the same.
But look at what Coasty is doing, trying to go for a heal battle. Is he? Really sneaky bugger, but of course, just gets away as soon as Skylight's Gaming spotted or sniffed his presence over there. Skylight's Gaming, of course, still trying to make their presence felt inside the circle, not inside it completely, especially due to the presence of Walkouts. Now, the kind of territory that Walkouts is holding, they just might be able to gatekeep them. It's completely out in the open. It's not certainly easy. Nade coming in as Marcus Gaming get completely eliminated. But of course, it's still time where teams Skylight Gaming can try and increase the pressure for Walkouts, and they're not pushing in as of yet. Nades are prepared, both the sides are cooking it. It's just about those deliverables, not delivering on time. Are they? Some of those online e-commerce sites who deliver on time?
I mean, at this point of time, all I have to say is this, that, Walkouts just welcome Skylights to take this fight. It was an unnecessary one for them, but grenades are going to be lofted as Pukar is going to give that initial, allow Samurai to go in, Somraj to go in and try to, initiate this finish, and he's going to get another knock, and it's going to be much more easier for Skylights to dominate as Gamla Boy is the only one man who's down on his knees. Beard Baba inside has to do some wonders at this point of time, somewhere far away. It's going to be, there's going to be a rotation coming in from the side of Abra. Two of the strongest players in this lobby is trying to make Skylights pay. As from far away, it's got to be UP50 again being a blessing in disguise for one other team, as Somraj is the last man standing. He has a lot of job not only to revive but also to make sure he gives the right kind of cover fire. Abrar can strike when the iron is hot. It's going to be Vexy who's trying to heal up to his fullest potential. One good grenade from Walkouts can change the fray, as it's not going to happen, and Skylights who's going to live a little more longer.
Oh no, UP50 from a distance yet again as Yuva falls. Nade's coming in, Beard Baba, beautiful beautiful as Vexy goes down and Somraj is just barely surviving. Look at this guy. He does heal himself up, but the Planesword is just barely hugging him. 71 meters is what they have to travel. Insane elsewhere have been taken down, and Orange Rock as well as UP50 have started to assert domination, where the Miramar winners, the kings of Miramar walkouts themselves, are struggling. This compound really not lucky for them. Certainly not a palace itself, as Somraj is still preparing to invade it. But of course, so far unsuccessful, as both these two teams realize they have common priorities to try and get inside the circle. Of course,
Absolutely.
is going to help him as this man climbs onto the roof, but it's of no use. Abrar once again is going to try it, but guys, 5 more seconds and you have to enter
No! No, not at this point of time, Abrar. When you had a very good vantage point, you just gave away your location, and Beard Baba has to do a lot of job, as Somraj is going to get taken down, and it's going to be from far away probably, or it's the zone itself which is going to say goodbye for them, as Skylight's Vexy's grenade is going to say goodbye for the side of Beard Baba. Now 4 teams are standing inside, where OR as well as one other team have got 4 men standing. WSF on the other side might get eliminated because of the zone, and that is what probably happens. OR, Skylights Gaming, and one underdog team at this point of time, and that's going to be UP50, who's praying from all looks and corner. Aditya is going to take advantage of it as he puts down 2 key players off the side of UP50. OR is proving themselves to be one of the strongest in the lobby and might have the potential or complete capability of taking this home, as they have 4 men standing.
They certainly might be able to take this home. Of course, having that numbers advantage right now. It's really unfortunate that Skylight as well as Walkouts had to beat each other to death in that situation, as none of them could actually break the death trap. As silence sets in, UP50 of course have lost their true crucial players, losing that numbers advantage, giving the entire territory to, oh my god, Vexy! The Molotov in the exact moment, and this man has nothing to wrap himself up, just 2 bandages, as Orange Rock are yet to establish dominance, or rather they have done it already. Just 1 more player to go. It's a 4v1v1 situation, Arka.
Absolutely. They've got 8 finishes already. They can rake some more for themselves. Make that 9. At this point of time, a push comes in against the side of UP, and when the high was that is when they strike and prove themselves. This is how experience comes into play, as they gain the winner chicken dinner for the second match itself with 11 finishes. OR stands on the top, but UP50 consistency comes back again for them with 6 finishes in the second position.
Of course, this has been an amazing comeback for the likes of Orange Rock Esports. The beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner along with 11 finishes. I'm pretty sure they will be back in contention for the top 6, but just like you mentioned, consistent displays from UP50 as well as WSF. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the point standing. Look at that, right? Walkouts, WSF as well as UP50. They are well in contention. Walkouts with 8 points, WSF with 14 crucial points. I'm pretty sure they solidify the position inside the top 1 point in the overall standings. Of course, UP50 getting those crucial 18 points also rests their case. Skylights Gaming, champions of BGIS, making a strong statement in this one. 6 finish points and 10 placement points, 16 points overall. I think it's sort of a comeback, and the big chicken, it's starting to build up.
Absolutely. Now this is where we have to look out for the other teams who have made it up the fray. Insane comes up, Marcus Gaming comes up, but it's going to be the underdogs who are going to be slayed at this point of time. Bravery and Glacier goes down, completely hits the rock bottom. Reckoning Esports on the other side have got 5 points for themselves. I believe that's it's a fair trade. You're not going to be out of the equation. Team Currency couldn't cash out at the right time. They got taken down. 8-bit, they were one of those teams who almost had the center of the map, but still couldn't capitalize on it. As we look at the iQOO MVP, it's going to be Aru coming in with 5 finishes, 559 damage. OR struck when it was required.
Exactly. Aru probably has a ponytail game going on over there. Reminds me of you when you had your big hair. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at our 5 players. Is Aditya as well as Aru dominate the number 1 and number 2 spot. You've got Scout back in action, as number 4 belongs to him. 3 finishes and 574 points of damage. Sayam as well, 675 points of damage, as well as Sarkar 11 from UP50.
Absolutely. Now this is what I was expecting from the side of Xbox. They could have done a little bit better if they'd stuck a little more closer to one another. I do understand they want to have that, real estate for themselves, But yes, if they stick together, they can dominate much more better. But X-Pac is going to be really happy with Scout coming back into the MVP list. Now, let's look at the match summary and see very less grenades used compared to the last time. Yeah, 62 knocks in comparison of 55 finishes. So there was some space for, you to pick up your teammates. We saw until the final moments where Skylights were picking up and even walkouts were picking up their teammates no matter how many times they got taken down.
Exactly, but of course, the longest finish distance is 255 meters, ladies and gentlemen, as Somraj registers it for himself. The healing number certainly did rise, but it's nothing really out of the ordinary. We have seen 9,500, etc. As we transition into the FD graph, there are certain high rises, but nothing really special. As of it, you've got OR Esports, you've got UP50, you've got Team Insane as well. There are rather three major high rises. Apart from that, nobody really making it count. WSF, you can count them as well.
Absolutely, and this shows what is the intensity and what is the challenges being faced by the teams right now. There was a point where we saw 1,700 or 1,500 damage for a single player getting 6 finishes. Right now it's not about that anymore. It's all about the teamwork which is coming into play, and it's all about how hard it is for you to gain at least 2-3 finishes for yourself. We saw in MVP, right? Nobody had more than 5.
Exactly.
And that shows the kind of competition we have already been in, and the next phase is going to be BMPS. We can expect something much better. No Burj Khalifa whatsoever. It's all going to be like just level, and every single game there's going to be table turners.
Exactly, but of course it has been a dominant, or rather a consistent display from these underdogs. But this phone that is in my hand is certainly not an underdog. It is rather a dominant phone itself. Our friends over at iQOO have a small word for all of you guys, which is going to come right about now.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए but Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
All those smiles, all those joy, everything you're going to find on this platform itself, which is known as Loco. Download Loco for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, because there you're going to find your BGMI idols streaming their perspective as well as scrims. I kind of go there, stream sometimes myself as well, but if you think that you are better than them, then maybe try your hand and maybe become a streamer yourself. Arca, you might even give your analysis to Loco, but for now, you have to give it to the desk itself. Now, I'm going to come back to you, like the final circle situation again. I kind of expected walkouts who are typically very great in Miramar to kind of dominate, but they sort of resorted to a very passive play style. On the contrary, Orange Rock, right? The way they split up, the way they kind of had the entire circle for themselves over esports, it's wonderful to watch.
Absolutely. Now, walkouts in the previous round was all about getting placement points, right? 46 placement points in comparison to the 31 finishes. And that shows that, you know, they were trying to go in for the placement rather than anything else. And when they had an opportunity opportunity to strike with the grenade. All they could do is, you know, climb up and then use that grenade, put it down on the side of Skylights and finish things off. But they thought it really late. And we have seen that walkouts in the previous round were more confident in pushing in. And one other situation is this, where, you know, single elopement and double elopement coming in from the side of Insane as well as 7Cs. And it was the person who had more firepower, more manpower together taking that round off. And WSF on the other side, with you know, almost getting things almost wiped out until surviving over there, that was a very good move for them.
Certainly was, right? But again, coming back to OR and their presence inside the circle, you'll have a look at this, right? We kind of predicted that WSF would be at the center of every single circle, and they sort of was, right, up until the second iteration. But then the sort of domination that we got to see from the likes of OR, even reckoning for that fact, right? They were pushing in constantly, but of course they were instantly been shut down by the likes of X-Spark and got tag teamed by certain other teams in the vicinity. Even X-Spark for that matter, the rotation was decent up until the 5th circle, after which they just got completely caught out.
I would say this, you know, OR were actually respecting the zone, and that is what happened in the previous round. You saw that, you know, underdogs respected the zone and they made sure they placed themselves first, and this time it was OR doing the same. I did see that, you know, at one point of time Currency had cashed in at the right time, but this dunes was the dunes of death. Whoever came in over here, none of them went out alive. It was like everybody tasted their own medicine. Team Insane on the other side, this is when they started to strike against the side of WSF, but eventually it was X-Spark who came in a blessing in disguise for them, and Insane from far away. Look at the split coming in from their side. It was a 2-1-1 gameplay coming from them, and that is how Team X-Spark was able to dominate on them. Scout, as always, being phenomenal. Just your head is something which is visible over the horizon. He's going to be striking. One moment where I really thought he could dominate until Aditya became a blessing in disguise for them is this point of time when Scout got taken off. If not, I think they could have, you know, survived for a little more longer and dominated as well.
Exactly, kudos to him, man. Like, every single time you give him a pixel and that man is going to take a finish off of you. But you've got to give it to the boys of Team X-Spark. Both the maps, they got taken down by being there out in the open, right? This has been a recurrent problem for them. This has been a problem which they can't really begin to figure out. And every single time those rotations that are cutting them off isn't really working out for them. This push, again, coming in from Skylights also took care of Team Walkouts as well, right? I thought that Walkouts would have a much better compound gameplay. Obviously, this isn't a compound per se, but the way they defend, the way they sort of line up their defense every single time, I thought I would be expecting much better, not debacles like these.
Absolutely. Now, at the same time, Abrar chose to do that when it was too late. But at the same time, let's not forget, UP50 had actually sandwiched the side of walkouts into that building. So it was hard for them to, you know, try to rotate and come around and then take the fight. But OR on the other side, showing how strong they are with their crosshairs when they have the right kind of, you know, corners holding for themselves and getting those finishes as quickly as possible. And one good molly against the side of Skylights. Again, Vexi, I really thought he was almost finished off, but the presence of mind where you do understand how much it takes for you to survive, how much HP is going to be left out with. That is all gained by experience. And OR at the final moment struck when it was the right time and made sure they have all 4 men standing as they gain that winner chicken dinner. So we learnt a lot from the highlights at this point of time, but I don't see much difference of underdogs learning from the previous round.
Exactly, right. And to be honest, a few group of underdogs, right? You name them WSF, Walkouts. Walkouts certainly aren't really underdogs, but you've got to give it to the boys of WSF as well as UP50. The way they are showing consistency, I think that they're starting to solidify the position inside the top number 1 and number 2. I'm not really sure if OR Esports would actually be coming and competing for them just on the basis of one gameplay. 11 finishes and 26 points is all that they had, right? I'm not really sure if they had a lot from the last game. So we'll have to look at the points, of course. But having said that, I feel like it's still an underdog display so far. The bigger names, right? The names like X-Spark for that matter, 8-Bit and others, they still haven't made a mark. Skylights, you kind of expect them to make a comeback this time or the other. They've got huge amount of experience along with Somraj leading the team. They would actually make a comeback, and that is something which I believe. But apart from that, it has been an underdog display. What do you think so far?
I think the teams have started to pick up the pace. Team Insane, Team X-Spark, everybody, the graph has started to pick up. And we all know these experienced teams have that one thing of comebacks. You saw how EXO did do a comeback, right? So now they picked up the pace. Next map is a game changer. Always we have seen that the lower middle bracket or the middle bracket are the teams which tend to dominate over here. We can expect the same to be happening today as well, where we can expect Sane and Skylights and even X-Spark, all of these teams to perform much, much better with their crosshairs working absolutely best at this point of time. And close range battles. Let's not forget that Scout and Mavi are so good at close range battles. We did see how Mavi played, right?
Yeah.
His crosshairs were perfectly placed every single time and making sure it was going right to the place where the enemies were present. And even Scout, for that matter, with that 4x of a knock, it's just that the heads were visible, but still he was able to dominate. Just imagine that in a close range battle and how well you can strike. And these are the things which I'm expecting. OR as well, with that 8x coming in, with that mini 14 also coming in, even they were doing wonders. So let's see whether that's going to be the case today as well, and it's going to be the same as your own.
It certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. As we prepare for the next matchup, it is going to be Sanhok, where the tables are going to get turned. Are the pros going to make a comeback? Well, to answer that question, I'm going to take your leave. It is going to be Fixes who is going to join my piece.
Absolutely, I'm gonna be so happy to throw some questions on you, my friend. It was salty all this while, you know, with a healthy discussion, but sometimes it all comes down to that one point where you have to think twice, or to stay in the shoes of the players. With your experience being a professional caster, professional player, a professional caster, this is where, you know, you'll come up to answer a few of my questions.
All right.
First one being this: what do you have to say about OR's position in this game? Like, every single time they were in the zone, and how do you think they came out with such an equation all of a sudden?
Every single time the circle formed, one thing was pretty much evident. That circle was the center of the circle was always being taken by OR. Be it the high grounds, be it the first circle shifts, it was everything picture perfect the way they wanted. Now, this is something that I really told or really predicted before even I left the desk, you know, saying OR and walkouts are the two teams to watch out for in Miramar, and both of them had a really good game. What was a surprise, however, was the way Skylights Gaming really came in, all those right decision making. They are accruing quite some points, but it's going to be really interesting how they perform in Sanhok. But what is even more interesting, Arka, do you know that? This beautiful phone in my heart, the iQOO Neo 6, and our friends from iQOO have a special message just about now.
And Amazon Specials is where you can actually find this beauty, where you can book for yourselves, but also at the same time you can win prizes up to 2 lakh rupees. All you have to do is go and search for iQOO Neo 6 in the bar of that Amazon. You know, there's a small search bar from Amazon, and you can find some games to be played over there, and once you play it, it's going to be good. But at the same time, in the promo, we saw a smooth transition between one game to another, right? Very good done. Very well done by the by iQOO smartphones. Do you believe that, you know, the experienced team will also have the same kind of smooth transition from here on top of the table? Because we did see, right, it was not only the side of OR, but also, as you mentioned, Skylights Gaming, as well as the side of Team Xbox slowly picking up the fray. What do you have to say about the overall experienced teams who are actually coming in and performing in the second map?
No, hard to say actually, because the way these teams have been playing, and especially after the first 2 games you're going to be looking for building some momentum that I always keep talking on about. But that it all changes in Sanhok, right? Especially the first 2 days, the Sanhok matches we saw, the circles, that was something that we had not witnessed in the previous rounds in the iQOO BMOC, right? And this time again, after the new update, I do not know what we are going to be witnessing this time around. But regardless, you know, a few of those teams, now so far the storyline has been about WSF, UP50 having really good starts, you know, still being consistent throughout. Orange Rock has finally found their place. Now you've also got Skylights who've been picking up that perfect balance between the Finn finish points and their positioning points. But it all comes down to Sanhok. Who are the other big names going to come up? Because it's high time you expect teams like 7C, 8-bit, then even Insane. No matter, no doubt, however, that Insane had a really good play in Miramar, but were a little bit unlucky about all the other teams present around while they were engaging in a fight.
Absolutely. There's one other team which I want to speak about. That's going to be Reckoning, right? So they were in few places where they took some fights. I felt was not that much necessary, but still they were able to survive until a point where, you know, it was all about them being in the dunes and they get taken down. So when we speak about dunes itself, how do you see experienced teams taking it to an advantage? Until now, we were not able to see them actually do it. Do you think that that is one of the places for you to be in the map of Miramar?
Of course, I mean, this particular circle, you've got to give it down to how the zone was forming around. I'm not going to blame Reckoning. They were at the right positions, you know, taking the dunes is, of course, the right thing to do. But this is where the experience comes in. This is where those grenades really come in. That is what happened with Reckoning this time as well. Now, they were not really wanting to engage in those fights, but the positions that they were holding were so good that the other teams want to contest for it, right? There was an objective behind them getting attacked every single time, and that is somewhere down the line they could not really hold on to all those pushes. And it's not just about them, because when the circle kind of shifts drastically towards the eastern side, it's so difficult to try and play around those terrains, right? It's a new thing. We haven't seen a lot of it happening, and the teams had to deal with the brunt of it.
Yeah, so you mean to say that the dunes of death is not for the bad, but for the good? It's
yeah,
so
good. Where else do you hide? I mean, you've got those hilly areas. If you're going there, it's something going to happen to what happened with Scout, right? He had that little high ground advantage, eventually came down, and it was Aditya from Orange Rock inside a compound who took him down. So that really comes down. You need to find all those covers. You need to survive. Because like I've been saying, in the iQOO BMOC, so far teams that have been holding onto the center, so far teams that have been holding onto the bridges, they are the ones who've been performing really well.
Absolutely. Now, there's one other team, underdog team, which performed so well when it comes to raking those placement points, was Team Arsla, right? There was a lot of expectations coming in from them, from their performance from the second round to the third round. And we saw a little bit of a depletion coming in from their side. So, do you think that Arsla has got that, you know, thing of turning tables around at this point of time, because they were one of the teams to watch out for? We saw Tiger was also there, and let's not forget that Sean Whitey is also one of those key players who tend to do wonders. So what is your take on the side of Arsla Esports?
You know, from round 2 to round 3, I completely agree with you. We had high hopes and high expectations from them. Then somewhere down the line, I'm starting to feel that they're feeling the heat inside the lobby, especially all these big names coming up, and they know that they have to perform, they have to be, you know, answerable towards the Orcs owners and everything. And that is where, if you even compare how they performed in round number 3, it was not to the expectations, right? It's barely qualifying at the 8th spot, just around 20 finish points, or 20 around placement points. They kind of got the bare minimum, and so far we haven't really gotten to see much out of them. But at the same time, you know, there are teams like 8-bit, their team, or the other invited teams like 7C, who haven't really stepped up their game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if I have to ask you 2 names from the experienced teams, from the invited teams, who have a very good opportunity right now to, you know, get some points for themselves, or who need to outplay themselves and make sure that they cement themselves into the next round, who are those 2 going to be?
I think somewhere down the line, I really feel this could be a Skylights game, right? The way they've been playing, and even as a matter of fact, Orange Rock would also want to have a good one as we hear him to find out all the answers that we are looking out for as the flight path trajectory sets off. It's going to be a little bit inclined towards the western side. Does not really matter though. But what will be mattering, in fact, is going to be how the circle is going to form. As from game 1 to game 2, we had a few underdog teams. You know, teams like Currency, who had an amazing game 1, could not find the perfect conversion that they've wanted. But Sanhok, a game where we have started witnessing all those pesky healing battles, and this could also be one of those games where we get to see teams resorting to such measures.
Absolutely, as the flight path is going to allow everybody to go to the northeastern side of the map. This small map is where you try to prioritize the center of the map itself to make sure that you do not have much of, you know, traveling around, so that and it's going to be much more easier for you to predict the zone as well. But right to the center of the map, towards the side of boot camp, is where we can see, oh, it's no, do not choose to do so. Somewhere I felt that they were going to challenge the side of WSF, but it's a good thing no early skirmishes coming in apart from the side of Paradise Resort, which seems to be one of those places where you love to see an early fight happening.
And this time around, I don't think we're going to get one of those, right? Walkouts, however, just I think they're going to try and head over towards Mongnai area and maybe dropping off at that mock. But for 7C, it's going to be the entire resort for them to take over and try to get their loot on. This could be the game where we can see some sort of a resurgence from their side, because the way they've took that fight against Insane in the last game, that was certainly not acceptable by any means. And they've always been under the brunt of it, and hoping that they finally start picking up points.
Absolutely. Now, there is one thing which is still lingering around my head, and that's going to be the split gameplay coming in from the side of Skylights Gaming and Marcus Gaming as well, right? We can see that Pukar is all alone towards the side of Dogs, and then we have Somraj and his teammate towards the side of Cave, and then one other person towards the side of Quarry.
Yeah.
This kind of a split gameplay, when you know that it's going to be hard for you to regroup, because in that rotation clashes is where you always get taken down with everybody prioritizing the zone. What is your take on this? Is this the right kind of move in the map of Sanhok?
There's no two thoughts about it, Arka. It's pretty much straightforward. They've already started, preparing for the contingency plan. That is the healing battle, right? With such spreads, we've always been talking about those sudden belts having majority of the meds. So, of course, Skylight Gaming, one of their preference will be to find all those first aids to themselves and give it to one of those players and try and win it around. Last time, I think the day before, we saw the circle ending somewhere around that northern side of Cave. Now, one of those circles we haven't really seen so far, but this looks a little bit like a barn or maybe a circle there where, team UP50 have positioned or stationed themselves. Now, we've seen one other pattern, Arka, is that, teams that have a really good game 1 and game 2 kind of tend to slack off a little bit in game number 3, but I believe considering you've got dark horses in the form of UP50, they would be wanting to establish their dominance even in this particular map.
Yeah, but look at OR, or the complete eastern side of the map. I wouldn't say that's a linear formation coming in from their side where they're all in a straight line, but the distance which they're carrying at this point of time as Team Bravery takes the fight towards the side of 8-bit Juicy. It was so easy for him as he was just jumping around, and it was just one more shot which was required coming in from the side of Krillin, and this is where, your mag is going to be challenged, your crosshair is going to be challenged, as you need to understand sometimes it's just that one taps which is required rather than a spray.
Oh, messed it up, didn't they? And right now, Team Bravery, they're on the receiving end of things. And now one of these teams, when you talk about the underdogs, the rising stars, Team Bravery certainly was one in my potential list of maybe making it to the top 6, but they haven't really reciprocated it in that particular manner. Now, if you talk about Team 8, see Juicy positioning himself on the ruins area as now Bravery, they're on to get the rest back up. And it's going to be interesting to see if Team Bravery really want to commit all their resources in this battle, because honestly, they have to look at the bigger picture, try and get the better of the circle, try and move somewhere around UP50. And now this is the perfect avenue to do something like that. But because if they kind of still stall around this place, this is going to be really interesting. Madman is going to come out on those flanks and gave away his position a little too early.
Absolutely. Somewhere I was thinking that this key player could give that opening for 8-bit for that early, early knocks for the team, but ultimately his location gets compromised, and now all he has to do is make sure that he gets back to his team and gets regrouped. But I do believe that, Team Bravery are also caught up behind one wall. They have a small ridge, right? All they have to do is go for the run and try to avoid this fight, make sure that they get into the circle, probably to the other island itself, to make and get that, more farming which is required. As you can see that Faiz has got no helmet for himself. He's just got no medkits for himself, whereas the other players of the team have got just one medkit for himself and then some 10 bandages. So farming is still required for the side of Team Bravery.
It is, of course. Now, the only concerning thing about Team Bravery right now is they're starting to congregate, and this is where you're giving enough avenue for Madman to try and create better flanks. But this is where you could clearly see the players of 8-bit wanting to disengage from this fight. Now, Madman having created that little bit of a discussion over there would somehow give enough room and space for the other players to kind of disengage from that entire area. But hey, we have the first airdrop coming in. Now, Marcus Gaming have had so far a really decent game, I must say, especially the first game, having getting a few position points to their name, and this one they're going to be trying to get something even better. But for OR, you can see Aru having spotted out maybe Shan Whitey from Asla, but tends to not fire all those bullets, because Asla, of course, do have that higher ground and are grounded and from couple as he gets spotted out, and it's going to be Zero who picks him up.
Absolutely. Now, this is not the kind of... This is when I said that, when you're splitting so much from your team, this could be the beginning of the end for the squad, as Asla chooses to stay together and make sure that they move as a pack of wolves and try to graze down whoever is following in front of them or whoever is coming into their crosshairs. I just hope that turns out to be good for them. But at this point of time, I can see that the side of Xpark coming in close conjugation with the side of Marcus Gaming to the northern side of the map. And that is where I want to see whether these two teams are going to go in for a collide, because ultimately it's important for both these squads to stay alive. As you said, they've done good job, right, in the previous game comparatively, so they need to live up to it, and let's see what's going to happen next.
Now, this is something really good I like from Team Xpark. They were anticipating a threat, a toss on the other side of the bridge, so the best part is just disengage from there and move in from the other bridges that you have. Maybe take that little southern route through that ruins area, or maybe through that little a little small bridge around boot camp just beside it, or maybe take the waterways. Either ways, as long as you survive, as long as you make it to the center of the circle, you're good to go, because Xpark, they already are in a whole world of trouble considering how the zone has panned out. And eventually, if they take that northern route, try to go after MG, then you've got walkouts to deal with, 7C at the same time, then WSF, they're going to be privy to fire from every possible directions, and that is not going to be the wiser route to take, as now a lot of teams are starting to kind of pile around that central areas, right? You've got the players of WSF, you've got the players of Insane also coming in, and they already have UP50, who haven't really moved an inch ever since they've taken that drop, have managed to get the loot, and now they're just looking at every possible direction and would want to ward off every single threat that comes their way.
Mong Nai, again, being that abandoned place, where you could have actually gone in, made sure you place yourself over there, get that decent amount of farming which is present over there, and then try to push into the center of the circle. And the same is going to go in from the side of Hathin, right? There's a conversion, rotation which is possible from the side of Hathin towards the other island, where least of these players will be looking out for. Skylights is the only squad which is outside in the blue zone right now, and that shows that the rest of the teams are actually prioritizing zone, trying to make sure that they get into the main island, which is pretty much where you would want to be at this point of time. Respecting the zone is something all these teams have learned the hard way.
Oh yeah, at this point, for Skylights and Orange Rock, it's a simple mantra, right? Try to figure out as many first aids for your team, try to collect them and give it away to just that one player, and have the remainder of them get inside the zone, do whatever they want. And this has sort of been a foolproof strategy, unless and until the zone damages tend to get increased on, and it's gonna still be prevailing. And there you have it, like expected, Team Xpark resorting for the waterways, somehow have made it to the shorelines over here. Mavi just watching out on their backlines to ensure that there's no threat looming behind their tails. But for now, you've got Gyro God coming in instead of 420 OP, and of course I think makes sense considering how 420 had been playing in the first two games. It was rightfully enough to get him, or maybe they have a little bit of a different strategy, especially in the map of Sanhok. We've seen teams try and do that, and that is what substitutes are for. You've got players who tend to specialize in one particular map, and they tend to prevail.
Now, there's a question which comes in my mind, right? When you're being a substitute, you're going to come inside. Yeah, at this point of time, we can see that WSF is having a clue as to where Xpark is coming in from. As I'm going to come back to the question I was asking. You being a substitute, you're just going to come in the middle of the heat moment, right? You need to make sure that, you catch up to the speed of your teammates. You also have to be there. Do you feel that, a substitute is a person more important than the main lineup itself? Because it's going to be hard for you, right? The first two games would have not gone the way you would want it. Is it the fresh mind which is going to help them out? Or is it that just that, he's going to be that one key player, who can make a difference in the team?
There are a lot of factors involved, and at such a discussion over here, you have to consider how the team has been performing, especially for Xpark. They're getting those finishes, but in terms of position points, they're still lacking, and that is something that they need to address immediately. And this is where, when you have Gyro God coming in, of course, another factor comes in, that he's representing one of the biggest names in Indian esports right now, Xpark. So with that, you have that little bit of an added pressure, which is, of course, not on the positives. There are a few players kind of love that attention, who kind of love that heap, but there's certain players who kind of tend to crumble. Now, you talk about Gyrogod as a player. Personally, I've seen him from a long time. You know, he's represented quite a lot of major orgs, one of them being Hydra when he started off his career. And that time, you know, the kind of Gyrogod we used to see back then, he's not as threatening as he used to be, but certainly you never know. If you've got that one map to only practice in, you're putting in the hours, you're understanding how the circle is going on, and this is your chance to shine, right? This is your chance to prove that, hey, you need to have me in the playing for.
Absolutely. Now, he's not proved himself in this game as he gets taken down and gives himself to the side of Team MG, who dominate when the time was right. But on the other side, what had happened to his hand? He was just looking at it.
No,
Probably
he was applying talcum powder, right? Just to, you know, get the little slippery.
Yeah.
Because you know when things get heated up, your hands kind of get sweaty. This is where we urge you to try out the iQOO Neo 6. But for now, Asla, they've gotten themselves on board, 2 finishes already to their name, and this could be the game they might have been waiting for, Arka.
Absolutely. Now UP50 is still sticking onto the strategy of only third party and not initiating anything and picking up as many finishes as possible. They have done the damage. Asla from far away has also picked up the pace. It looks like they've suddenly shifted themselves from being those defensive team to a pretty offensive one, as Sean Whitey, the person we speak about, right? One of those key players for the side of Asla, starting to see things off. But at the same time, when he was going for that spray, you do get to know that you're hitting a person, right? Because of the splash of that blood or the damage number which comes in, and still he doesn't go in for a finish. Probably doesn't happen in the competitive level, and that the kind of makes a difference.
Hold on. Sorry to barge in, because Orange Rock, they have heard all that noise and commotion. And Asla, well, they're still defending right now. They're completely oblivious about the threat right behind them, and they will have to pay the price as Jelly opens it up.
Absolutely. What a point for you. What a situation in which you had to stop me. I think kudos to you, as it's going to be Tufan in the crosshairs of Cyan, but he gets, safe because of dropping himself on the belly. And right now, again, he's choosing. Cyan could have changed his angle at this point of time and tried to come out from another angle, but he chose to, wait. And we have seen that good things come to the person who wait. And it's not going to be the case for the side of Cyan, but it's important for him to concentrate on the other side, as one of his teammates are down on his knees. And with that concentration not coming towards that side, I think he might get finished off as well.
Oh, he certainly can't be, because Kratic, they're on a hunt, and now already Atanki has met his makers, and this is where Aditya, he really needs to watch out. He really needs to watch his back. Now, I was talking about Orange Rock's strategy, right? Do not have a lot of first aids on them, and now he's got to work around with as many bandages he has on him. He's going to patch himself up, but Kratic, they are rushing in like a pack of hyenas, everyone together. And this is what I love, right? This is exactly how I want you to approach a game of Sanhok, as the circle has completely taken that northwestern shift. And this is going to favor majorly to the players of Marcus Gaming and even walkouts, as a matter of fact, even for 7C. If they kind of tend to get around those little small compounds that they have, but Jelly, having spotted out the other players of Kratic, decides to not fire.
Obviously, they're just 2 men standing at this point of time, and giving away your location is going to be the last thing which you want to do. But Aditya dares to, go in for a fire. I think it's the zone which Asla is prioritizing at this point of time, and they're going to be welcoming anybody by gatekeeping them with a pour of lead. And Uar at this point of time will have to try a different rotation, probably go towards the side of Cow, where they have a longer rotation. They still have some time, right? 30 seconds is what they have if they find the right kind of vehicles. But at the same time, it's going to be hard for them, as Kratic is still not going to allow them to move an inch, as they have the crosses set against the side of War.
Yeah, now War in dire circumstances, right? Really, that plan aren't really working out, and Aditya and Jelly not having the best of first aids. I think it was Aru on collecting duty, getting all those med supplies to his name. But Aditya has to make sure that he makes the best out of what he has to work around with. Now, the only concern is, how are they going to tackle Kratic? Because they've kind of made it their life's purpose to stop OR at their tracks. With that being said, I'm really loving what Skylights are doing right now, taking that northern route. And UP50, they were holding the center of the circle for the first 2 zones. But with this third circle shift, they had to make their move, and now they're under heavy fire.
And it's going to be GCs coming in. They're these two have met before, right, in the previous rounds. So they do understand a little bit of the gameplay as soon as they detect them or probably get that knock which is required. They won't get to know about the team until they get that finish also. I do understand. But at this point of time, it's going to be Team Bravery trying to push in as hard as possible, try to make sure that their presence is also felt. But they need to understand this, that next it's going to be UP50 concentrating on them as GC is going to be the patty in the sandwich for a brief period of time.
Look at Killin though, completely unaware of Onit's position. Onit could just step out, just take a little bit of a peek and blow up his skulls, but decides not to do so. But GC, they've got to pick up their fight, like you said. You know, they're a little bit sandwiched over there. UP50 having that high ground advantage, but at the same time, you know, I've got to say this out loud and clear. UP50 need to get inside the circle, have a very WSF is waiting for them as Killin finally still firing a few shots, and he's also getting fired back. So Team Bravery need to understand they have to disengage somehow, but Jelly still on the sidelines and could dish some you know, substantial amount of damage. But for Team Bravery, it's going to be Fairs who's wanting to push at Glacier's direction as the nade keeps pouring in. This time it's going to be the players of Reckoning who are searching out for Orange Rock.
Absolutely. Now Orange Rock are outside the circle, the man disadvantage. At least in this fight we're able to see that they do not have the right kind of, you know, manpower, but it's going to be easy for them to kind of survive, I believe, because they're going to just hold back this fight, try to make sure they strike at Reckoning when the time is right. We can see the damage being dealt by them because of the zone itself, and this could be the time where Aditya can actually push in and try to make sure his crosshair is placed right, get that knock which is required. But there's one person off angle to the person of Aditya. If he finds him in his crosshairs, and that's going to be then, there is where shots come in. Probably it's someone else from far away and the third party comes in quickly.
Right now, Aditya, I do not know how on earth is he still alive somehow, you know, escaping from the cusps of death and despair. Aditya, now he's going to be going on the offensive, will lob that grenade. Does it land? Perfection? No, it does not, but still does some decent amount of damage on LeBron though. Has a crate lying in front of him, needs to move that, needs to get some first hits, but decides against it as he makes a dash for the circle.
Absolutely, I think that'll be the best thing to do. You know, he made sure. Oh no! Reckoning LeBron on the other side is gonna, you know, affect his own teammate. He's gonna be losing it. I know that your finish point not given is equal to a finish point gain, but still. Not at one point of time when, you know, OR was not looking forward for a push. Jelly chooses otherwise, comes back into the fray. He wants to take this fight at the side of LeBron. Make sure that, you know, he gets that finish for himself, as he knows that a 2v1 is now converted just to a 1v1 and he can capitalize, right? He's got one medkit. There's some resource box fallen right in front of him. They're going to group up. They're going to be rushing in. LeBron has got a lot of job to do. Goes in for a jiggle. It's going to be Jelly comes in. The same formation, the same linear formation comes in yet again from the side of OR. The gameplay is going to be so simple. The person in the front is going to be acting as a shield, as the person behind is going to be landing the finish. And on the other side, it's going to be Insane trying to do the damage. Look at that. He's already done a 1v2 at this point of time. Jazzy finishes one person off as well. He can rotate around and gain the second finish as well. But he's looking out for that off angles where he might get taken down. But finally will be awarded with the second finish for the team.
But right now, UP50, I mean, this is one of those games that they were really wanting to build some good points, and there's a kind of blast off in the remainder of those three. Now just survived by Sarkar, one of the best players of the squad, as now 7C bringing the heat on the players of Team Kratic, as one of them has been taken down. Crates have already been there. Aladdin trying to push in, gets the better out of Ali, as 7C now going on the offensive, trying to search for every single soul inside, as they manage to rack up all these 4 finishes to their name, but Kratic still survive with 2 of their players.
I mean, a split gameplay again coming in the final circles doesn't go in their favor when there are packs of wolves pushing in towards you. 7Cs are going to dominate, get 4 finishes for themselves, and it looks like the predictions on the desk is coming out true, and Skylights might be spreading their wings to take the game into their favor. OR on the other side, late into the circle, just gets into the hard cover as quickly as possible, as they knew that the vehicle sound is going to be, you know, it's going to relay a lot of information on their side. GC on hit on the other side is probably outside the circle going in for a heal battle, as I can hear some shots being pulled in towards the side of OR. It's important for Jelly to come in and get that revival done quickly as possible.
Now the northwestern compound just on that paradise or a little bit of a fortress, that is something that teams really need to focus on, right? That is the best spot to be there. as Gyro God tried to make his mark, has been taken instantly out of the lobby, as Mavi is going to be charging in at the direction of walkouts, eventually just picked off by Powerkilo, but it's going to be Yuba who secures that finish as X-Spark one after the other. The numbers are starting to dwindle, and Yuba somehow by the whisker still alive, but still he's going to be paying attention to a little threat in the form of Skylights Gaming from the backlines, as X-Spark find themselves eliminated out of the game pretty early on. Nothing really acquired from this game, and I believe the way they've been ending, things are starting to fall down for them, as now Yuva would start to open it up against Gamla Voices, spraying all the bullets eventually to be traded off perfectly well by Somraj.
Absolutely, and that was an unnecessary push coming in from his side. He had to stay inside the cover and concentrate on the other players rather, but doesn't choose to do so. Vexy is going to come in and capitalize on this as quickly as possible, but his HP is way too low to take a fight, as it's going to be Beard Baba landing it at the right time, making sure that, you know, there's one free finish coming in, but he's also getting shots, but prioritizes his zone and gets taken down, almost making it inside. This is when the zone is going to be costing heavy for most of these teams, not prioritizing the zone itself.
Especially for walkouts, considering the fact that Beard Baba had 8 first hits to his names. He needs to give it away to someone else, as Yuva might be the perfect recipient for that, as Kratik have taken the compound that I was talking about. Now, being in panic, the only disadvantage to them is they are just a 2-man squad, as the circle shifts is exactly to where we really anticipated. Man, this is a perfect opportunity for the players of Marcus to build something up for themselves, and just when we were speaking about it, Ghosty gets taken down. Now 8-Bit trying to push in as an entire pack, a whole knit unit from the lower grounds. The big question is, can they be successful at the endeavors?
I don't know whether it's going to be possible, as we all know 7 Seas is also going to be coming into the circle anytime soon. Aditya on the other side is rather choosing to go for a heal battle and coming in late into the circle. Probably he'll have to heal himself one more time before making it. No, his calculations have turned out right, as Marcus Gaming versus WSF is going to be the fight of the throwables, as it's going to be one getting connected from the side of Marcus Gaming. A push comes in from the side of WSF over the horizon, but it's not going to be easy for them to take them down, as another grenade is going to be connecting in, and Gasti pushes in and the time is right. It's going to be the last man, Karan. He also walks into his crosshairs, and Marcus Gaming is going to be very, very happy, taking up that 7 total finishes, as domination comes in from the side of Team Marcus Gaming.
Ghosty has to be the MVP of that fight. The kind of cover fire, the grenades coming in from his side, did absolutely everything that was necessary, as Gamla Boy has resorted to his good old healing battle. 13 first hits to his names already, has taken everything away, has collected as many first hits as he could, as Skylights would be looking for some consistency in this particular game as the push comes in. Now the question arises, are walkouts going to go after 8-Bit, just survived by the one lone player? 7C try to march in, try to get the edges of the circle, but Marcus Gaming watching out for them. It's not going to be easy.
Oh, Abrar on the other side starts it all out as the last man standing. Eventually, his location gets compromised, and 8-Bit Juicy is going to put an end for him, and is immediately going to go in and revive one of his teammates. Now, Kratik does know that the locations of 8-Bit is right in front of them, so just going to hold off, as it's going to be Arsla coming into the same compound which they are holding, and this attention getting away from the side of 8-Bit could be a blessing in disguise for them to actually push into this hard compound and take control of it, as Arsla in the bottom floor with 2 men standing and Kratik with 2 in the above floor.
Saran is going to lob a Molotov at the players of Asla's direction. Now this is the perfect scenario in Sanhok that we were talking about. Teams that had really bad for games 1 and 2 are slowly starting to recover in this one. So many other names stepping up, and this is going to completely change the mix of things, as 7C now redirect their attention again towards the players of Asla, while Gabla Boy has the final first hit being used right now for him, after which he's going to fall, takes his team to the 6th spot, and that's the best he could do, trying to patch himself up with bandages, but it's kind of an re-silence, a little bit of a stalemate around Paradise Resort, as 7C finally decide to march in at Marcus Gaming's direction. Ghosty and Dawn, it all comes down to them as the flank has come in. If they have to be very wary of their surroundings, finally step out of the cover. Ghosty goes for one, could not connect the second one, as Spray God would get the better out of it, as Dawn is being looks great after, as he will eventually fall as 7C. 9 finishes strong, annihilate the better of Marcus Gaming.
I just love the way this time the crosshairs gameplay went towards the side of 7Cs. It's going to be 8-bit trying to survive on the other corner. No, Madman has to pick up Raid as well. And if that's going to be possible, then 8-bit can be that unwanted Thorn who could actually prick through everybody else and take that winner chicken dinner for themselves, which is still not possible, as we can see that Arsla have concentrated the grenade power towards them, and one player already gets taken down. It's going to be another grenade being cooked by them. It's going to be, Tiger and Shan, both of them cooking up a grenade. If one connects, that's going to be more than enough, as both the players of 8-bit are pretty close to one another. 7C's Aladdin on the other side is going to go in for a heal battle with just 7 medkits for himself. So I think it's better he stays with the team with the number of people alive, which you won't have an information about.
It's all right. It's all right. It's completely fine if you have a plan B. Would want to ensure those position points. It's 3 players. I think they can hold off on their own, as Asla Esports still having the better of the circle. 7C right above them. Now the big question is, do they go after them? It's going to be Tsunami also coming in and want to be securing all those Molotovs, all those grenades, wanting them to convert. But look at them just beside each other. They can hear them, but there's a little wood kind of separating them. That little door, once they step in, 7C could open things up, but then you also need to watch out for players of Team Kratik, as Panic is going to be readying himself for the final battle.
Now it's going to be Kratik trying to put their crosshairs to the very opening over there, and I do believe that, it's going to be easy for them to take down the side of 7Cs, and there it is. It's going to be Sarang opening things up with the right kind of molly, and he's looking out in all corners and making sure that, he finds the last player. He goes in. They predict the perfect position of that player, obviously, inside that compound. That is the only corner for you to stay. It's going to be Asla from the other side trying to put some grenades and weaken them, as the zone is going to be starting to eat everybody up.
Yeah, the Fort Knox absolutely being invaded over here. Asla somehow grouping up. It is going to be 7C versus Asla. A 3v3 perfect fight. That something that they were waiting for. 7C does have that altitude advantage, but Asla cannot capitalize on the spread a little bit over there. As Aladdin is going to be opening things up. It's going to be Savitaru with a beautiful knock, as Shan is the last solo survivor alongside Tiger, who steps out of his cover, as Asla gets a beautiful chicken dinner to their name, ensuring that the comeback for this side has been real.
Absolutely. I just love the way the final moments of the game turned out. Arsla was just holding it out. They knew that, they had that balcony cover for themselves. So even though the players jumped down and tried to take a fight towards them, all they had to do go in for that, sleeping position, drop down themselves and avoid the shots. And when it was required, the person inside did the final finish. Arsla with 26 points. Finally, the teams which we discussed about, like 7Cs, Arsla, then we spoke about Marcus Gaming, 8-bit, all of these teams have secured some finishes, some points for themselves, and now I strongly feel that the tables remain 0, as all of them have come to the same standings.
Sanhok really lived up to its name right now, considering what we were talking about, right? The resurgence of the other teams, and this is the comeback story for Asla Esports, another underdog team, getting that juicy chicken to their name. 7C Esports, we were talking about them kind of somewhere, dwindling down, not performing up to their limits. A beautiful game for them, but this all came down to the fact that how the circle really shifted, right? We were all sort of anticipating this zone to be somewhere around those Bhan or Quarry areas, took that northwestern shift, and teams which completely caught with their pants down. As we take a look at the bottom half, it's sort of a upside down table this time. You've got teams like UP50 in the second half. Walkouts also tried to survive for so long but could not do enough, even for the likes of WSF and X-Park. 0 points out of this game, Arka. I do not know if what's going on in their boot camp right now.
I mean, they're late rotations, right? They were coming in very, very late. They knew Marcus Gaming was right in front of them, yet did not want to capitalize because of the vulnerable position they were holding. X-Park, I expected them to, at least go for the northern, hemisphere of the game and make sure that they capitalize on one place. They do not choose to do so, due to which they get taken down. iQOO MVP is going to be Sarang with 6 finishes. As we saw, that 7Cs did dominate really well. The rest of the top 5 looks like this, as it's going to be Gasti. What a clutch coming in from his side when the team required it the most. And again, I did expect him to do the same against the side of 7Cs, which was a little hard considering the position he was holding.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that I really felt that Team MG should have stuck onto each other, right? It was a 2-2 split, which kind of did not work out, but Khasti was my MVP in this game, no doubt, but nothing taken away from Sarang. But here we have the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. This time the healing numbers not that much, because a lot of teams wanted to do that but could not, because they had their players just picked off from the back lines, right? Few assassins here and there, and really good game even for the likes of 8-Bit. But as we take a look at the match summary, nothing really out of ordinary. Could not see anything really out of the oblivion happening. It was just another good game of Sanhok, but that little shift, that little northwestern shift we got to see and witness, that was the tipping point where majority of the teams were sort of baffled with what's really happening, tried to enter in, but they're already good compounds inside of it, as the FT craft shows how good 7C, how good MG, Arsla as a matter of fact, along with Kratik, cannot really take anything away from them as well.
Absolutely. Arsla and 7C is doing the right kind of attack. You know, I believe that, you know, they came in from the corners where they felt they were dominating, making sure that they converted those knocks into finishes, and, you know, trying to put themselves in a very, very good place. But at the same time, the face-off between two teams is going to give us a little more clarity, right? And we can see that it's going to be coming in from the side of UP50 and 7Cs for the overall so far. So they've got 14 finishes until now for the 3 matches they've played, and we can see that the average coming in from the side of UP50 to sustain much more better. But 7Cs, even though they're getting down earlier, they're picking up finishes, and that's a good thing to see, right?
Oh, that indeed is. And considering this particular matchup, they racked up a lot. But another team that was quite consistent from the day they started off, really not on the best note, but yeah, towards that second game they picked it up, got a chicken dinner to their name, and this game was not the way they would have wanted, losing out on Aru and eventually the other players. Even Atanki, as a matter of fact, survived with just Jelly and well, Aditya. They did whatever they had to, and are now somewhere in the top 6, I'm pretty sure, right? 20 finishes, average survival time of 18 minutes. Could be better, you know, you would ideally want to be somewhere lurking around that 22 minutes of survival time range. But I think Orange Rock might pick that up. We still have one more Miramar game to go.
Absolutely. Now, the first 2 games have gone well for them, right? Yeah. In the first game, we saw them holding the center of the shoreline, picking up as many finishes as possible and as quickly as possible as well. The second game in Miramar, that chicken dinner gave them a very good push. But right now, it's time for us to speak about this beauty who's been in my hands for a really long time. There's a video for you guys first. You please look up to it, and later we're going to speak about it.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए particularly. Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge, powered by Loco. With me is Fixes at this point of time, and there's a lot of discussions left out right now. We do understand that the first few maps, if we try to compare the points and do the maths, we can get to know that everybody are in close contingency with one another, right? So it's going to be hard for us to say that, you know, this is the squad which might be getting which might make it into the next round. The similar scenario day before yesterday as well, where the strongest of the teams were challenged. Do you expect the same to be happening today, where, you know, it's going to be the underdogs trying to outnumber the kings themselves?
You know, at this point, before I get to your question, of course, I've got to talk about the Amazon website over here, because this is where you're going to find the iQOO Neo 6. Participate in all those little games, and you might win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to transition into the highlights, and that is where, you know, we kind of talk about what really happened over here in this map of Sanhok. Of course, you know, the underdogs have stepped in up. They've all big, and this time around, you know, if you have to talk about the rising stars, it was Asla, no doubt, right? The way they played, catching the players of Orange Rock, somehow figuring out that, you know, they were going to be somewhere languishing around these edges, trying to collect all those first hits, will be by their lonesome, and majority of them were snipes, you know, the players being sniped down, someone, you know, just being off from their position, getting taken down one after the other. The team currency, especially, you know, after that first game haul, they kind of looked a little lackluster so far. They certainly, I feel, could do better.
Absolutely. Now, I was just looking at the positions being held by the side of OR. This is where, you know, they started to capitalize. This is from where they started to capitalize and, you know, try to turn things around, even though they had 2 men down on the field. But Team Glacier on the other side, that was where I was heading to, you know. These are one of those squads who tend to, you know, get really, really good placement points for themselves. They try to predict the zone, make sure that they have early access. But in today's game, we are able to see that they're coming in late into the circle, or trying to play in the corners of the circle. What is your take on this squad?
You know, this time, again, I'm not going to blame Glacier, because the way the zone has been taking the shifts, not just Glacier, it's so many other teams that are, you know, dealing with the brunt of it, right? Especially when you talk about Xpark. I completely do not agree with what you said when you said that OR were pretty late. They came in pretty early, right? They did what they could. They took that bridge where realized it's a team MG right in front of them. They instantly resorted to the water lines, and the moment they started to get inside the circle, that is where, you know, they were being caped by Team MG, as a matter of fact, in that manner. And no matter, you know, even if they had resorted to a faster rotation, I don't think they could have done that, because the moment they tried to do that, they would have been taken down by the bridge, which eventually being transitioned towards the players of Glacier was also the same case, right? They were sort of anticipating the circle to be a little bit on towards the southern side, but that northern rotation was something too hard for them to digest.
No, but at the same time, the reason why I spoke like that was they tend to do the same thing and not thinking out of the box, right? So Team Xpark is one of those teams who, you know, who tend to think out of the box sometimes, and they get prized for it. So that is something I was looking out for. When I say out of the box, it's the northern rotation which I was looking out for them, because that is where the zone finally came in.
But, you know, how is the question over here? Because had they gone through that northern side, the only avenue would have been to take the waterway. So where you already had a few teams on the shorelines over there, and then you eventually had to deal with MG. There was Skylights also. Then there was Walkouts also watching out for them. Eventually, this is the beauty of Sanhok, right? It shows you no mercy. If you do not have the center of the circle, then you already are under such a huge disadvantage, and that is something that happened with, you know, a lot of the other teams. Let's talk about UP50 in that manner, right? UP50 for the first 2 circles, they were looking like they had the epicenter. But the moment it shifted out, that is where they also started crumbling down. But again, coming back, you know, I really felt that Marcus Gaming could have done better had they had all 4 of their players alive against this fight with 7C. Had they had their PlayStation over there, things could have been completely different, right? It would have just been Alateen going for that healing battle, while the other players of MG could have wiped out 7C. But Critic taking that perfect spot over there, this was the fort that I was talking about. The moment they took that, they certainly increased their chances of getting the chicken dinner. Yeah, 7C did all the scouting there, did all the scouring of their little compounds, you know, made sure they checked every nook and cranny. As Asla still, you know, they put up everything they had, finally managed to finish off that last player, got that chicken dinner. A perfect game. from where onwards they could be looking to propel themselves further up in the standings.
Absolutely. Now we have to see the consistency has to be the key, and we can see that most of the teams are not able to do it. And next it's going to be the map of Miramar, and this is where I feel a little challenged. You know, I did try to experiment myself. This is by experience. I'm asking you a question. When you play the map of Sanhok, where you're so used to those close range battles, and suddenly you shift to the map of Miramar, has it affected you as a competitive player? I know that, you know, they would have grinded and prepared themselves, but that 0.5 or 1% of change, you know, does that affect you when it comes to your crosshairs?
Now, considering how the players have been conditioned, you know, they've been playing all those third-party events daily. So that is something they are well used to. But right now, things have gotten way too much heated up. All these underdogs are shining, which gives us a perfect time to call for a break. We're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen, after this.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex.
Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go!
अरे scout कह रहे हैं यार.
Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है। कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती। विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती। योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटल ग्राउंड्स। फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ।
Boys and girls, we are back once again after a very short break, I must say, with the iQOO BMOC powered by Loco. But again, we are prepared. We are pumped up actually for the final 3 games of the day, because I must tell you once again, the battle for the top 6 is spicing up yet again. It's like those menu cards that you get from the takeaway itself. It's 3 chili level spicy.
Oh, and it's so difficult to decide from what to choose from the menu. You're going to go for the chili chicken, are you going to go for the garlic chicken? As a matter of fact, in here, if you kind of bring the references, of course, you've got so many teams in the mix, right? WSF, UP50, after having such a good start, was not a really good game in Sanhok. Now, the question arises, has the momentum broken down? Same can be said from Currency, especially after a good start in Erangel. They haven't really built anything up.
They certainly haven't, right? But you have to give it to Asla, right? The amount of endurance power that they've shown, right, in spite of not having the best of days in the first 2 games, they really come back strong on the map of Sanhok, and now they can sort of pave their way towards maybe that strong second half that we have seen in day number 1 and 2 in round 3.
Oh, they certainly can, right? Especially Asla, how they've been hustling their way inside the circle. I am really hoping that they show something promising, such as this one device over here, the iQOO Neo 6. And our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
Dude, man, I'm really waiting for the iQOO Neo 6 to launch. I can't wait for this device. The Snapdragon 875G processor. Can't wait to play BGMI on this processor, man. All the frames that you get. I mean, dude, I have tried, but certainly I need to go for a rank push on that, because the 90 FPS that you get is pretty sick. And if I'm not playing on 90 FPS, I get owned by the rest of the players. I'm not that good,
I mean, I do not know if getting this device will even help you just a bit, because it's just bad. But talking about this, for all the esports enthusiasts, all you've got to do is get into it. Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6. There's some really nice games out there. If you have a lucky chance, you can win prizes up to 2 lakh rupees. Now, coming back into the phrase, it's getting so much more interesting. 50% of the game's over, 50% left. Now, it's kind of getting very strenuous in the top 6, because you've got so many teams, teams up until 10 to 11th position, all in such close contentions of contesting for the coveted spots.
They certainly are, right? And we haven't really seen a lot of teams sort of bow out of this competition yet. You might talk about X-Spark, and they have sort of had a rough start. They certainly did, right? Always getting caught out in the open has been a recurrent trend for them. I'm not really sure if they can break the shackles and make a comeback in the second half, especially because they've had a trend, right? If they kind of don't get a good start, the comeback just gets exponentially more difficult for them.
Yeah, absolutely bank on point, right? This is something that we were even discussing earlier, right? They really need to have a good start to ensure that the remainder matches go the way they plan out. Now look at them, they've tried out almost everything, right? They've replaced 420 with Gyro God, who could not do much considering how the circle really panned out. I'm certainly starting to think, are they going to even resort to Fearless? Because Scout, to be honest, has been so far the best player, right? We've seen him in the top 5 players. He's been getting those damages done. Mavi on certain occasions has also been providing those cover fires from behind. But at certain spots, like in the map of Erangel we witnessed, I really felt it was Mavi's job to watch out for Insane's flank coming in from the eastern side, because he was the one on the back lines, right? And the other players were having their attention focused on towards the players of UP50. That is where, had he, noticed that, had he felt that, things could have been better for X-Pac over there. But regardless, 3 more games remaining. We have seen teams make a comeback. You've seen teams like Enigma yesterday, the day before, teams like Blind also, starting off really slow and then eventually racking up all the points. So there's always chance, especially when you've got those 6 games in a day.
There certainly is a lot of chance, right? And honestly, gunpowder has never really been a problem for X-Pac. You also have a player sitting on the bench, a player like Fearless, who's just absolutely ruthless in BGIS. If he also comes in the picture, maybe replacing one of the top dogs like Mavi or Scout might just be a difference maker. I'm not really sure if that's gonna happen. But of course, for them, it's always been the rotation. Speaking of rotations, there's been other teams that have also been struggling with the rotations. Reckoning, right? Sort of always in the edge of the circle, trying to dash in.
With Reckoning, considering how the first game of Erangel went, they were the ones kind of placed inside, right? Right around the centers, if you remember that one fight against Skylights Gaming, where they charged upon Vexy when they sort of knew he was out in the open. It was a game of Miramar, where they kind of were facing troubles, but of course it was the circles, because the way these circles are building up, Salty, it's making things even more spicier, as you've been talking about the spice levels getting heated up. They'll talk about spice level going up to level 4 this time, as the flight path trajectory comes all the way from Yasnaya towards Sosnovka military base, as you and I, along with all the viewers, are going to have a really tough time tomorrow in the morning.
We for sure are going to have a lot of tough time, especially these players. They're just rising up the spice levels, as most of them take to the skies right now. It all comes down to whether they kind of keep their drop location same or they try and go for something different. But all that I'm waiting for is the circle, because we've had a fair share of northern circles, and I'm pretty sure it's a common inference on the desk itself. Nobody really likes a northern circle, do we?
There was a certain point, right, where we were just getting those northern circles, and we were up to the point where we were kind of got a little bored of it.
The tipping point.
That is where we were kind of wondering, when are we getting the southern circles? And we had it in the day where it was a perfect setup, especially when Godlike was just trying to fight their way in and to earn that ticket for the BMPS. But for now, what I'm really hoping to see is the zone panning out in front of me. Where is the first circle going to be? And it is going to be an eastern circle. So somewhere around those Lumberjack Hills is where I'm anticipating a lot of teams to be kind of centering themselves around. As Insane, I think this is one of those games where they really need to get a chicken.
They certainly have, right? They get this circle for themselves quite at the center of it all. And we've seen the circle form happens towards that prison area. But of course, I'm really happy with the way WSF have gone about their performance, right? Right from the beginning till the very end, have been very consistent, and all that comes is to try and maintain that momentum.
A little bit of a change. We've got the players of UP50 actually dropping over at Milta right beside 7C. Now this is going to change a lot of things over here. As Skylights Gaming, they're going to be heading off towards Gatka, try to get their loot done, and would want to rotate pretty early on, because again, you're kind of going on towards even the more longer stretches of those western territories out, and you've got to make your way back inside the circle. So it's going to be a little strenuous process. It's going to be important to see. And the mantra for Skylights Gaming has been pretty simple, right? Have an average of around 7 to 8 points every single game, and then kind of look for qualifying, or maybe just be consistent throughout. So Team EXO, teams like SG have sort of resorted to sort of similar styles of play. Even in the map of Sanhok, we saw, Gamla Boy resorting for that healing battle. Just did not have enough meds.
He certainly did. Something which is very interesting is the split coming from Edbit once again. Tsunami as well as Juicy, right? A very wide split, while the rest of the players are moving towards Fairy Pair. Now, we've seen Orangutan do something similar on day 1 itself, and we know it didn't really pan out, but thankfully for them, for 8-bit, they don't really have anybody like Team INS close by who is going to target them right from the get-go.
You know, the only reasoning, or the only rationale, I believe, behind this sort of rotation is, of course, that anticipation of that huge curveball down south, which is a stark possibility, right? It is there. It's still on the cards. We've seen, you know, all these ridiculous zone shifts, and if it happens, you know, it would just want to have themselves at the better side of the board. But for now, of course, Team X-Park, as a matter of fact, even dropping down at Isnaya, they also have a really good rotation going along. And it's all going to be about how insane plays this game, right? Right at the center, you're going to expect them to have a decent amount of loot, because when you tend to play around the center, it's imperative that you sort of have all those big, you know, ammunitions, all those grenades into your name, that big scopes for to yourselves, so that, you know, for all those threat coming at your way, you're going to be tackling it out easily, which sort of takes me down to that one Seoul game, the first game of day before yesterday's evening. All they did was just hold that one compound, and it was Goblin who absolutely went all in. And a little bit of trivia for you and for the viewers: they had no ammunition remaining when they went after God. Like, it was just the grenades doing the job.
Exactly right, and look at the confidence. Those guys were like, all right, fine, ammunition's not really something very important. We just have explosives, and it's relatively better. Of course, we saw them successful over there and got their fair share of loot done as well. But so far, so forth. You've got to give it to the boys of Team X-Park. I mean, what do they do right now, right? They've got themselves on Yasnaya, will get a fairly healthy loot for themselves done. But do they immediately try and rotate, maybe take the fight to Insane and get the center of the circle right off the get-go?
No, at this point, they cannot really afford to take fights, right? Considering the rough games that they're having. It's not a problem with the you know, finishes that they're facing. It's the problem with the position that they're holding. And now, you know, trying to contest Insane right off now, considering, you know, there's going to be that radical shift somewhere maybe towards the eastern side or the western side. We do not know where. Even the circle has chances to go all the way to up towards Yasnaya. So it's pretty early to step on the gun and come to any certain conclusions. But yes, like you said, I agree with you. They have to take that one important fight. Okay? And considering the fact that the players are, you know, in terms of taking fights, have been doing relatively well, they should be taking their chances.
Exactly, and they've found their fair share of finishes. It's just about getting caught out in the open, even for OR as well, right? They've been relatively successful, rather consistent. It's just about finding that one big game, and they will come back in contention for the top 6 once again.
Oh yeah, I think for Orange Rock, it has always been those Miramar games that we really look forward to, right?
Yeah.
But especially in Sanhok, I love what Jelly and Aditya did. Despite being under such dire circumstances, they made such a beautiful comeback, especially when you kind of lose out on Aru and Atanki, from whom you kind of expect those healings to come up. And when you know that you kind of enter inside the game with a certain game plan, and suddenly you're just spotted off, and you have to kind of adapt to that situation, make those developments and move ahead. I think they did amazing with what resources they had.
Really curious is what's going to happen on the western bridge right now, on the eastern bridge to be very specific, because on the mainland right now you've got Team 7Cs as well as Team UP50 guarding the Milta and the farm region. They're pretty close to the bridge right now, and there's sort of a collision that might happen as a lot of vehicles are starting to congregate on the southern island itself, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Might just be a collision between teams. Of course, they have the option of trying to go through the waterways itself, but both the teams would actually try and take the chances. Glacier is already on the move, and you can see on the mini-map, these blue dots are following them very closely.
Oh yeah, and not just that, you know, 8-bit might find themselves surrounded, right at the, as you like to call, like a patty in a sandwich, because you've got the
food references just never die.
At least not for me. At least not for me. I can do that the whole day long. But for now, 8-bit, now they're in a situation. It's going to be against Team Currency with Tuhan making those advancements on the right-hand side of Tsunami, as he's going to be lobbing all those grenades, as Yuan is also going to do the same.
To be honest, I was rather surprised when actually Team Glacius made their way inside the mainland. I thought that there was an invisible peace treaty between these teams to try and cross the bridge, but that's definitely not the case, ladies and gentlemen. As Team 8-bit right now, they know that they are hotly being followed by Team Currency, and Team Currency, they're not really kind of stepping the gum just yet, just lobbing those nades, just trying to push back 8-bit as much as possible, stall the rotation, but as soon as the opportunity arrives, I'm pretty sure they will take the triggers.
No, this is where 8-bit do. They're kind of trying to run Try and get inside the circle as soon as possible as Dollar and Tufan.
Yes.
They can try and dish out as much damage. At least want to get one player knocked out, and things could be eventually better for them. As elsewhere, we have got a different fight coming up. You know, you've got Insane against Critic, a fight for taking the center. But now, wait, I believe they're gonna go for the board race, right? Which, you know, is a good idea.
It certainly is a good idea, but look at this, the Kratic. They jump for the saving of their fallen comrade as Panic is inside the compound all by himself, trying to take the fight to the opposition. Of course, very, very successful in that one. Gets the first knock down and still look for more. Confirms the finish as Kratic are on the move, but two players are down already as insane pressure comes in from Insane. Ironic, isn't it?
Oh yeah, indeed, as Critic, finally, this is what they wanted to do. Insane already losing out on Param. Siam is down as well. It's all going to come down to Mac and Iyadi, who have to go on with that push. Need to perfectly toss those grenades, and this is a perfect time to do so. Find that little opening, find that little exploration that they're inside that compound. Would now step out of cover as Mac gets the better out of team. Instead, Panic comes out of that window just to get taken down as Kratic. They have been annihilated.
They certainly have been, right, and Team Insane, they reign supreme, the central compound that we always talk about. It's always very difficult because you draw these attention coming in, the pushes coming in. Kratic did try the hand and try and overthrow Insane from the center of the circle itself, but that does not happen. Elsewhere though, Team 7C, they have the eye set on UP50 and their squad house.
Oh yeah, indeed they do, as Sarkar is going to toss this grenade into perfection. Both these players walking up to it. Spray God getting taken down. Sabitar and Sarang just pushing inside the compound. Now UP50, the numbers have dwindled. It's all come down to KSR and his teammate. What do they do out of it? It is still a 2v3 situation. Sarkar not at the best of HPs, but if KSR can land that one good grenade and make sure he gets that opening good takes for 7C. And he does that perfectly well. Instantly goes in for the finish. Needs to get himself reset back up as Sabitar comes chiming in. Eventually Sarkar out of that beautiful trade as the push comes in. It is going to be Spray God who's absolutely blocked, but despite that, manages to secure that final finish as 7C somehow survived this fight with two of their players remaining.
But at what cost, Fixes? They've lost two players in the process and completely dwindling their chances of getting a big chicken, and 7C needed that. They certainly aren't very comfortable inside the fight of top 6, and this doesn't really look good. And I love what UP50 did over there. They knew they're going down and instantly going for the knock and finish. No mercy being shown whatsoever.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. And this is something that UP50 can afford, to be honest, at this point, because the first two games really were the games that they wanted. That's the kind of a start. But at this point, you know, now they realize the Sanhok game did not go the way they wanted. And now Erangel, pretty early elimination, just 2 points out of this game. This is where the tension arises in their heads a little bit. Now this is where the sweats start forming, building up for them, because now with just another Miramar and Erangel, they have to do whatever it takes. But 8-bit, somehow, they've managed to make it inside the circle as Glacier have a really good spot to themselves.
They certainly have, right? But again, coming back to UP50, I mean, what's around for day without sweaty affairs, right? You want that happening. You want that tension in the final game. But there's just so much on the line and so much chances. But of course, 8-bit, right, known for their very late rotations. They are healthy inside the circuit, but of course, right in front, they're going to find Team Glaciers. I'm not really sure if they do decide to engage, but those two airdrops, had I been me in place of 8-bit, I would have gone for them, you know? Those smokes coming out certainly attracts a lot of attention.
It's a good thing that 8-bit did not sign you, and all for the right reasons. And
I'm a good player.
You're better off with Orangutan. But for now, Team 8-bit, on playing on the lower grounds, they need to take that higher area, higher ridges, as that would have been the intention. But again, you know, the way the circle has shifted, this is where it's perfect for them. They were floating for the right moment. Now they can take these cliffs to their advantages. You've got those little rocks. They place their buggies perfectly, I think they can get some juicy position points out of this game.
A lot of position points, and that is exactly what they need. The last game for Edbit was basically the stepping stone, gets a lot of platform to work with, a lot of waterways right behind. There's nobody who can try and gatekeep, or rather backstab them from behind. And this is exactly where they can, you know, survive for maybe the iterations of the 5th or the 6th circle. So far, there's nobody contesting it. But have a look at the northern part of the circle. His team, Marcus Gaming, they are attracting a lot of attention from both Team Xpark as well as Orange Rock.
But you know, at this point, Xpark would not want to be engaging in such a fight. And I love what Marcus Gaming are doing, just heading into it, Lipovka traveling through that territory. As now, Skylights Gaming finally find themselves getting inside the zone of taking that little southern route. And it's a good way to go in, right? Whenever you kind of scissoring through the edges, you know you would want to make sure there's no one on your tails. And that is where they're going to try and hold maybe for the few little vantage compounds around that Milta Power factory. As a matter of fact, that could be a really good spot for them to hold. We do know where all the other teams are. They do not. Now we can find a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a kerfuffle building up. Insane having losing out on one of their players, as Cyan is still bleeding on his knees as he needs that important race, Salty.
Oh, for sure. Mac just completely being shaken with that nade itself. This Team Bravery coming as a third-party side, of course, might not survive, but none of the shots actually connect. Killing, though, of course, a lovely job done in round 3. This time, though, so far, is yet to find something of his own.
Oh yeah, I mean, Killian has always been one of those players to watch out for.
Yeah.
And Team Bravery, they had been the late bloomers, even if you remember in round number 3, right? Stepping up in those final few games consistently had always been their forte. As now, Asla Zero, he's kind of at the center of all the crossfires that are happening right now, right? Center of all that action. There's no chance on earth if he survives over there. But for now, for 7C, survive with just 2. This is where, you know, they would be hoping that had they had Sarang and Savitara along with them, this could have been the chicken dinner game that they just missed out on in Sanhok.
Exactly right. Could have been so much, but ifs and buts. It kind of reminds me of a meme, to be honest. So looking at Zero, you're sitting on a chair, chilling, where there's explosion and earthquakes happening left and right, and you don't care what on earth is going on. Of course, speaking of Skylight Gaming, though, they've got a good position inside the circle itself. Of course, right at the edge of it all. And this is something which they like to play. Try and go for those placement points, but there are so many teams. This 7C Spray God, certainly not justifying his name as the 6-6. Just wants to tap in. Why are you being?
It's all right.
So ironical.
It's fine, you know, at a certain time he needs to realize that a lot of these teams are engaging for those sprays, wasting their ammunitions, and certainly when you have to rotate so early, or you kind of are limited on every single utility.
Yeah.
But for now, Aladdin completely oblivious of the threat that lies ahead of him. It's going to be in the form of 8-bit as we see that really awkward northeastern circle, one of those rare circles that we have witnessed in a long time. And this is where Mavi is trying to scout out. Right? He's trying to search for the perfect area or position to have his player stationed at, as this is going to be an absolutely bloodbath, because you've got 7C, you've got walkouts, you've got Glacier taking that little shack, which could be turned into 4 waves anytime soon.
Oh my god, this is an absolute playground. There's no cover whatsoever. Little ridges, little stones, and that is exactly it. His Spray God just looks to go out of this situation. He does not want to play a part in this contest itself, as he's the only one surviving. There's just so many teams out in the open. More importantly, Team 8-bit, like, their position, it's pristine, but so far, even they have to push a little northward of the circle itself, as others are still in the contest.
Spray God looks way too lost. Now, all guys lost to his eyes. What am I going to do at this point? Where do I go? It's teams everywhere. I'm just going to get taken down. But talking about getting taken down, Team Bravery, Fairs 2 OP, they were holding on to it those little compounds that we had, right? Eventually, as the circle kind of started shifting, they still do have a better spot inside the circle, a little bit of a high ground present for them. At this point, they would want to stick to it, right? Because the moment they try and go out searching for some other better places, they're just going to get people down.
Exactly where the problem starts, as Team Skylight Gaming, they have come in from behind, and this is exactly not the situation where 8-bit wanted to be in. Madman tries to go in for the rotate as he invites so much spray and barely survives over there. This Team Skylight is just charging in. Riot falls down. The entire cookie crumbles. Is it Pixies?
Oh yeah, at least for 8-bit, this is the last thing that's anticipating, right? This is where Skylight Gaming would want to get as many finishes as possible. Their names, and Kamla Boy, he realizes it's a knock, one of the players is in the waters. It's basically a time for a good push over here. As Madman, he's going to get himself back up, but they really need to watch out for Tiger, who could be a thorn for Skylight at this point.
Exactly, even Spray God as well. And Skylights, they have such good information on the territory itself. They know exactly where the players are, using the smoke to the advantage, blocking off those sidelines. Of course, Spray God, I guess even he has not been spotted as of yet. Skylights have to be very wary of the situation. Team 8-bit, given the space and time that they got, might just recover from it, but the smokes just gives that position away.
Enough for Skylights. They've got that little bit of a ridge to walk around with, a little bit of a dip. But I'm starting to wonder if the teams that are on the higher grounds can get the better out of them, especially Team Bravery. The moment they come out, because it was Tiger who was trying to survive from Arslan. It was Sami from Bravery who got the better out of him, wiped him out of the server. As now we're waiting for that final shift, you know, the moment of truth. Where is the circle going to go? Is it going to go completely towards the eastern side? But no, a little bit of a shift towards those center lines as now walkouts. They've got that perfect position to themselves, but now the big problem arises when they have to defend with so many teams trying to contest for that very location.
And I love what Walkout did, right? They have a 2-2 split going on, covering the majority of the circle. Not really sure if they have the offensive strength, but look at this. Those SG, they are still on the move as nades come flying in. Beautiful as it completely takes off Madman and a lot of his HP. Right, of course, finds the first one. So many shots being taken as Team Bravery also gets shot from the back lines. But look at Team SG. They're basically reeling. Even Bravery, for that matter, as Sami is the only one who's still surviving.
The hunters are getting us hunted. Salty over here.
I love WSF.
Team Bravery, they were kind of, just be a thorn over there for Skylight. Did some decent amount of damage, though, eventually to get taken down by WSF. And Dango is hell-bent on securing the finish. He gets it. A little salty, even by your standards, as grenades are going to come pouring in, as Invader is going to be going in for the invasion, gets the better out of the final player, as Skylight dive in on towards the players of 8-bit. It's going to be the last lonesome player. Vexy surviving, has to deal with both Riot and Madman. Can he succeed?
The nade lobbed in should be a nice topography, but of course Madman, not a lot of HP to work with, only 2 bandages for his aid as Vexy gets so much time to get back his fallen brothers. Team Skylights, of course, they can potentially rest 4 players back up and running, but do they have the time? Of course, the circle will shift 100 meters to get back inside the circle itself. Riot completely full in terms of HP itself as all of these throwables get lopped in. Nice Molotov as another player just burns down to crisp, and this final blow is all that they wanted.
All right, you beauty. 1 Molotov and 3 players down, out and gone. As WSF somehow still around the edges are surviving, as 8-bit have done a really good job. As Invader, the lonesome survivor, is now facing a lot of trouble coming in from the players of Glacier. It is going to be that final grenade that secures the job, as WSF also bow out with just 5 finishes to their name.
Team X-Park though, they're pretty comfortable right now. But will OR Esports make it easy for them? This nade, of course, might just come in and shuttle their forces. Little damage being given. Mavi has been knocked out elsewhere. Team Insane also providing so much pressure from the backlines, and I love what they are doing, like praying at the edge of the circle. Nobody coming in from the backlines. Just have so much to focus on right in front of them.
Spots him out already. It's all about a matter of fact to kind of get that vehicle blown up. But now Orange Rock, they are going to be pushing in onto towards the players of X-Park, who built a trail of smoke for themselves, trying to keep themselves alive. This has been the major problem, right? The positioning of OR is as such that they can get the better out of X-Park, but now they have their attention diverted, now looking out for Reckoning. Oh, very often gets taken down from Yuan though, as Atanki would be looking to secure the finish, but elsewhere, somewhere down the line, Aditya is going to be the one who hits that final lane in the coffin, as Reckoning also bow out.
I love this, right? Orange Rock takes care of Reckoning, and now they only have focus set, eyes set on Team X-Park. sprays coming in as Aru just knocks both players down. Orange Rock, they certainly are on a roll. Insane also from the right hand side, but just so much problems for Team Xbox, and I have just no clue how they're gonna survive. Siam from the back line, Aru from the front. Just look at Aru go ham on these players, and there's just no way they can survive even amidst the cloud of smoke itself. It's just Scout and Mavi trying to do the heavy lifting, but it's no way possible as this man just resorts to those syringes back up and running.
Yeah, this has been one of those problems that have not really been addressed by the players of Xbox. Now, the edgy strategy hasn't really worked out. The Scout is also going to bid adieu to this game as he gets taken down courtesy to the play zone, as OR Esports, having that little bit of a high ground advantage, would be prying out, especially after the players of Insane. Where on earth are they is what is going on in their minds. This walkout had a little bit of a split, but finally they managed to congregate together in that little wooden shack and are now facing trouble from elsewhere. But those grenades are definitely going to help out as Abrar opens it up with a knock onto its dollar.
Holding the center of the circle always comes with its own cons. Just look at this, the currency just not out, waiting for his ideal chance to strike as the nades still blow up. Cakes down Aru, one more nade. Atanki might just be wiped off the floor as we are waiting for the final kaboom. Daddy from elsewhere finds smack from Insane as from the back lines. It is, I believe, not out. Yes, it is who finds Atanki through the smoke itself, completely wipes off OR Esports.
Somehow, Walkout still have all 4 players of their team surviving, right? And this is where they've got the chance, right? And they have a little bit of a vision, as Team Currency have a really good spread. As Dionysus, is he aware about Siam just slithering through? As he finally makes his way inside the zone, the moment Dionysus steps out, it's going to be a different story. But eventually, Basic Walk is going to take him out. As Walkout still inside the little wooden shack over here, have made it to the top 4. A perfect game that they were looking out for, have been consistent throughout the day. Grenade comes in, but barely misses out on Abrar.
I'm not really sure if I'm a big fan of walkouts and their positioning inside a shack all by themselves as a shower of nade and artillery pours right in front of them. Team Currency are just absolutely dominating, dancing across the circle. It seems like they've called upon the Grim Reaper and they are taking the incarnation of hell.
Ooh, nades and utility getting tossed over left, right and center. Finally flushed out with a little holding, but Yuva seems to have found that perfect corner just to survive his dollar. Getting better out of Beard Baba. Will find himself getting that finish to his name. As now the Currency, the players are now looking forward to getting that golden chicken on it. His finish is going to be secured anytime sooner, as Not Out just trying to rush in. At the same point, Glacier, they have their back against the wall. Can they pull off something miraculous? Can they pull off that magic rabbit out of that hat over here? As Team Currency keep on failing all those bullets at their direction, as Not Out gets another finish to his name.
He certainly does. There's only one player from Glacier, rather 2 are surviving. Max Forever and Daddy. Both of them have a huge bounty on top of their head. His Team Currency is just looking for them to spot them out. Dollar, of course, just roaming around in the open. Just very surprising that Max Forever didn't really take some shots. Of course, 4v2 numbers are certainly in their favor and they can start really enjoying themselves. But Dollar goes down and this is not it. Glacier, all they have what to do is isolate this place one by one. And if Team Currency crumbles, this is how it happens. The script has been written.
Oh, the script certainly has been written, as Not Out had the beautiful positioning from that vehicle. Knew and charted out all the players' locations, and now he is just trying to be a taunt from the sidelines, as this is a perfect opportunity for Team Currency to go into the bush, just somehow being a little hesitant, giving enough room for the final player of Walkout to make it inside the goal, but no, U1 getting taken down. That is bad news, but the trades are going to come in as Not Out secures yet another knock. It all comes down to Daddy. Can he survive? Can he prevail supreme here, Salty?
I have no clue, right? Both the teams, they're punched above their weight as Not Out is making the final dash so far with the M762 clearing off everybody, but the crowds are in. Supreme Max Forever, he is still surviving. The dream is still alive for Glacier as he goes for the final one, but Dollar is gonna find him, and in Team Currency, it's almost written. But Walkout, so you are open. This man just does not really care. Doesn't matter if the floor is lava, doesn't matter if there's brawls happening in the neighborhood. He's just chilling.
He's done his job. He's done exactly what they wanted. Not the chicken dinner though, but of course the top to finish isn't too shabby. Not a lot of finishes to their name, clearly shows that walkouts wanted those position points more than anything, and now this is going to be, well, a field store for the players of Currency just to spot out, and there you go, it's going to be a vehicular manslaughter to end it all as yet another rising team back to this time with a lot of finishes to their name, and from here onwards, 13 finish points, 15, 28 points earned from just this one game. Walkouts being very consistent after that really good haul. Even in Miramar, in Sanhok, they were decent. But for Team Glacier, Arca was looking for the comeback, and here it is.
Exactly right. Once again, a top 3 backed by the underdogs. Certainly changed the name to undergods, as Anki loves to call them, as we transition to the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. Currency bags 28 damn points from this game. They are back in contention.
I told you I'm good at maths. And there you have it, 28 points to their names. And of course, Glacier not being far behind. It was a perfect display from their side, especially the way things started off. You could see they took, took really good places. They always have been one of those teams that prioritizes a lot on positioning. And Glacier has certainly been another one of those teams that have earned themselves the title of being late bloomers, right? And then them coming back in. And this is where trouble really arises now for X-Park. 3 not really good games, even for 8-bit, especially after holding on to such a good spot and getting taken down at the 12th position. For UP50, 2 good games, but then we're kind of seeing that a little bit of inclination, not in the right manner.
Yeah, a little bit of a slumber for Skylights as well. 3 points, not the best. Of course, we saw that they were still in contention. Consistent performances were coming by. But if this phase lasts a little long, Skylights Gaming might also bow out. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the iQOO MVP right now. It's going to be not out. And the amount of command and confidence this man charges in the final circle, it's unparalleled.
Yes, I mean, I really loved what he did. All those little nitsy moves that he made, especially the one getting inside US, getting all the vision on the players of Glacier, imparting all that information, getting relayed, and them acting upon it. But nothing taken away from Team Glacier as well. You've got On It, Daddy did whatever they could. Even Max Forever, as a matter of fact, being the final survivor, had that Grotza to play around with. But it is going to be filled with all these new names: Not Out, On It, Daddy, U1, Dollar. Now, Team Currency takes you back to the first chicken dinner that they managed to get in round number 3, right? Shows how good they are, what the potential is. Now, with just 2 games remaining, they're also going to start dreaming of the top 6, as we tend to go towards the match summary and anything out of ordinary that you witnessed. 2 vehicle finishes.
Yeah, 2 vehicle finishes, 1 right at the exact end of the game itself. 4 grenade finishes, and that's about it. Even the healing numbers are quite average, right? It's been a rather awkward game courtesy to the circle itself. A lot of teams out in the open. Team X-Park once again just being sandwiched, and every single time they just can't really figure out a way to enter inside the final circuit.
The FT graph, Salty, look at that real estate on Team Currency, right? And sort of kind of makes you into thinking, where were they sleeping, finally getting out of their hibernation. They've managed to get those 13 finishes, and even for 7C, they had a really good start into the game, right? Getting the better out of UP50, but then right after, they were picked off.
We knew, right? The 2 players who were taken down for the side of 7C Esports, that's going to cost them quite a lot. This is, of course, the overall squad face-off, ladies and gentlemen. You've got 19 finishes for both the teams. Currency, they had, I would say, just 1 big game, and they suddenly are competing against 7C Esports right now.
And they were kind of a little consistent in those previous few games, as the average survival time shows. 20 minutes means you've been decent, right? As we take a look at Orange Rock Esports over here, you've got 26 finishes to their name. They've been doing it all right. I somewhere down the line believe they've made it to the top 3 in terms of how the overall standings would have been, considering how they've been consistent throughout, especially after that 1 bad first game. It was not that bad because they had still a few finishes. That chicken dinner there in Sanhok, despite all those circumstances, still managing to prevail a little up top, getting those numbers on board, and and now even as a matter of fact going after the big names, taking them out of the picture. And Orange Rock, somehow down the line, they are very close to solidifying and getting themselves that golden ticket that we've been talking about for the BMPS.
Yeah, right. Everybody wants to get to that flight. Everybody wants to board the flight and get towards BMPS. But I love this day so far. It has been an underdog journey. I mean, we've been waiting for this, right? Big names, obviously, they'll come in and dominate. We've seen that. We've seen enough of it in day 1 and 2. Day 3 was supposed to be the underdog day, and they have actually proven us right. Even WSF, they had a rather consistent game in this one. But of course, speaking of consistent, this one device is going to give you all those consistent frames right about now.
iQOO.
Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए 42 players. Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
A big word of thanks to our sponsors once again, iQOO and Loco, for making this event possible. And for all of you guys, we have a thanks for you as well. You can just go to Amazon, search this device known as iQOO Neo 6 if you don't already know about it. Just search it, play some very simple games like spin the wheel, and you have to be a little lucky, which certainly I am not. But if you are, you win a lot of prizes worth at least 2 lakhs.
Yes, and you can have that, but if you do not like to be lucky, if you want to prove yourself, of course, you can start streaming on India's biggest gaming and streaming platform, Loco, where we have a majority of the BGMI professional players displaying all their, skills, all those Netsy communications, and have things get up in custom rooms, and you might feel that, you have something to learn from them, go for it. Otherwise, if you are someone like Salty, who believes he's a really good player and has a lot to show to this world, you can start your streaming journey over there.
You for sure. And for that, just download Loco and get started. But coming back to the day, the voice in my head just said that the competition is really heating up and not a lot of invited teams are inside the top 6. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll rewatch all the action that happened in Erangel once again. It's the highlights, but this is where the cookie crumbled for Kretic.
Yeah, especially after, I really wanted to understand the rationale behind this such push, right? Because going in right from the very start, trying to secure that center, that's not the right way to approach. Because even you could see the circle shifted way far from the shelter region. Right? And this is where Kretic needs to understand little of those rookie mistakes being made from their side. But this is where I really wanted to see how things opened up on UP50. And despite that invasion coming at their direction, they did a pretty decent job even to hold off. And I was starting to wonder if Sarkar had any first aids on him, because I felt after getting this knock, he could have tried and repositioned. There you go. Just 4 bandages, had no other options, and 7C just got the better out of them.
Exactly, and again the split coming in for 7C, sending those two players up early just costed them so much. Had there been the backup available at the right time, maybe 7C had survived with all their players, but it's not really something we should be talking about now. Team Currency, right? They had only one finish, but every single time they kind of banked upon their positioning, and they got all of those finishes as a byproduct of it.
Oh yeah, of course. And you know the way they've been playing, right? They had that little high ground, they had that lovely spread. But this was another iconic fight that we witnessed, right?
Yeah.
With Team Bravery also meddling in inside this battle as Skylights wanted to charge in at 8-bit, get some juicy points to themselves, but could not. They were constantly being hindered by WSF, by the players of Bravery, and this is where, you know, just when WSF, we were thinking they were kind of languishing down, they were kind of gassing out, they kind of tried to get themselves in, but wasn't really enough. This
Molotov.
one Molotov from Riot side had so much effects, right? It was kind of ricocheting around. Molotov came in, Vexy just bombarded himself.
Yeah.
It was a win-win for 8-bit either way.
Exactly right, and Vexy did not have the time to just throw his utility over there. I mean, poor guy just exploded himself. But of course, this was a region where I thought that OR Esports might actually start dominating, right? They were at the edge of the circle, cleaning the hood right from the edge of it. They had no worries about their backstabbing. They only had to care about left and right. They had their fair share of fight against Team TX. They took down Reckoning in the process as well. But Team I guess Xpark were taken down by somebody else. I don't really remember that.
Look at this, you know, just MG just going for a drive-by, taking two players just for fun. But yeah, I think for Xpark, they really need to work out on how they're positioning inside the circles, right? They need to learn those hard lessons, especially after teams like Orangutan, teams like Kevin, teams like Revenant. Everyone tried to follow that little edgy strategy, and for none of them had been the case. Everyone had to deal with the consequences that is out of the BMOC, and this is where Team Xpark just have two more last few games remaining, where they have to do some wonders. Otherwise, it's over. We have to bid adieu to yet another big name in the community.
Exactly right, and even those last two games, they literally need miracles to survive, because it's not easy. Big games quite a lot, because the standards set by these teams like Walkouts, Currency, UP50, who are in the lower fringes of those top 6 standings, the kind of points that they have already acquired, it's not easy to kind of back them up. And considering the fact that these teams don't really have those big games in the last 2 editions, that is only when Team Xpark might just breathe some sigh of relief, but not as long as Team Currency and their players spray like that.
Oh yeah, you know, everything about this fight. Look at Not Out, right? Every single moment, just look at him. He's kind of keeping himself away from the back. He's kind of getting that little higher ground over there. Also managed to sit inside that vehicle, try to spot out the other players. And for Glaciers, they were all pinned down on towards that one location. They made everything that they could have done out of that situation over there. Had Max Forever secure that final finish. But again, bringing the conversation back towards Xpark, right? This is high time they understand they need to get a chicken dinner in Miramar, because you made a really important, very good point over there, saying about the fact that now there are so many teams in the mix for top 6, right? It goes down till 10th or 11th position, where even one of those teams, if they get a good chicken, they find themselves back in the top 6. Now this is where teams like Xpark really need to find where do they stand, right? Pretty down in the bottom, and this is something unacceptable for a team of that standards, right? Especially after a fandom that you have going behind you, right? Scout so far has been one of the best performers, I must say, out of Team Xpark. Ultron, he needs to step up. You've got 420, Gyro God, whoever plays in Miramar has to really step up, and Mavi needs to fix his rotations, right? He needs to understand that this is where he has to go back to the good old days of trying to play around the center.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar is going to be very, very crucial. But for now, though, once again, we are just getting ready. Fixes is going to take a small break as Arca is going to come back and join me. And coming back into the conversation yet again with the teams in contention, you've got to give it to the boys of Asla as well, right? Even they are pretty much in a fighting spot. You've got to talk about 8-bit, you've got to talk about OR. OR, of course, they've solidified the position. Skylights, though, as well as I believe 7Cs are sort of in the vicinity where one good game might just change a lot of things, Arka. But I want to know your thoughts, right? Do you still believe that X-Spark and a final moment of brilliance is still to come?
Yeah, it is still to come. As I said, one good game of 15 finishes will give you 30 points, right? And just imagine one 30-pointer game can actually turn tables. And we did see in the previous round where the big dogs were also taken down just because of 5 to 6 points and the overall points table. So there is still a fighting chance. As I said, it's not the one team which has dominated getting that winner chicken dinner. Asla came in, performed so well, immediately a 0. So that balances out.
Yeah.
Right? So somewhere I feel that, there is a chance for X-Spark. All they have to do is make sure get one good one and then follow it up with a decent 10-pointer.
Exactly right. You need to have that consistent momentum, right? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, consistent frames on this device because of its Snapdragon 875G. Of course, more word from our sponsors out there from iQOO. Gorgeous iQOO Neo 6. This device is a thing of beauty, I must say. And of course, it's coming soon. So as soon as it drops, just go and get your hands on one of these, because without this, I'm pretty sure gaming must be pretty difficult. Snapdragon 875G. That processor is a beast.
See, that is where, sometimes you need to understand how this whole mobile is built up.
Oh, yes.
If you have a processor like that, it's going to be backed up with some other features because it's capable of doing it. And the best part is it's just for gaming. And then they prioritize gaming over here. So you need to have this device in your hand as we step back to today's day, right?
Yeah.
So underdogs performing.
Oh,
what do you have
yes.
to say about that?
I mean, dude, it just fills my heart with joy, to be honest. First of all, I've always wanted iQOO BMOC to be about the underdogs, right?
Yeah.
For sure, the invited teams come in. For sure, they spice up the competition. But watching the level of skill of these underdogs where they are going toe-to-toe against the pros right now, there's barely any difference. There's barely any difference, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where I feel like, our esports circuit has gone so higher where the skill level is barely any different.
Absolutely. Now the next map is going to be the map of Miramar. Yet again, I'm just hoping that, there's now going to be any invited team securing a winner chicken dinner for themselves.
You're just as salty as me.
No, see, I'll tell you why I want that to happen. So that in the final map, we get to see some really good action where each and every person watching the game will understand how important of a game can just one game be. But at the same time, there are few teams who are prioritizing each and every game to be the most important one, trying to give the 100% of what they have done throughout the day, keeping walkouts in my mind. I'm speaking this, keeping the side of WSF. Again, they're also doing a very great job. And let's not forget that, there's one team Currency who are trying to cash in every now and then. So somewhere if, team Currency also performs well, most of the underdog squads will have an, winner chicken dinner for themselves. And that is where the invited teams will have a little bit of a hard job to make it into the next round by performing just one game in the hand.
Even Team Glaciers for that fact, right? Last game was brilliant for them, right? And having said that, they might even come back in contention. And if I listen to my instincts right now, I kind of think that WSF, they've already made the cut. UP50, they're sort of struggling right now. But for sure, WSF, there's no way they're missing the flight to BMPS as we witness the beautiful shots of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. This map, I always believe that the second last map of the day kind of decides a lot of things, Arka. And this is where I sort of feel like this map has so much significance in who qualifies and who doesn't, as the flight takes us up to the skies once again. And the flight path is rather decent one. It doesn't really dissect the map into halves. It's more of a diagonal flight path, to be honest. After Monte Nuevo moves towards Impala.
Absolutely, the flight path is going to be dissecting the map right to the center, giving an opportunity for everybody to go to their respective drop locations, you know, and that is the best part about it all. But this is going to be a key point for the squad, which will be going in for some early skirmish, because you get those early 3 to 4 finishes, which is required, confidence boost coming in for the squad. Then from then on, the prediction of the zone coming perfectly. That is the kind of equation you need to have. We can see a huge chunk of teams have already taken off earlier itself. They've all jumped off going towards the side of Crater Fields, towards the side of Trailer Park at this point of time. And I really want to see how the professional teams are going to counter this out, because ultimately prioritizing the zone in Miramar has until now been the key for success.
Exactly, and it always has been the key for success, especially for teams like Orange Rock as well as Walkouts. Part of the reason why they are so successful is they always find the center of the circle, no matter what curveball that the BGMI gods have for them. And I'm specifically looking out for those two teams, right? Walkouts, their past records on Miramar has been fabulous. It's literally scintillating. And having said that, Orange Rock, the way they've sort of dominated the first game of Miramar also sort of brings back memories and their past experiences on Miramar as well. But having said that, the circle rather, a little bit of a northern tinge to it towards water treatment as well as Del Patron. But so far, teams towards San Martin will actually enjoy a lot of breathing room. His team X-Spark land right at the heart of the circle itself. Adi, though, taking so much shots from Team Bravery.
Absolutely, Team Bravery trying to live up to their life, be brave enough to take some early fights and making sure that they secure a few finishes for themselves, because these are one of those teams, right, who have been performing as much as possible to and get that early contention into their favor. As I said, that early 4-5 finishes for yourself is going to help you out. But look at this is what happens when you land first on the ground. It's going to be Gasty taking advantage of all these things as Team Glaciers are still to hit the ground. He's going to wait for that final moments where he can land a bullet. Is it going to be easy? No, he misses it out as Max Forever is going to go undercover. I just hope he had a better gun, something like an UMP, probably an M4, and that spray would have connected much, much better.
Oh my god, poor Mark's Gaming Ghosty. I mean, it was just funny, right? He's just witnessing his targets land right in front of him. The temptation in his face, he's like, I'm gonna get the first finish. However, poor guy just could not land the shot. Of course, I understand it's pretty difficult to land the shots with a sniper, not like I can land them. But these are professional players. No sense in comparing them with me, as a circle is sort of favoring Team X-Spark right now. I'm really excited to understand how can they kind of mount a comeback, which I'm really looking forward to. We've already lost a lot of big names boarding the flight to BMPS, certainly not really wanting to miss further.
Absolutely. Most of the teams are outside the circle. Now is a chance for the teams inside to actually gatekeep them, which we have not seen in the map of Miramar. Not even once did we see somebody gatekeeping, avoiding them to make it inside the circle until we have entered the 5th circle or the 6th circle. And that is where, those finish points matter a lot. But let's not forget to the northern side of the map, yet again, towards the side of Campo, towards the side of Cruz del Valle, everything is been abandoned. And that is where you would want to place yourself if you're taking a northern rotation. There is a way for you to reach through the roadways, but one team which is going to think out of the box and chooses that will obviously be rewarded with more placement points than they can imagine.
Yeah. Double clicking on what you just said, I feel like gatekeeping on the map of Miramar is a double-edged sword. It certainly is very difficult, first of all, considering you've got so much ways to traverse, right? And number two is that if you want to gatekeep, you're just vulnerable to a lot of shots, especially in the early circles. But having said that, Team Bravery right now, you understand, right, what the consequences are for them. They really need to go for those early finishes. Their Sami is just waiting for the first knock to come in through. Faizopi also takes a peek as this early contact has been established. Both these players go face to face, and Faizopi and his UMP is really not going to reign supreme.
Absolutely, crosshair placement coming perfectly from the side of Insane, and this is how you usually get your experience under control. It brings you a different kind of a composure and exactly know when to strike. He didn't go for a reload immediately. He knew that, you know, he had enough bullets in his back so that he can push in when the time is right and they do the damage.
Oh no, what?
Oh, look at another push coming in from his side. It's going to be Siam this time, you know, getting a finish for himself and quickly convert the second one almost. He needs to know the location of this last player. Sami, if he gets to know, is going to be another person going down and getting a finish for himself. Doesn't look to that corner where he's holding because of that stealth position which he's holding. Obviously, you don't need to give your footsteps away. But on the other side, Team Bravery is also coming into the fray. No, Siam did find Sami at the final moments. Gets another finish for himself. But look at what's happening on the other side. Insane Adi gets taken down by the side of Team Bravery, who's going to be exchanging blows at this point of time. One finish on the ratio of 2, not on the, you know, advantages and coming in from the side of Team Bravery.
Oh my god, these two teams just beating each other down to pulp. Both Bravery as well as Insane have suffered irreparable losses in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Bravery losing 2 players, Team Insane losing 3 right now, and there's just no way. Look at how helpless Param and Mac are feeling right now. Just trying to crawl back towards Siam, hoping that their friend revives them. But this early brawl, it's signs of desperation. You understand, right? For both Bravery as well as Insane, it's all about making the cut. And this game was probably their stepping stone. They really had to make it count. Wanted to go in for a squad wipe early on in the game so that they might get that confidence boost going in through their veins itself. But unfortunately, Fate had other ideas. Only if Siam can manage to pull off a squad wipe by himself,
chances are there, right? He's one of the strongest players when it comes to the team itself. And then you know that Crosshairs is just, look at that. He's going to be right to the corner just in case they go for an early push towards the side of Thompson. All he can do is just pull left and get those shots connected. And this is something which I love the most. He's got a level 3 helmet at this point of time, so that is also going to work out. They need to push together and make sure, you know, they do contest him in a proper way. A certain push coming in from his side gets that initial knock and eventually make sure that, you know, he's going to heal up to his fullest potential, not allowing the other person to eventually come in, and that's going to be Killen, who will be wanting to go in for a revival. There's Siam trying to search them all out. He knows this is the only flow to find them out. Goes in, taunts them out, again comes back up, not allowing that revive to come in, and that's the only way for him to secure that finish. No, the fear is not being struck at this point of time. Siam tries to hold every single thing possible, goes in for a push this time, being daring, puts a man down. The second one doesn't connect as Krillin is going to be jiggling around with that AKM, lands that final bullet into his head. And a very good one. And yet again, you know, I would like take a little more time where 2 players, you know, one stands as a shield as the other one is going to stay behind and take information and strike. This formation seems to be working out precisely well in the game of BGMI, especially BMOC.
Yeah, of course. Have a look at this, so Addy on the run, or rather Tsunami on the run, and Addy right hot on his tails. A lot of damage being dealt as finally the vehicle has been made into smithereens, as this man, he had no business surviving. Kratic really going on the offense, is going ham against Team 8-Bit, and a very early loss for them. Certainly not suiting their case, making it to BMP, as this would be a very big loss, and they have to sort of disengage any moment now to try and retain the 3 players that are still up and running.
I mean, Kratic looking a little offensive at this point of time, looking at all looks and corners, making sure they have enough information. But WSF on the other side, WSF on the other side is going to be moving in a very good formation, you know, making sure they stick together and they're going to be reaching the destinations required. Yeah, there's a tumble comes in from a vehicle, due to which, you know, one person has to traverse around, make sure he hits that vehicle at the right spot and comes back on its feet.
Dude, they are themselves to blame for it. The guys are playing crashing cars right now, striking cars rather. It seems like WSF, they know that they've sealed the berth to BMPS, and right now they're just enjoying themselves. So why not experience some amusement park action, as the Arctic Warfare Magnum has been dropped in, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus Gaming on top of the cliff itself, just scouting their possibilities of maybe pulling off one for themselves. Might be a devastating weapon, especially in those long range battles. which might happen in the North Circle itself.
San Martin being the center of attraction for all these teams, and we can see that all those teams which are looking forward to make sure that they get that winner chicken dinner are right to the center of the map. Let's not forget it's X-Pac 7 Seas, but yeah, incidentally comes in where Siam pulled it off in a very, very good way. 17 bullets is what he had, and eventually he knew that he had done the initial knocks, right? So he went in for those finishes, but ultimately after that he was waiting. It's got to be Snakes who comes in and eventually falls down, and look at this, he becomes as a shield, and eventually Krillin is like, he's gonna wait out, come in at the right time, crosshair placed well, finishes it off.
I'm not really sure if that was a shield, you know, like he was behind. It's just about an odd bullet connecting over there, because that man was basically down. He just got revived, his HP was less, so obviously he had to fall down instantly. He wasn't like exactly right in front to try and block those shots. And
but those bullets became as a shield, right? It did not connect Krillin, and that's the whole point. So if Krillin had got tagged because of those bullets, it would have been a little bit of a fight which will be favoring Siam.
Alright, maybe. Because on the other side, the Reckoning, still on the run, still on the move, waiting to reach their final destination. Now for Reckoning, it has always been a problem, right, to find a place inside the final circle. They always go for the central part of the circle itself, try and rotate in somewhere towards the higher grounds. It's always been their firepower that has been up for question. So far, Team 8-Bit, after that initial loss, which might just be very costly in the end game, just try and hold on to a compound that they just got for themselves, but still playing a split, which I don't really fancy. Elsewhere, LeBron, Bablu, and the others have just charged in, and this is where 7C and their compounds might just be invaded as LeBron bows down. Sarang is still cooking up that nade, though, on the receiving end of a lot of shots as numbers starting to overwhelm him. This man is just gonna get buried 6 feet under. Look at the movement from Reckoning.
Absolutely. Now Addy is the key player for them. They need to make sure they cover him, give him the right kind of opening, and that's the only way for them. Skylights Gaming from far away is also going to be coming into the fray, making sure they damage the side of 7Cs, give an opportunity for the opponents to clear them off. Skylights Gaming at this point of time playing mind games, even they know or not, you know. It's going to be hard for them to realize that they're being that catalyst in the equation, trying to get things done for the side of Reckoning, but Reckoning can make use of this very, very well.
They certainly can, but I'm just really worried about 7Cs right now, as how do they recover from this? How do they really reignite the dreams of BMPS right now? Savitar, of course, knows exactly what the stakes are. Stray God has been knocked in such an insane position. It's a very high-risk move to try and resurrect his fallen brother at this point. As Bablu, all that he wants to do is to try and take their vehicles away. They don't really want to let them get away. Even if their players fall, they just want to stop 7Cs dead in their tracks.
Absolutely. Now the circle yet again shifting a little away from most of these teams. We can still see that it's going to be Team X-Pac inside it, and it's going to be much more easier for them to now gate game.
Yeah, of course, Savitar on his process, Nexus just waiting for it. So far, it's a moment of peace. As both these two teams, it seems like they've signed an invisible peace treaty after their initial losses. Both coming back to their compounds to try and regroup. Of course, all of them on the move as Team Walkouts. This is the team that can potentially make a difference. Both these teams, Orange Rock as well as Walkouts, insanely good. You remember what happened when Walkouts were being challenged by, I believe it was 7Cs coming in. It was Skylights. It was Skylights who actually challenged Walkouts in the initial Miramar. I believe Walkouts have sort of moved on from that debacle, and this time might just put up a good fight against Orange Rock.
Indeed, it is going to be the case. At this point of time, everybody wants to take the southern shift. Southern round itself. But Currency, the way they place their crosses, this is what happens when you make sure that you're aiming at the right corner and just trigger discipline. It comes down to, and Dollar is a person who's going to be rewarded with that finish, and as well as, and not only that, you know, it's going to be a gun which is going to be rewarded, a lot of resources for the squad, which is going to be helpful, as Skylights Gaming Pukar on the other side is making sure that he has view on everybody else. They have to prioritize the zone, and that is what they'll be choosing to, and they'll be moving into the side of Del Petron and make sure they get the right kind of hard cover, because at this point of time, near the side of water treatment, it's all about the dunes and not much of hard cover to work around with.
It certainly is, right? There are a lot of hard covers inside a water treatment, but completely outside it, it's a lot of empty space that these teams need to kind of look out for. Play alongside the lines of those ridges. Of course, the southern part of the circle, very, very high traffic area. Even Team 8-Bit coming into the mist. You've got UP50, you've got Creatic. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, all of this is courtesy to the map feed. I hope the producers, if they are listening to me, kind of bring up the map right in front of me. But of course, after this spray from Riot on towards Somraj, a lot of damage being dealt, but so far Team 8-Bit, they haven't really been successful. They are yet to kind of solidify the position inside the final circle, but they're still going on the offense. I understand what they're trying to do, right? Trying to gatekeep Team Skylights Gaming, but they're in no situation to do it. Oh my god, Kamla boy is just playing with fire right now, and he pays the prices for it. It just falls down.
That's a legendary spray, to be specific, because Raid was making sure that, you know, he doesn't let go of this fight. He just held on to his nerves. I'm going to find somebody over here and make sure I'm going to make them pay. But at this point of time, the tables have turned. You know, the other team has made it inside the circle. Now they're going to be gate kept. And how well can they taste their own medicine? Will they be strong enough to digest it and give it back? As right now, they've ordered for some finishes. They've ordered for some death. And let's see whether this is going to be delivered.
I'm not really sure which side does that, apart from the dark web, but I'm not really going to go there because I don't have any expertise on it. Team Currency do have a compound, the only compound just at the edge of the blue circle itself. A lot of ground to cover, but look at this, Sanhok on the offense. He has spotted Aladdin, the only player, a 2v1 situation, and already a moment of brilliance coming in. Might just be cooking up that nade to try and stop this push. An impending M249 spray for Aladdin to digest. I'm not really sure if this man can take it.
I don't know, as he's going to be coying over here, you know. He's being too sweet at this point of time against the opponents. It's just the grenades he's going to be relying on, and due to which they might get taken on. Aladdin is going to be using a molly. A fire trap comes in from his side, which is going to be going in a defensive mode, allowing him to survive for a little more longer. It has struck fear in the hearts of Team Bravery and gives him enough time for his teammates to kind of regroup. At least one player to come in closer. Savita doesn't choose to do so. He believes that Aladdin can actually do it, as Spray God on the other side has got some more team, another team into his crosshair, and he's done the damage, putting one player down, puts up a grenade, falls back. Spray God has been, you know, one of the players to watch out for, according to me. Can he do wonders and clear off this squad and give that opening for the side of 7C's confidence? That is what we'll be looking out for.
Oh no, Team Currency on the higher ground, not out of course, taking a brunt of damage. Spray God, just the nick of time, find some cover to work out with the M249 spray, the coveted beast of a gun that we were talking about, connecting a lot of the bullets, but just not enough. As Team Currency, what are they looking forward to? Are they looking to push them out of existence?
Oh my goodness, look at the push coming in over here. 7Cs are more strong enough. They do understand that, you know, the push is inevitable, and they're going to be placing their crosses right there. A grenade is going to be cooked. Aladdin spray got a little more moments, but from far away, Aladdin is going to spray the last man down, making sure that they get all the 4 finishes as Team Currency cashes out with just one finish for themselves. And there's Team X-Pac, you know, running around the same fray. They would have heard all these things coming in. They're going to be capitalizing on this if they have the right kind of cover.
Oh my god, elsewhere, it's Team Walkouts who are under trouble. Once again, it's Skylights Gaming. Might just be haunting them. Deja vu with Zabrar is just bleeding to death with nobody there to survive him. Bexy is going to finish him off. And the rest of the 2 players, I wonder where they are. Of course, there's a enormous difference, enormous gap in between those players. But have a look at this, the orange rock coming in the vicinity. A lot of problems with Skylights Gaming as they're still at the edge of the circle, trying to move forward. It's not going to be easy, as there's an enormous rage right in front of them and a lot of empty space to work with.
Absolutely, the eastern part of the circle in the minimap, we can see that there are 5 teams, and one team seems to be the sausage, you know, in the hot dog at this point of time, as at the center is going to be the walkouts. They have to make sure, you know, they do not drag too much of an attention, and that's going to be hard. War on the other side have hard cover for themselves, and that is something they'll be praying for. But WSF have placed themselves in a perfect position in the circle. They have the best spot in the house, and how are they going to capitalize on that is going to be the next big question, as walkouts at this point of time have concentrated their firepower against the side of Skylights Gaming, who are trying to push in towards them. They have to realize that as soon as this is going to end, War is going to come in and backstab them.
Yeah, Orange Rock as well as Walkouts are literally tag teaming Team Skylight's gaming out of competition, and it seems like they've been rather successful in doing so. But you mentioned it correctly, Orange Rock on the back lines might just be an added layer of problems for Team Walkouts as shots get connected. Scout on the other side gets actually knocked down. Even Mavi, for that sake, Team Xbox certainly not having a good outing as Mavi gets completely finished off, as well as Scout.
I really don't know how the experienced teams are getting taken off as Team Xbox gets off with just one finish for themselves, and this is bad news for the team as well as the fans as well. Walkouts on the other side with 2 men standing have just got a car to cover themselves. It's OR Jelly on the other side going in for some throwables. The molly doesn't connect that well, but they exactly know where the location is. Aditya has cooked up a grenade, tosses it in. Does it reach the location? No, it doesn't, as Walkout is going to breathe a little more better as of now, as Beard Baba and Mr. Spray are going to put some smokes to avoid all this collision.
Of course, smokes deny lines of sight, but not nades flying through them, as OR is just going to disrespect all of that and still try and push them out of existence. But so far realizes that they have got common priorities, as the rest of the two players have already made a dash for the circle itself. On the other side, Team 8, but they've looked lost right from the start of the game, and even now as a nade explodes right in the face of Riot, taking his teammate as well as taking him down. This is not the ideal situation where 8-bit wanted to be in, as the hopes of BMPS is going down the drain, ladies and gentlemen. Reckoning, though, still have a strong front.
Absolutely. Now Reckoning, they still have Addy standing. As I said, he's one of the key players to watch out for. But a grenade coming in from the other side, and that's going to be a very, very good grenade against the side of Team GC. Daddy's the last man standing. He has to revive basic form and make sure that, you know, he gives a little bit of a ray of hope for the squad to survive and take the fight against the strong OR who have been dominating this. A spray comes in from the side of Atanki, who has to make sure that, you know, he goes and dominates, as this is the point for OR to take control over the whole area on the eastern side of the map.
And I love this, right? What Orange Rock did basically was completely smoke the entire region, denying lines of sight. They know that the players will be pinned in that location because basic form was knocked out. Daddy has to be in that region. And one general spray, even if you don't know where your player is, your opponent is, you are going to eat those bullets. And that is exactly what happened. Such domination from Orange Rock. In spite of having sacrificed the circle, they're still pushing forward, looking for more finishes to their name, as the entirety of Team Glaciers have been wiped off. Elsewhere, ladies and gentlemen, at the edge of the circle, you've got 7Cs still surviving, and they're still trying to put up a fight. But this is not really the ideal situation. The entirety of open lands that we have right in front of our screens right now, crossing that is a death trap. It is the Death Valley incarnate.
Now we have to see whether projectiles of the grenades are going to be perfectly... it's going to be enough. The distance is going to cover between these fights which are going to be taking place over here. 7Cs has got really good hard cover to work out with. WSF is going to be in the crosshairs. One more bullet. Yes, it does connect from the other side. Rather, it's going to be the players of MG probably who landed that as well. So it's going to be 7Cs holding a very good spot in the house, obviously with the hard cover they have. Reckoning has also got a very good spot for themselves. It's going to be Aladdin who has a little bit of a job to do, but he has to make sure that he gets into cover. He does get into cover, as Kratic has also got a very good cover. Oh, look at that coming in from Panic from far away, and that's the end of 7Cs who are holding a very good ground. Panic on the other side is going to be spraying against the side of WSF, making sure that he gets 2 more knocks for himself, and it's going to be much more easier for them, as Addy is still standing for the side of Kratic.
Oh my god, Kratic Esports, late bloomers, are they? Magical gameplay coming in from them as they wipe out another team, and looking forward to Reckoning right now. 11 finishes for these lads already as we prepare for a Mexican standoff inside this urban desert itself. There's no cover apart from these haystacks, a few Lambos here and there, as just the land gets shaken up. It's Marcus Gaming who are on the receiving end. Aditya cleans up Coasty.
I mean, I really love the way what happened over there. You know, he came and rammed in and sat in the Lambo of the opponents, and he was waiting it out. But OR was smart enough to realize that Addy on the other side has started to connect bullets as well with his AKM. Red Dot is doing his best, making sure that, you know, at least 4 to 5 bullets connect and make sure that gives an opening. OR Esports on the other side with a high ground advantage. All 4 men standing, 6 finishes for themselves. A little bit of, you know, zone to work out with as well. Is looking the strongest in the lobby.
They certainly are, right? Reckoning they've got some sort of high ground to work with as the entirety of Orange Rock is visible, but Jelly has been taken down, and this is the perfect opportunity for LeBron to press the trigger and maybe take down a couple of finishes for his team. So far, it's all smokes and gunfire as the cacophony of bullets is all that I hear right now.
WSF, 3 men standing, 6 finishes for themselves. On the other side, we're able to see that it's still Reckoning standing with 1 man as the other one is bleeding out. OR is outside the circle. They have to make it inside. Kratik also have a very good stand for themselves. Oh, that's going to be Panic standing out in the open with no smokes covering in one angle. This time, he's going to be finished off as Addy knows the location of LeBron. Now, LeBron has to make it inside the circle and get control over whatever is left out of this real estate. There's a medkit right in front of him. Does spray against the side of Athanki. Aditya gets taken down. It's going to be Athanki and Oru who has to do a job of taking down one last man, Reckoning. And that's going to be LeBron.
And I love what LeBron is doing, right? Every single time he's just popping off the ridge and trying to take down as many finish points as he possibly can. This man already has 3 finish points in spite. He has no business surviving in this final circle. And now he decides to make a dash for it. Probably not going to be very successful as Addy's going to peek out and take him down. The space oh my god! Look at that retaliation! LeBron is living his life as WSF once again are on the offense and they decide to take down Orange Rock. Orange Rock, of course, having the majority of the circle for themselves, now are starting to struggle as the entirety of Haystack has been light up. WSF, they are the terrorists of ancient times as they completely take down the fossil.
Absolutely, a fire trap coming in with the mollies from the side of WSF as they take control to the center of the circle. LeBron still alive, trying to play for placement points. 8 finishes, a decent one for him. He knows the location of both the teams, right? He's got a little bit of a cover. That's the tractor. I just hope he doesn't get detected behind it as OR has already started to, concentrate their fire. Both the squads have taken blows against one another, but OR on the other side are on a little bit of the losing end as Bajwa on the other side has a little bit of a, location of Athanki as Athanki has to make it inside the circle. Oro gets taken down. It's going to be the other man also getting taken down. Athanki has to push in against the side of Tango, and one person is all watching this in the shadows, and that's going to be LeBron. Can he strike when that iron is hot as he's looking forward towards the side of Athanki as well as the other player Tango. If Tango sees his location, it's going to be the end, and that is what happens as Tango at this point of time is on the laughing end. Can he pull this off as the final moments of the game is going to be on our screen?
I loved what LeBron did, dude. He did bow out of the competition, but that's okay. Reckoning just got so many points from this game. But who is going to have the last laugh, ladies and gentlemen? WSF versus Orange Rock. Oh my god, the nade actually bounces off. Initially, I thought that the haystack is going to prevent it from explosion. But finally, the amount of time he's been given, Athanki is waiting for the right time. This man managed to survive. Tango is taking to his buggy. What does he have in mind? I have no clue, Arca. There's an eerie silence in the room right now. They both know it's just about one guy that they need to finish off. They know their location as well. Who peeks out first? Brings back those memories from those Mexican movies. With the revolvers in hand and the cowboy hats, the horses.
Oh, there's a push. There's a push. Tango is thinking something out of the box at this point of time. He's trying to use the buggy to find the next best cover. The sprays comes in, but somehow makes it to the cover. But this is the time Athanki has to strike as he pushes towards the side of Tango, finds him with the pixel. It's going to be easy for him if he, removes the buggy also in the picture. AKM versus UMP, the broken gun. Can it rain again? As it's going to be easy for him to land the final bullet. And OR is going to be very, very happy with that other winner, chicken dinner they've gained. And with this, I think they're going to cement themselves into the top 6.
They certainly are, right? Not just the top 6, maybe even the top 2 is OR Esports. Just march forward, but so is WSS, second position and 10 finishes to work with. These guys are certainly making it to BMPS as we have a look at the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. OR Esports at the very top, 26 points, but WSF closely following by with 22.
Absolutely. Look at that. 10 finish points is what they've raked up, and that's a very good thing to see. Kratik is right behind them, and they have got 11 finishes. So Kratik is gone back to the previous, gameplay of getting finish points first and then concentrating on placement points, and that has been working out for them with third position, 19 points. It's good to see Reckoning, Team MG and 7Cs are, sharing those table, because ultimately they had to get an average, and they've got an average of decent 10s, whereas Reckoning were on the defensive side to get 10 placement points of total 18.
It's the second page is where problem lies. Skylights Gaming are still facing the heat, and we just don't know if this team, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just any other team, this is the champion of BGIS with 3 points bowed out at 9th position, and this is where problem lies. X-Park, probably their hopes are out. It's just way too late for them. Even a miracle can't really save them. But of course, at the bottom of the table, there's problems, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk about that a little later, after the iQOO MVP of the day has to be Bean from Kratic Esports. 5 finishes, but a mammoth total of damage points to work with.
They were on the offensive side, right? So they had to, take every single chance in front of them. As the opportunity knocked, they made sure they converted it into a finish. And then on the other side, we have Addy coming in from the side of Reckoning Esports. The way he was able to survive as long as possible with 4 finishes, he's going to be really happy with this performance. Tango on the other side, even though, he tried to, it takes 2 to tango, is going to be the only man to do it.
Yeah, of course. Karan as well as Tango from WSF just making it count, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll have a look at the match summary, where I'm not really sure if we witnessed something extraordinary. The longest finish distance, we have crossed the 300 mark after a very long time. Karan from WSF actually managed that with 3 grenade finishes in this entire game.
Good to see that, finally the healings are not hitting up the skies when it comes to the map of Miramar.
Yeah.
Where everybody will be facing one another. We'll be looking at the FT graph to understand which are the teams who actually did a lot of hard work. And there's going to be several names coming in. One is going to be WSF, then it's going to be Kratic, then we have Reckoning as well as OR. All 4 squads had almost 2000 damage for themselves on an average.
Yeah.
11 finishes for OR, 8 for Reckoning. Kratic with 11 and WSF with 10. That shows that, these squads actually did take away 40 to 50% of the lobby itself.
And that has been the case, right? The team surviving at the top, they kind of reign supreme in terms of the finishes and almost wipe out the entirety of the lobby all by themselves. But what does it do to the overarching storyline? What does it mean? It basically means that WSF as well as OR Esports, they have solidified their position inside the top 6. There's nothing that can swivel them right now. They are going to BMPS, and that is for certain, right? Reckoning starts coming back into the picture with this game itself. Even Kratic, for that matter, both Kratic and Reckoning, we saw they were in the vicinity around the 6th to the 10th spot region, and now they're starting to come back in the picture. This debacle also means that UP50 as well as Asla, for Asla, things just become so much more difficult, but not difficult if you're having this phone, ladies and gentlemen. Our friends over at iQOO have a small word for you guys.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए but Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Once again, a big word of thanks to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, for making this event possible. And you guys, thank you to you as well, because you are the ones who are making this event successful. iQOO BMOC, we've hit numbers just like anything. And to thank you, all of you guys, we've had something so that you can win as well. Just go to Amazon.in. This device is an Amazon special. Search iQOO Neo 6 and you might play some games and be lucky and win goodies worth rupees 2 lakh rupees. But Arka, you've got to come back to the day and talk about how it is happening. The point standings, I just had a voice in my head. They're saying it's just turning to be very, very spicy.
Somewhere I feel that the contest is gonna be there just for few squads. That is gonna be for the 4th, 5th and 6th position, as the top 3 might have already, we might have known who they are, right? But the highlights for the previous game is gonna show us a little bit of a picture as what took place and how few teams have cemented themselves. It all started off with a fight in the air. We really thought that Gasti might actually get 1 or 2 knocks for himself earlier in the game itself, and we have seen the early jump off from the flight is for this reason only. You get to hit the ground and get those early guns, and if somebody is still in the air, you can knock down those birds. But on the other side, Team Bravery was brave enough to challenge one of the big heads and take down the side of Insane as quickly as possible and out of the equation.
Yeah, of course. Now this is where I'm kind of scared for Team UP50, dude. Like, honestly, I love the way they kind of approach the game in the first two first 2 games, in the first 2 maps. But after that, the slump that we have seen in form from them has been devastating. And I'm pretty sure they are not inside the top 6 right now. Of course, they might just be able to make a comeback if another good game comes in. But that's, of course, for the later. You saw this is where Reckoning sort of lost a majority of their manpower, right? The kind of push that we got to see from 7 Seas, it was amazing.
Yep, absolutely. At the same time, it was Skylights from far away who's also doing it, and Team Currency cashing at the perfect time, making sure, they make them pay and eliminate them as quickly as possible was also something good to see. Skylights Gaming on the other side was looking the strongest, right? Trying to hold a very good, angle, trying to hold a very good spot in the zone itself, but ultimately they did not prioritize the zone, due to which they had to pay a very, very heavy price. But Kratic on the other side, as I said, they were on the offensive side. They were like, anybody walks into our crosshairs, it's the end of the story for you. And it was two crosshairs waiting for any squad, and ultimately Spray God, the way he was able to finish this off, this grenade, it's just attracted. It was a fall flag coming in from his side as his teammates had to strike. Skylights Gaming, this was the final moments of the game for them as they got struck and got taken down.
They certainly did, right? For Team X-Spark, I think this is the end of the road for them, right? Not really crossing double digits in any of the games that they have played so far just ruins their chances of making it to the BMPS. Another big name which we might miss in this big tournament. It suddenly is starting to be an underdog gala, as so many underdog teams are just holding the ticket.
Absolutely, and that is healthy for the ecosystem as well, right?
Yeah,
so
100%.
they're going to make sure that they start to challenge one another, and new names coming in up shows that, the old squads or the squads which are already present making a name, it's a wake-up call for them. And one of those squads is going to be the side of Team X-Spark, where everything was like, a lot of expectation was coming in with the experience they had. It's just that the fire within themselves did not play well, and ultimately, kudos to this last man standing from the side of WSF, He was the man in the he was the knight in the shining armor, and he made sure that he survives as long as possible. A good grenade coming in from the side of Reckoning. What a grenade! That gave an opening for the side of OR to get eliminated, and Aditya was the last man standing. Look at that grenade, and then one person goes in the hiding of the vehicle itself, doesn't watch his back, and ultimately basics is something which comes into play. Aditya was surviving as long as possible until Oro from the top was also doing a little bit of a damage, but Reckoning LeBron, this man for me was the MVP for the day.
Exactly right. I mean, he just wants so many hearts out there, just popping off of that ridge and trying to deal damage to every single team out there. He might just have ruined Orange Rock and their chances of a dominating victory in this one. For sure that they did get the chicken dinner for themselves, but it could have been much more easier had LeBron not been there in that region. Of course, WSF also in the mix. They sort of gave in to the temptation, tried to take the fight to Orange Rock. Of course, you know, right, these players are just so individually capable. When the players are going to come out into the open, they will shoot them down eventually. With no vehicles, no smokes, the dry peaks that we got to see from WSF just didn't really work out.
Yep, and at one point of time, Tango knew the location of LeBron.
Yeah.
All he had to do was just wait for LeBron and Atanki to fight out with one another, but ultimately he did not choose to do so, and he had to pay the price. So sometimes when you know the location of two people, you just need to wait. You know, as we say that, you know, good thing comes to people who wait. And ultimately it came to Atanki because he was waiting it out. He was like, Tango is going to go for a move. Let me just wait it out. When the time is right, I'm going to strike. And he struck it exactly when it was required. But yes, as we were speaking about the points, right? 4th, 5th and 6th position might be the thing. Because on the top we have OR performing well. Probably walkouts have performed really well for themselves. So 2 slots already gone. If there is any other name which
WSF for that fact.
Yeah, WSF have performed really well. So 3 squads already in. So the other 3 places is what we are fighting for. And we have to say this sadly, that Skylights Gaming, Team X Park, Reckoning, all these squads have not lived up to the expectation. So I think we're going to have another day of disappointment for the fans as they're going to walk into the new ecosystem.
Exactly right, and this is where we call upon change. We call upon new teams. We call upon new players. Everybody knows. There was a very famous reference from this anime which I loved, Naruto. Right, Kakashi once said that the younger generation is always going to triumph over the older generation, and it kind of is coming out to be true this time. As all of these younger teams, to be honest, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, most of the players or most of the teams inside the top 6 is underdog teams right now. And I would personally love for all of these teams to go through and play in the BMPs because they deserve it. From 512 teams, they have fought their way in. Not just from 512 teams, it's the entire country that has participated, right? And so many teams coming into the fray. It's not easy. And I want this Cinderella run to continue. For sure, it's going to break a lot of hearts if teams like Skylights, if teams like X Park don't make the cut. But for that, we still have one more game, one last stream, and one last dance in the circle itself. Do you think they are going to make it, Arka? What does your heart say? Because
my heart says, like, are you being sadist or are you being a blessing for somebody? Because right now you say that, you know, it's going to be disheartening for Skylights to make it. At the same time, you say I want the underdogs teams to make it. it's a little hard for me.
It's mixed feelings, ladies and gentlemen, because you have to understand the stakes are just so high, right? It's very difficult to have a clear mindset right now, especially when I'm not playing, right? I'm just on the desk. My job is to sit on the fence. Just imagine what these players are going through because the temperatures are so high. It's so intense, and just like my voice in my head said, it's basically a difference of 1 or 2 points at the bearing stages, like around the region of 4 to 7 and 8, 4th spot to 7th spot. There's barely any difference in points, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the final map of the day, as I'm gonna sign out and Fixes is gonna take you through it.
Oh, this is gonna be fun, Fixes. As you come down on the desk, you're gonna agree to this point that, you know, again, we're gonna be crunching numbers and to find out who's gonna be there in the bottom 3. Do you agree on this point when I say that the top 3 is already finalized with teams like Walkouts and then WSF as well as the side of Team OR?
Oh yeah, certainly. Because how consistent they've been with Orange Rock. It has always been about getting those Miramar chicken dinners. They've been consistent in Erangels. They've had good plays even in that Sanhok. But of course, Salty did have some mixed feelings about how he wants to go ahead with it, because one way is supporting the underdogs, the other way, just like his dating traits, right? Does not really know who to meet, Pinky or Rinky first, or maybe take them both at the same time. But you really do not have to choose, ladies. You do not have to choose between any other phones, because this one phone right in front of your screens, the iQOO Neo 6, our friends have a beautiful message to deliver.
it's Amazon special where you can find this beauty, and before you know it actually hits the market, you have an opportunity to get 2 lakhs worth prizes, and all you have to do is make sure you go to Amazon immediately or whenever you're free and type Neo 6, iQOO Neo 6 to be specific.
Immediately, right
Yeah.
after this match, because
yeah,
if you
yeah,
do
yeah,
not,
yeah.
someone else is definitely going to get their hands, and you do not want to be left out, right?
Yeah.
Snapdragon 875G processor, 80 watts of flash charging, especially catered for all these esports players, but that left aside. One last game to decide it all. You know, I was at the sidelines. I was doing all the numbers crunching out there, and I've got to tell you this. It's not fixed till the 11th spot. Anybody from there who gets a chicken dinner has his berth secured for the top 6, the golden ticket. Not this flight path though. Not this flight though, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a golden one waiting, which will directly board for the BMPS. Already 12 teams have made it. We're going to find the next 6 tonight after this one match, Arka. It's all those nerves tingling. And imagine a team like Skylights Gaming now on the verge of getting eliminated if they don't perform here. That is really hard to digest.
Is there a curse which comes in for the squad which dominates in the previous, official event, and that they don't get to qualify in the next one?
See,
I did hear it from you before, if I'm not wrong.
This is the one thing about life. The only constant in life is change, right? And
exactly.
as the new era dawns upon us, that is where we're going to see all these new teams also coming in. It was such a beautiful day today, especially from the underdogs, namely WSF, UP50, Critic, and you even had Glacier suddenly starting to get themselves into the mix of things. And Asla, just that one Sanhok chicken dinner. Apart from them, we haven't really seen a lot out of them. But yeah, even from the invited teams, a lot of unexpected names have popped up as, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, the final hurrah for this evening of round number 4, Group 3. Here we go, taking it up to the skies, as it is going to be all the way from shooting range towards Sosnovka military base. Now, the biggest question does arise in our hearts. Where is the circle going to farm, Arka?
I mean, I just hope that again it goes down to the southern island, where I know most of the teams will not wanting to go to the southern island. They won't choose it for sure. But at this point of time, some early jumps off comes in. Marcus Gaming goes to a side of Zarki. It's going to be walkouts going to the side of Georgiopol. And we're able to see that, there is one other squad, right? That's going to be the side of WSF. Yeah, they're going towards the side of 70. The teams on the top, they'll be just playing to make sure that, they get an average of 4-5 points just to be safe. Yeah. But yeah, Team X-Park going towards the side of Yasnaya. They're going to be happy with it, but they need to dominate. They need to come out of their, probably cocoon and make sure they are probably the Eagles, the only Eagles to be formed out of a cocoon, where it's going to be butterflies for the other teams.
It's been a roller coaster of a journey for them. A lot of their fans have trusted the process, but seems like it hasn't been enough. It hasn't been well reciprocated. Seems like they need a lot more time. And what an end to today's evening it's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, which could possibly be a southern circle, since the entirety of the southern zone is still not inside the zone. So I have a little bit of a feeling it could tend to take that little bit of a shift towards Milta, but a bridge circle is something that I would absolutely love. Now, getting back to Team X-Park, right, there were major things to fix right now, right, especially from their playing for to how they've been rotating, how they've been playing. Now, the players tend to get really cautious, especially the invited ones, when they feel that the underdogs are bringing in the heat. They have that little bit of a doubt in their minds, hence they're playing around the edges, and which is causing them so much trouble. But now, a little bit of update, a little bit of an insider story, ladies and gentlemen. It is all open till the 11th spot now. UP50 trying to traverse around. Mac does not have the best of weapons, so tried to spray along with this Uzi. Did not quite work around. As for Insane, still looking to qualify on the cusps of elimination. One of those teams that I really thought would play out of my minds today, but did not pretty much happen.
Yeah, see, the underdogs, right? All these experienced teams are an open book comparatively, right? So these teams would have learnt about them, understood them, it's good to take down your idol. That gives a little bit of a confident boost that, I did choose the right career at this point of time. I've followed my, idol so much that I do know his weakness, and who better knows it than a fan himself. So at this point of time, whenever I look at these underdogs, I do understand that, they would have been following most of these teams, trying to take advantage of all those moments where they felt they were weak, and once they get to dominate against them, they show their true colors, that, even they are capable of being in over here. But OR, the table toppers, according to me, the way they've dominated throughout the day, let's see what they have to say in the final chapter of the day itself.
I kind of 100% agree with you with what you just said. Considering the competition, the ruthlessness of it, you just have one day, right? It's not a prolonged league that these invited teams are usually conditioned to be playing, right? It's just that one day, either you perform or you go home. And when this sort of sets in, this has been such a troubling cause for them. And one of the major setbacks for X-Pac also has to be one of these. You do not have a second day where you can hope for a comeback. It is today, or it is a holiday for the next few months for this particular team. And that is where, underdogs, they have a little bit of an edge, right? Because they've been playing from the in-game qualifiers, making it to the top 512. It is already an achievement for them, especially when you've got 50 to 60,000 teams registering. And being 512 is an achievement in itself. And then from there onwards, the criteria has been so difficult. The selection has been so bad and so unmerciful, as now Glacier, having spotted out the players of 7C, Saran, as I was speaking about, how the competition has been so heavy, right? They have been, mentally hardwired right now to face the brutality of these days, because for them it's always been that one-day events, and this is somehow down the line working out for them.
Absolutely. Now, one more thing which I love the most about Team Glacier, they just struck the fear in the hearts of 7Cs, right? So every team, as you said, until the 10th or the 11th position, considering that statement, everybody will be kind of scared to, get in close proximity with somebody earlier itself, because they don't want to lose a player. They want to make sure, they stick on to the basics of trying to play as much as possible around the circle, or probably prioritize the zone first and play for placement points, allow the others to fight it out, and in the third party, try to pick up as many finishes as possible. At this point of time, we are able to see that TB is trying to hold the highest position, and somewhere that is going to be towards the side of probably I don't know, school. Yeah, towards the side of Rozok itself. Now Team Bravery are taking down the big dogs itself. I do understand that this has been something which Team Bravery are trying to do, right? First challenge the big dogs, take them down, take that confidence, push on to get some finishes for themselves. They're placed well in the points table, I believe.
No matter. I think Bravery has the bear at bottom, but right now we've got 7C and Glacier fighting it out as basic form. Does have that low ground, has to capitalize, get something out of it, as Saran still feels very comfortable as basic form is going to step up to the rated tower. And there you go, with a sliver of HP, gets the better out of the situation, needs to patch himself up instantly because the cavalry of 7C has arrived.
Absolutely, basic form has got an opportunity over here as he's revealed his location as well. It's going to be the UMP against the side of, M14. I do understand both of them are going to be equal at this point of time, as no helmet comes in from the side of Savitar, which could be an advantage if the crosshair is placed well. It's not going to be the case. 7Cs have started to come out as beasts in this game. They've understood the intensity. It all depends on those early 10 finishes which they can gain and then play for placement points. At this point of time, they're losing a player, but still not stopping from what they do best.
Team Bravery having nothing really to lose, at the very bottom of the tables, one after the other, the players are falling, and look who is it from afar. It is Panic and Kratic, kind of trying to do exactly what they sort of replicated in the final game of Erangel, if you remember, in round number 3, where they absolutely went berserk, bamboozling everybody in the lobby as OR Esports look to capitalize and increase their finish tally as they get the finish secured onto its Sanhok. But OR Esports need to also understand it is Kratic coming in the nearby fray, as Panic still searching out for the players over here, still searching out for bodies. Can he get a few of those players off OR? Can he do the damage?
I mean, I want to say this, that, you know, it is one squad which is going to regret the decision which they took up. They had a chance. They had a little bit of a fighting chance. And it looks like they're just throwing it into the gutters. And that's going to be the side of Team Glaciers. An unwanted push towards the side of School. I do understand that, you know, you're going to be going on the offensive side. But look at the smiles on the faces of OR Esports. Like, Atanki is like, he just walked in. What do you want us to do? Gift him with death? And that's what we delivered.
Of course, I mean, you've got to have that smile on your face, especially when you're the table toppest, right? And starting off this game with 2 finishes to your name already, they're going to be looking to reach that 100 marker. And maybe can possibly happen for OR Esports, because they've had such a tumultuous journey, right? Especially from all the changes that they have had to go through. You know, even inside the BGIS, they did whatever they could. And finally, this, you know, this roster of OR is looking promising, especially what a momentous situation for Vexy over here. As now Somraj trying to cross over, gets picked off. And this is a perfect setup coming in from Team 8-Bit, as they knew that they need to hold on to this bridge, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Try and push Skylight Gaming out of the server. Their dreams of entering into the iQOO BMPS gone in thin smoke.
Oh my goodness, after a long time I'm seeing a bridge block like this, you know, it reminds us of the days where we wanted to put some bridge blocks, making sure it's going to be easy for us to get the finishes. No matter if it's competitive or a normal game, it was always fun to strike when the enemy is not looking at you, and that is what 8-Bit is looking out for. I do understand for everybody, the key is going to be getting at least 10 finishes before they attain that winner chicken dinner or some points for themselves, whereas the teams on the top are just going to rely on getting as many placement points as possible, and this is where everything is going to come down to the line. And now we're able to see towards the side of Shelter, where 4 to 5 squads are coming in close proximity with one another. Everybody have a doubt to push towards the side of Bridge. They're like, if somebody is there, what to do? And that's why they're just trying to circle around near the farm, Milta and Shelter area, stopping themselves. And somebody who's going to overcome this fear and try to move in towards the side of Milta is going to be rewarded with something for sure.
You know, this is what we were talking about even at the start of the game, right? When we saw the circle, we knew it had those tendencies to take a shift a little bit out towards the northern side, maybe towards the main island. And that is exactly what happened here. So this is where had Skylight Gaming really not tried to cross over the bridge, had they waited for a little bit, could have been a whole different story. But for now, Kratic, they have the next targets right in front of them. It's going to be Team Bravery, who they're going after still, as Sami somehow trying to protect himself from death and despair as it comes staring right into his eyes, as Sami taking over the stairs, trying to survive for as long as possible. The lonesome survivor gets taken down by Panic, as this is absurd. Kratic Esports, all high and mighty with 2 finishes, a squad wipe to their name.
I mean, I love the way Kratic had planned that out. You know, they were like, we have 4 hands working out at this point of time. All 4 of us are not going to concentrate on one direction. Rather, we're just going to listen to the footsteps. You choose the lower part, I'll choose the higher part. Either one of these grenades are going to finish that person off. And that is what they did. Now they're on the move. It looks like Kratic have decided to pick up finishes, and that's going to be the priority as quickly as possible. They're going to make sure they find their next target. And at this point of time, I would like to say that WSF, look at the way they're going to enjoy this game. They're just going to, you know, dance around as they did the hard work in the initial part of the game itself. And that's how you have to do it, right? First, make sure that you do all the hard work and then go into enjoy the moments.
All right, party celebrations pretty early coming in for WSF, and why not? Especially when you guys sit in the top 3, your position solidified in the overall rankings, when you know that you've earned yourself that golden ticket. But the same cannot be said for UP50 Esports, because if they do not have a good game in this one, their dreams might get shattered here on for, especially the fact that the way they started off today's evening, I really felt, you know, this is again one of those teams that is 100% going to qualify. But likewise, with a lot of other teams that had happened in the past, they are suffering similar fatalities, right? Similar issues. And the final one last game, this is where they have to do it all. 7C, the most important game of their lives right now, and they've secured that big green cannon, which I feel they are not going to use.
I mean, I strongly feel that would have been the best gun with the circle forming in this place, right? Because it's going to give you that initial finish which is required, not the knock. I'm saying it's a finish. It's going to be a lot of fights going on in the open as the rotation clashes are going to come in. They could have capitalized on it, and they're pretty much close to the hard cover. As soon as they finish with that AWM, they could have come back to the same place, picked up that, whichever gun they've left out, and then moved in. Just a thought. That's a speculation.
I mean, right now, when you are, you understand that you've got your backs against the wall, when it is that one game that decides your fate, that is where it's the last thing you would want to do is try and go and experiment. Not everybody is like a Brar, right? You remember that big green cannon domination from his side, but look at Bean as OR Esports are on pursuit for this one player, now firing at his vehicle. Almost, barely missing by a thin strand of hair. As Jelly would be looking to finish off what he's begun, and nothing really connected. He's gonna make it safe and sound. In the meanwhile, Aru explodes into oblivion.
And who does that? That's something I'm looking forward for. It's UP50, exactly. They've raked up another point for themselves. So every time UP50 rakes up a point, they're going to be counting it, right? They're going to be like, okay, we need some more. We need at least 4 more finishes, and then let's play for placement points. Let's retain all our resources. Nobody's going to be using those smokes when unwantedly. We're going to need it in the final circles, and most of them will be thinking that throwables is all what we need at this point of time. Go in for the hill battles when required, and one person will be choosing to do that as well, as most of the teams are inside the circle, nobody outside. For the first time ever looking at the team name list, I'm not able to see any blue markers in the second circle. That shows that right now everybody are sticking to the basics, making sure they place themselves inside the circle, wait out for that frontal battle, as Team X Park and Team WO walkouts are pretty much close to one another.
Well, I don't think they're going to engage at this point, right? Even for walkouts, they are in a really dicey spot. One good game is all they need right now to qualify. And walkouts certainly have been one of the fan favorite teams from the underdogs, right? Especially how they've established the domination throughout round 1 to round 2 to round 3, now coming into round 4. Not the best team today, but certainly not the worst, right? They've had their fair share of laughter. They had their fair share of sorrows as well. And they have really exceeded expectations is what I can say. But this team, Insane, hasn't really met the mark. Considering their recent performances, how good they were looking, haven't really delivered. In contrast to a team just behind them, Team MG. Now, when this team came up, I did not have a lot of hopes, not a lot of expectations, but they certainly have, took a lot on their plates today. They certainly are the ones who are dreamers, right? Especially something that was synonymous with what Team INS did, and this one circle is something that Team Walkouts had been hoping along with Team UP50 for so long.
Yep, Team X Park as well, and every time we have seen Team X Park, this is the place where start to tremble. I just hope that the zone prioritizes a little towards them, and they'll have probably a fighting chance up ahead. Next, it's gonna be X Park Scout who takes it to the face of the enemies, puts one player down. Oh, almost puts a player down at this point of time. He's kind of confused to whom to concentrate it on. Insane in a very, very wrong place for himself. There's gonna be a finish which is gonna be stolen from the side of Scout. Look at the spray coming in, a pinpoint precise spray. And then that is what he's going to be rewarded with. One finish already comes in. But one thing I want to ask you, he has that shiny bag of his where it's going to be WSF going to be pushing towards the side of 8-Bit. And this is going to be the point where WSF will be wanting few points for themselves. 8-Bit as a pack of woods, he's going to be pushing in. Tango comes in from the other side. Bejwa also tries to push in. But ultimately, it was 8-Bit having the final laugh with just few HP left out. And from far away, Brar is going to be landing the final bullet in the heads of 8-Bit and taking it all the way, and that was an action to watch out for.
Brar, the 8-Bit slayer over here. I mean, 8-Bit believe this is the last spray we got to see from them. in the iQOO BMOC and the BMPS that awaits all these players. And same goes for Team Xpark. No wonder, no matter if even they get a chicken dinner, there's no dying possibility. There's no chance they can make it to the next stages. And they had to do the heavy lifting earlier into the game, something that teams like WSM did, as a result of which they look so aggressive this time around. It's not going to bother them, but they're going to be happy that they managed to eliminate one of the big names out here, or rather one of the biggest names out here in India, Team 8-Bit, and their journey into the BMPS.
One thing I would like to say, you know, it's still hard for us to say which team can make it. So somewhere I feel that Xpark, if they go in really strong, get a 15-16 finish and a chicken dinner, they might have a fighting chance. I'm saying a might, you know, I'm not saying they will, but they might have a fighting chance. As on the other side, Skylights Gaming, Pukar has also started off, you know, taking a fight. It's going to be Kratic being into Dunes. Let's see whether it's the Dunes of Death yet again. Oh, look at the spray coming in against the side of LeBron. LeBron gets taken down. Addy is already out of the equation, all thanks to Marcus Gaming, but some finishes have been stolen from the side itself. It's going to be Nexus trying to run away. Gusty's not going to stop himself. He's going to put him down. Now, is this another, you know, finish which is going to be stolen from far away? It looks like it might be if Kratic being stops by and picks this up, as Gusty is still going to hold back and try to find an opening where he can put this player down.
Oh God, for Reckoning, their dreams of making it to the next round seems to shatter right in front of their faces, as Marcus Gaming will come in, get that finish secured, as Kratic, they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle, but not something to worry about a lot, unless and until Casti just comes in and lobs a grenade at their direction. But it's going to be Panic who starts cooking it up. We'll have to toss it perfectly cooked medium rare, and it's all about if it connects or not. Did not though, but now their priority has to be to get their player alive. But Panic,
oh, good grenade.
Somehow those beautiful reflexes coming out from his side, anticipating that grenade coming in and dodging. But can he dodge a Molotov? But this one grenade could do some devastating damage. But for now, both of them still alive.
I mean, I love the way Kratic was just, you know, playing it around, but ultimately it's the good teams which has performed well. I know that, you know, from here on, MG will be looking forward to dominate in this game. They know they've done most of the damage. Panic at this point of time almost visible. This one smoke, if it gets cleared off, I think this is the end of Panic. Yeah, he does step out with a little bit of a confidence, but Dawn at one point of time comes down on his belly, giving an opportunity for his teammates to actually strike, as it's going to be two other players still alive, standing strong, as Panic's last person gets taken on, all thanks to Dawn for playing it well.
Team MG really capitalizing on the situation, really getting the better of things over here, as Kratic, who were up to some shenanigans, have finally been put to an halt. And it's a big question, have they made the mark? Have they collected enough points to enter into the next few stages? As Asla really close by, in very close proximity to the players of Orange Rock Esports, as now Jelly, he's hiding under broad daylight, needs to get that grenade connected. It's going to be Aditya who's going to be tossing it out into perfection. Does a decent amount of damage, though. Good use of his head over here, trying to get all these smokes connected and well positioned, at least building that little thin cover for themselves, as UP50 have a perfect vision to where OR are. And now if OR do not do something about the situation, if they do not address to this issue right now, they might find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Not that the elimination would bother them much.
I mean, look at somewhere far away, somebody stealing all those finishes of Asla, and that I did read one name, that's Walkouts from far away doing the damage. They do know that, you know, this is an open ground from the place where they're holding. They might pick it up as much as possible, and they're actually doing it. And we can also see that 7Cs is pretty much still alive right behind the backs of Asla, and they have to prioritize the zone, make sure that they get inside it as quickly as possible. Kind of have made it inside the circle to be specific, but Team Currency on the other side trying to cash it out as quickly as possible against the side of Team who are pretty much in the open. I know the smokes is something which is restricting them. Dollar falls back. Now we have to see whether all of these people have the right kind of currency within themselves. Are they going to be finding themselves heavy against the other teams?
Just bobbing and weaving and surviving through it all, as Team Xpark, the same problems again haunting them, as this time they've got they found themselves yet in another mix. It's going to be Team MG and Team UP.
Oh no!
Grenade, but no, it's going to be Param who puts a stop, and that is the last you get to see of Xpark for the next few months, at least in the official events.
I mean, I never expected them to go down that way, but Arsla is still trying to survive. Look at the amount of punches they're getting on their face, but still trying to survive. Tiger down on his knees. OR not going to stop. OR is like, we have to make sure we finish this fight. No matter if we're burning all our resources of throwables, we need to end the Arsla, or else it's going to be a hard story for them. There's another person who gets taken down. Zero is going to hold back, trying to, be that last survivor. Cyan is going to get finished off in case required. Be the false flag so that it's going to be easier for them. Team Currency on the other side, outside the circle, needs to prioritize it, realizes it very, very late. There's going to be another squad towards their left. I don't know who it is, but they're going to be doing the best to take them down. 7C still trying to survive this, trying to take the fight against the side of Team OR. But are they inside the circle is going to be the next big question.
Indeed they are, but just on the peripheries. Aladdin getting taken down and 7C starting to lose out on numbers. Certainly not a good news for them, as Savitar Spray got 2 last final survivors, even for Gamla Boy, as a matter of fact. If he does not secure at least 5-6 points in this game, it's done and dusted for Skyline Gaming and all their fans, as Jelly racking up all those finishes to his name. They have no pressure for them, as Team Currency finally take an exit as they get eliminated from the game. But Fragod not looking at his surroundings, eventually has to pay the hefty price, as MG also find themselves out of the game, as 7C somehow the last lonesome survivor surviving. It's going to be Savitar, but how deep can this young lad dig?
I mean, Skylights is also out of the game at this point of time, and that is where we have to grab our attentions to. UP50 not stopping themselves. They're trying to do what they did in the first game, try to rake up as many finishes as possible. OR on the other side, 10 finishes what they've got. Team MG goes down with 8 finishes. That's a very good thing to see. UP50 with 3 men standing, 1 down on his knees amongst them. They have 6 finishes for themselves. Look at how 7Cs are trying to rake up points. They're going to be using this vehicle that's going to be Savitar, as you correctly pointed out. The last ray of hope for the side of 7Cs. Will he be tagged out at this point of time, as OR can see his location? Savitar, 5 finishes. Placement points already coming into his favor. Pixels already visible. He has to make sure he comes out in the open, but Zone is kind of taking him down, and ultimately it's going to be Atanki hitting the final name in the coffin. Have they done enough to make it into the next round?
That is the big question, my friend. 5 finishes and a 4th position exit. They certainly might have, and if they do, Savitar definitely in for a hefty race. But for now, UP50, I believe they've done what was needed. They've made it to the top 3 as Jelly gets taken down. And OR Esports, they won't even try harding and still have made it to the top 3. But walkouts also into the mix. All these top 3 teams, we're going to see more out of them in the BMPS, as now Abrar just walking in as Atanki comes towards the aid of his teammate. But can he do something even bigger than this? Something even better than this? Of course, they've got the smiles on their faces, but it would be even better if they had a chicken dinner to end things with.
Absolutely. Now, I really love the way they composed themselves. They really love the way, they're going to just prioritize of making themselves the right kind of cover, having a little bit of a real estate. UP50 on the other side, they don't want to come into any kind of action. They know that it's the placement points which is important for them, and I think they have, raked up enough. And Atanki is still not going to stop. He knows he has nothing to lose at this point of time, and that's why he wants to pick up as much as possible. UAOP on the other side is going to be the MVP if possible, because he's also, from that time I'm able to see that his name is coming in the finish feed, and he's raked up a lot for himself. Look, oh no, he's done so much of hard work and he's just got 1 finish for himself.
Yeah, a lot of damage numbers eventually that's going to pop up, as Rage got the last lonesome survivor almost on the verge of getting eliminated from this game. So, but UP50, one of the underdogs, the way they have played today has certainly been nothing short of special, as they get eliminated. Finally bid adieu from this zone though, but I believe they've made it. I believe they've done it, and so have these 2 teams, especially Walkout. Such an important game for them, and what a moment to rise, and with all 4 of their players alive, it is going to be special.
Yep, it's more gonna be a slaughter, to be specific, when it comes to the final moments of the game, as Mr. Spray and his teammates are going to be so happy. There is it. Beard Baba gives the light kind of opening. Atanki, the last man standing, it's going to be hard for him to pull off a 1v4. We are not telling it's not possible, but it's going to be really hard as the vehicle goes by. Mr. Spray knows this exact location. Everybody are going to be concentrating over there, but it's the vehicle finish which comes into the final moments of the day itself. I mean, what is this turning out to be? I really want to go back and do the math and see who's going to be selected next, as UP50, OR and Walkouts have already cemented themselves. I know that one other team, with them, you would like to name anybody who could be making through with them?
I mean, right now, my mind's kind of gone a little blank because Team MG, they've had decent positions, they've got decent number of finishes. Was this going to be enough? But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the point standings over here, as it's going to be all clear for us. 7C Sports, 13 points. I think they might have done it. At least for the top 3, we know they're secure. But MG, these 8 finish points to their name, this 12-point game could be the one that they were looking out for, could be the one they were desperately seeking out for. But for Critic Esports, have they done the heavy lifting? Because it was also them, the sword hanging over their heads. 5 points from this game. Is that it? Or are we going to see more out of them? As right now, for teams that we really thought would qualify for Skylights Gaming, the champions of BGIS, they have been taken out, and I believe their dreams of continuing further have finally come to an end.
I mean, I was expecting, look at the bottom half of the table. We have 8-Bit, Skylights, Arsla, WSF, Reckoning, Team Glacier, and even though there are some invited teams in the first half of the table, it's only 1 or 2 teams who actually lived up to the expectations. Atanki is going to be the MVP, rather, with 7 finishes, 1,018 damage coming in from his side, survival time of 24. He was the last man, right? Yeah, and that is the best part about the side of Team OR. Place yourself in a proper position, keep your composure, and try to survive until the end.
The top 5 players. Here we have it, majority comprising of OR. Then you've got Ghosty. He's been one of those players that I definitely want to look out for if they sort of qualify to the BMPS. But as we take a look at the match summary over here, ladies and gentlemen, nothing really out of ordinary, nothing really too fancy. It's one vehicle finish. At least the last, last finish was indeed a vehicular manslaughter. But apart from that, it was just another average game. I have so much things to process right now. Adding a little salt to the wounds over there for Vexy at least. He was in OR last time. Taking a shift to Skylights, and now he won't be playing into the BMPS. It's gonna hurt him even more.
Wait, we have to blame the whole squad itself, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
they did not live up to any kind of expectations, not sticking to the basics. But let's look at the side of FD overview of the game itself, where OR was the squad which did most of the damage. With them is going to be the side of Walkouts and Marcus Gaming, all of a sudden stepping up and proving to us that they are also one of the squads to watch out for. But somewhere I feel that they've done it really, really late, and it's not going to help them out. WSF have got 2 finishes, and that is all we have to say coming from this table itself. It's all about jotting numbers right now.
It's still speculations, right? We do not have the overall standings. Maybe MG could have done that. Maybe they might not have. But whatever the case is, it would be a close call, a really close affair.
1-2
and
points.
Today has, I believe, certainly been the most exhilarating, most exciting day, because till the 11th spot, it was still not decided. It could be anybody entering into the top 6. 3 positions were up for grabs, and few of them have managed, few of them might not. But I think it has to be one of the biggest games for 7C and Savitar, as a matter of fact, especially because with those 10+ points that they've secured, could just be the reason why they can qualify for the BMPS. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
और यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए बट आर यू फ्रीकिंग किडिंग मी?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Loco, it is India's biggest gaming platform where you would want to be, right? At this point of time, where that has been the talk of the town from a really long time. And we can see one of our favorites, BGMI, the players are also streaming their perspective. So it's going to be good for you guys to go there and watch them out as well. But at the same time, if you are planning to stream, you can also stream there. It's Loco.
Oh, you certainly can. And, even for this beautiful device, right, I'm holding right in front of Mans, there's a special thing going on, right? You can head on to Amazon, on that search bar, type iQOO Neo 6, and then you've got to play in a little bit of a game. And if you're lucky, you can win goodies worth 2 lakh rupees. But, yeah, talking about Loco, now we're going to see a lot out of Team X-Park over there, because I really believe the journey, I think, has come to an end. In the iQOO BMOC. I mean, who do we have to blame, right? It's them, themselves, right? Especially the way they've been performing. No mercy has to be shown over here, because considering the kind of a fandom that goes behind them, a lot of people looking out for them. Yeah. And a lot of fingers were actually raised at Scout before this. And I have to say this out loud. He was so far my favorite player, the best performing player out of Team X-Park. Despite that, the 3 other players, I really expected a lot out of them. They certainly did not deliver. But I did not personally have a lot of high expectations from X-Park, considering the changes that they've been going through. Yeah. But for Skylights Gaming, a lineup that we all thought could be one of the top 3 in the BMPS, they're out. How do I live with that?
I mean, I do understand when we put the match, it looks like they're out. But sometimes without that overall points table, it's going to be hard for us to say that as well. But still, there's one team which is, which keeps lingering in my mind. That's going to be the side of Kratic, There were a lot of ups and downs coming in from their side. What is your take on this squad?
I mean, I do not know what they were up to in the final game, especially just going after teams after teams. This was a little bit of a cockiness being shown inside the lobby, which had been rightfully punished, right? Yeah. Especially the way they went after Team Bravery, trying to bully them, eventually just took them down. They were thinking that maybe we've had enough points, and eventually just got blasted by MG. Certainly one of the foes that they never really anticipated would happen. And this is what happens when you start celebrating pretty early on, when you especially know that your qualification into the BMPS solely relies on how you're going to perform when teams like Walkouts, when teams like UP50, they're focusing heavily on the circle. This team was on a whole different route, right? All they wanted to do is rack up as many finishes to their name and wanted to qualify in style, just got a tight slap right on their face.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
Reality was the tight slap. Yeah. So now one more thing which I want to ask you is going to be the side of Marcus Gaming. The way they stepped up, and somewhere, I feel that they have done enough in the final game. It's going to be a close call for sure, because they were holding the 8th or the 9th position and they were had a chance to make it into the top 6. The final game, the kind of maturity they showed, trying to survive and take the fight to only places which is necessary, especially in that ridge near the shelter. You could be backstabbed so easily. You can get shots from the hard cover, you can get shots from the shelter, but still they knew that, this is the corner, nobody's there. So let's slowly clear off our backlines and then take the fight. What do you have to say about them?
Oh, I loved what MG did in the last game, right? Especially those 8 finishes were so quintessential. And if they qualify, they're going to be starting to thank their stars. But I think now is a moment where we have to give it up to our leaders for today's evening. No other than Team OR Esports, ladies and gentlemen. There you can see an absolute domination throughout the day. 49 points racked up, an average survival time of 20 minutes and 37 seconds. Going through quite a lot of changes, getting in few new players. And while nobody really believed in them, they believed in themselves and the teamwork. And here it is, hard work, everything paying off for them.
I mean, kudos is all I would like to say, because maturity is something which doesn't come so easily. They have experience, I do understand. They are a big name as well, but still, living up to it is one other thing. But at this point of time, we're going to be looking at WSF and 7Cs. Both of these, I mean, they almost have the same kind of damage, but still, it depends on when you strike at the enemy and take that finish point, and that is where WSF stood a little taller. 34 finishes what they've raked up, with almost the survival time increased by probably by 6 points, and that's really good to see, right?
Yeah, the WSF have been my second most favorite team in the lobby, and could be personally deep down under, since I'm a little bit of an advocate for these underdogs, my favorite team for tonight, right? Yeah. Especially with how they've played. Insane, however, I'm starting to still wonder if they've actually made the cut, because they took down the players of X-Park, but I do not know if it was enough.
I don't think so.
What an amazing day number 3 it has been, right? The underdogs absolutely, you know, hyping it up, living up to the name, delivering what was needed as we come to an end today. As ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the iQOO Battleground Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. It's me, Fixes, joined along with Arka, who are going to be calling it a night. So see you tomorrow. Till then, take care and happy Friday.
Adios.